Chapter 144, Fluff. This woman really knows how to keep a man riled up, thought Vaughn, his ears and body burning as Yasaka, legs spread wide by his hands and tails pinned beneath him as a convenient cushion, writhed about and moaned sensually each time he forcefully thrust into her. Inside, I want Vaughn-sama's hot semen deep inside of me, cried Yasaka, feeling Vaughn's long and thick penis twitch and his vitality surging, indicating he was about to come. Most wouldn't notice these signs, but as a kitsune, Yasaka grew stronger and prolonged her life by absorbing the vital and spirit energy of humans, particularly through sexual intercourse. As such, she could tell even before he released it inside of her that Vaughn's energy was far more potent than anything she had tried to absorb. "You'd have to convince me not to," asserted Vaughn, grinning as he picked up his pace, causing Yasaka to stick out her tongue, pant loudly, and arch her back preemptively. The energy within his precum was already driving over the edge, so when he pushed her legs forward and thrust into her depths, causing her cervix to open like a mouth and adhere to his glands, her golden eyes rolled back, and she began to squirt violently in response to him filling her womb to the brim with his potent and energy-rich semen. "Damn, she's literally sucking the life out of me," noted Vaughn, closing his eyes, leaning his head back, and wincing, not from pain but extraordinary pleasure. Kitsune weren't gods, but the amount of spirit energy contained within their bodies was almost without equal. Yasaka, in particular, was in charge of Kyoto's spiritual vein/ley line, so while she wasn't connected to it currently, her body had acclimated to channel the combined spirit energy of more than 1 million people. This made her an almost bottomless pit for vital and spiritual essence, so it was no surprise that all of her past lovers were dead, reduced to mummified corpses. Fortunately for both Vaughn and Yasaka, the faster she siphoned his vital and spiritual essence, the quicker it replenished. This gave him virtually inexhaustible stamina, mana, and ki, so his only real shortcoming was his limited mental energy, which was similarly infinite but fluctuated greatly depending on his mood and motivation levels. Following nearly 20 unbroken seconds of coming, Vaughn was the second to notice Yasaka's tails pulsating with golden light, producing a faint, rhythmic hum. Venelana was the first, but since she was confident Vaughn would be okay, she observed the scene with a relaxed smile while discreetly fingering herself, eager for her turn to come. "Enjoying yourself?" asked Vaughn, speaking to Yasaka. In response, the golden-haired kitsune opened her eyes, her golden irises glistening but full of awareness as she met his gaze with a surprisingly loving look and responded, "I think I was born to receive Vaughn-sama's seed. If only you had arrived 1,000 years ago, I might be the most powerful being in this world." "Let's not get carried away," said Venelana, approaching and wrapping her arms around Vaughn from behind as she asserted, "At the rate Vaughn is growing, even while spending his days in leisure, it won't be long before he is the undisputed most powerful being in many worlds. Anyone who depends on his power to grow stronger can only ever hope to occupy the number 2 spot." "I lay corrected," hummed Yasaka, closing her eyes with a contented expression. The last time she felt anywhere near as full as she currently did was after consuming a warrior god who attempted to dominate and make her his concubine more than 1,000 years prior. Instead, she had sucked the very divinity out of him, temporarily elevating her to the status of a local deity and allowing her to secure her current position as the leader of Kyoto's West Yokai faction. "All right, I want to do you from behind this time," said Vaughn, causing Yasaka to open her eyes and blink several times in surprise, confusion marring her expression as she asked, "I beg your pardon." "Maybe in a few hours," hummed Vaughn, grinning wolfishly as he asked, "Don't tell me you thought we were finished? Because you're much too beautiful for me to come once and be done." Looking from Vaughn to Venelana, Yasaka's mind swirled with confusion until the flaxen-haired devil sensually affirmed, "Vaughn is a very thorough lover. Didn't I mention it before? He can provide you with all the vital and spiritual essence you need and more. We're just getting started." "I assumed that was hyperbole," responded Yasaka, her usually alluring smile somewhat anxious as she met Vaughn's gaze and pleaded, please go easy on me. In a subdued tone. Then I'll do you nice and slow. Affirmed Vaughn, causing a soft, nervous chuckle to emanate from Yasaka's throat as he released her legs, allowing her to pull her tails from between his thighs and obediently turn over onto her hands and knees. And don't worry, added Vaughn, hugging, fluffing, and sniffing Yasaka's incredibly warm, soft, and fragrant tails as he revealed, the moment that Zenobia stepped out of the room, I adjusted the flow of time to 2520 to 1. Even if you can only be away from your shrine for a few hours, we have no need to rush. I may have, underestimated Von Sama's prowess. Moaned Yasaka, a shudder running through her body, causing her teeth to clatter as Von's glands parted her to her limits and kissed her womb. Since most of her previous lovers had met an ill fate the moment they came, she was usually in a period of mourning after sex. This was the first time she was having sex with the same partner without at least a few years separating the encounters, so she couldn't help feeling equal parts apprehensive and excited. Fortunately, just as he had said, Vaughn was exceedingly gentle the second time, slowly moving his hips and nuzzling her tails until she picked up the pace of her own accord. August 23 NDDXD/April 12 DBT. Returning the day after their brief cohabitation with a young girl with the appearance of an elementary schooler, Yasaka, practically glowing due to the excess energy permeating her body, stated, "From today onward, this man is your Shishiu. Greet him properly." Though she exhaled from her nose and sported a distinctly unimpressed look, Yasaka's daughter, Kunu, a petite, golden-haired, golden-eyed girl with sharp eyes, hair tied up in a loose ponytail, bangs that dangled over and framed her face, and red and white shrine maiden outfit, cupped her hands over her lap, bowed with her eyes closed, and stated, "My name is Kunu. Thank you for looking after my mother and becoming an ally to the West Yokai faction. I will be in your care from now on." "Kunu," muttered Yasaka, her eyes sharpening as she looked down at her daughter disapprovingly. Exhaling loudly from her mouth, Kunu raised her head, staring at Vaughn with the same unimpressed expression as before as she flatly appended, "Shishiu. I get the distinct impression she doesn't like me," mused Vaughn, causing Sis to exhale a throaty, feminine laugh in the back of his mind. Taking a knee, bringing him roughly eye level with Kunu, Vaughn adopted his best smile and said, "If there's something you want to say, go ahead. And if you don't want to call me Shishiu, you don't have to. Just Vaughn is fine. You don't have to talk to me like I'm a child," said Kunu, looking even more surly as her mother exhaled a tired sigh, touched her head with her right hand, and shook it in mild exasperation. Kunu was normally a polite and very level-headed girl, but after hearing that Vaughn would become her stepfather and the reasons why, her expression and tone had become as flat as her chest. "So you prefer it if I stand over and look down on you?" questioned Vaughn, sporting a playful smile that caused Kunu's brows to furrow and a pouty expression to adorn her face. Then, making it marginally clearer what she was upset about, she asserted, "I don't know how you fooled my Haho, but I won't be tricked. If it's true that you're the substitute for the biblical god, then prove it." "I'm not, but let's suppose I was," said Vaughn, his smile softening as he asked, "How would you like me to prove it?" "I don't know, perform a miracle or something," said Kunu, losing a bit of her edge and becoming slightly embarrassed as she didn't expect Vaughn to take her accusation or challenge in stride. "Well, miracles mean different things to different people," said Vaughn. "And I doubt you would be particularly impressed if I simply made it rain within my own domain." Seeing Kunu cross her arms, lower her gaze, and frown in consideration, Vaughn remained silent and patiently waited for her to think. "Oh, I know," exclaimed Kunu, revealing her age a bit as she became excited, reasoning, "If you're really like the biblical god, you should have the power to create life. Make me something cute and powerful that I can raise as a pet." "It's not impossible," confirmed Vaughn, his relaxed expression and tone leaving Kunu at a loss, even more so when he asked, "But do you really want me to create life in such an arbitrary manner?" And are you ready to care for another life? It's a lot of responsibility. Frowning near the end of Vaughn's words, Kunu shifted her weight onto her right foot, exuding a distinctly standoffish aura as she asserted, I might be small, but I'm the second in command of Kyoto's West Yokai faction. I can take care of one life. All right, then, take this, said Vaughn, holding out his right hand as bluish-white light in the form of an egg took shape atop it. In reality, he just had scan a random egg from a Wuxia theme's world, specifically one that would hatch a fox-like spirit beast with dragon blood. The miracle aspect was recreating the egg using a combination of source energy and a total of 1 million origin points, essentially bankrupting himself but believing it was more than worth it since Yasaka's pussy was inarguably the highest quality he had experienced thus far. It's an egg? Asked Kunu, accepting the ostrich-sized egg with both hands, holding it carefully with a look of confusion. It had a pristine white shell and felt denser than lead, but as a natural-born nine-tailed kitsune, a species that typically had to develop their tails over 1,000 years, she was much stronger than a typical 12-year-old. It's not just any egg, responded Vaughn, surprising Kunu, Yasaka, and the nearby Venelana quite a bit as he revealed, this egg is effectively a mass of potential. What hatches from it and how strong it can become depends entirely on how well it's cared for. So, that's my challenge to you, Kunu. I demonstrated my ability to create life, so show me you have what it takes to nourish it. Catching Vaughn a little off guard, making him wonder if he had chosen his words poorly, Kunu's cheeks flushed a prominent shade of pink, her eyes losing their sharpness, and a faint smile adorning her lips as she held the egg close to her chest and responded with a curt, "NN," before suddenly running off like a girl that just handed their crush a love letter. What the hell? Asked Vaughn, prompting Sis to speculate, perhaps she is the type that likes to be relied upon or entrusted with responsibilities. It would make sense considering her self-assumed status as the second in command of her mother's faction. Interrupting Vaughn's and Sis's exchange, Yasaka, sporting a mature smile, stepped forward and rather abruptly grabbed the former's head, guiding him to bury his face into her crotch as she hummed, "You appear to have a way with children, how about giving me another?" Though he was initially caught off guard by Yasaka's actions, Vaughn didn't hesitate to reach up and cup her voluminous butt, inhaling her fragrance deeply through his nose before responding, "There's a long line ahead of you, but I could be convinced to let you cut it." Following his words, Vaughn rose to his feet, placing him nearly a full head above both Yasaka and the approaching Venelana as he met the latter's, smiled, and playfully appended, though not to the front. Chapter 145, Debts and Dealings. Though Yasaka initially wanted Kunu to stay at the Crimson Palace, Vaughn rejected the idea as he didn't believe it was good to separate her from her mother, home, and everyone she cared about. Kunu herself insisted that she would be okay, but she eventually yielded after he presented her and her mother with a golden, fox-themed key that would enable them to visit whenever they pleased. HAAA, what a day! Sighed Vaughn, plopping down on the sofa in his room and placing his hands on Venelana's bottom as she immediately straddled him, caressing his sides as she narrowed her violet eyes and asked, "Shall we take a few days or weeks off, just the two of us?" in an unrepentantly sultry tone. "Did seeing me getting along with Yasaka and Kunu make you jealous?" asked Vaughn, adopting a mischievous grin as he appended, "Also, I've told you before. I would never willfully refuse an invitation to spend more time with my beautiful, voracious, flaxen-haired wife." "I didn't used to be voracious," retorted Venelana, her eyes shimmering and her smile broadening as she asserted, "My boyish, brutish, and very capable husband made me this way. And I'm going to keep feeding you until your belly swells," proclaimed Vaughn, his expression smoldering and voice deep, reverberating. Rias had ultimately yielded her right to his firstborn after learning how many people were waiting to bear his children. However, to keep things fair, he willfully placed two restrictions on himself. First and most importantly, he wouldn't knock anyone up or advance pregnancies utilizing time dilation. Secondly, he would leave things to chance, meaning no deliberate pregnancies, just good old-fashioned serendipity and concerted effort. I really want one. Sighed Venelana, her face flushing as she closed her eyes and appended, I know I shouldn't be selfish, but I can't help it. You completely reawoke the desires which had been waning within me since I birthed Surtsks. For that to happen, we'll need to cut back on sneaking away on weeks-long romantic trysts. Hummed Vaughn, firmly gripping Venelana's bottom as he teased, we'll need to make time to fuck real time. I suppose so. Muttered Venelana, raising her butt and leaning forward to initiate a kiss as Vaughn, having removed his pants, lined himself up with her practically slobbering, ever-eager, and hungry pussy. Fubiki is requesting a telepathic link. Seriously? Now? Vaughn asked himself, pounding Venelana from behind as he prepared to reward her interposition blowjob by filling her womb a 10th time. She just learned about the meteor that is about to strike Z-City from one of her contacts in the Hero Association, revealed Sis. Saitama should be able to take care of it. Thought Vaughn. However, as he knew that Saitama shattering the meteor would cause significant damage to the city, he ultimately accepted Fubiki's request. Ms. Blizzard. It's been a while, remarked Vaughn, kicking things off casually as, from Fubuki's perspective, he shouldn't know why she was contacting him. Wasting no time, Fubuki asked, you can move between worlds and have powerful allies, right? My world is currently facing a crisis in the form of a giant meteor. Please lend us your assistance. How much time is there? Asked Vaughn. Fewer than 3 minutes, answered Fubuki, sounding understandably anxious. She could easily escape the meteor's blast radius, but she would need to leave behind the many members of her Fubuki group. 3 minutes. Repeated Vaughn, his perception of time slowing to a crawl as he deliberated his options. Graphia should be more than capable of taking out the meteor, but he really didn't want to summon her out of the blue. Venelana might be able to handle it using her power of destruction, but pausing in the middle of sex and asking her to pull herself together to take out a city-destroying meteor felt insensitive, even if he could stretch the aforementioned 3 minutes into 5¼ days. Then there was the matter of repayment. Stand by, said Vaughn, leaving Fubuki confused until she suddenly found herself in the Crimson Palace's first-floor lounge and parlor. At the same time, he gave himself and Venelana time to finish their business, leaving Fubuki and Zenovia, who was in the kitchen practicing cooking, moving in such slow motion that they may as well have been frozen. Any questions? Asked Venelana, sitting across from Fubuki atop a very expensive-looking crimson leather sofa with an intricately carved wooden frame coated in gilded wax made from actual gold. Too many to count. Responded Fubuki, a bead of sweat trickling down the left side of her face as she sat with her arms crossed in a dark, form-fitting, ankle-length dress with a white fur coat adorning her shoulders, multiple pearl necklaces adorning her neck, and black, thigh-high leather heels. Venelana had just finished explaining the cost and consequences of petitioning divine intervention/outside interference, and though it was reasonable to request compensation for services rendered, she felt it was shameless of them to ask her to strut around in skimpy-made outfits, sexy lingerie, or less. Seated next to Venelana with his head tilted back, eyes closed, hands resting on his stomach, and fingers linked together, Vaughn pointed out, even if we don't take action, that Saitama fellow should be more than capable of taking out something like a meteor. There may be collateral damage, but the simple fact of the matter is that if the inhabitants of a world aren't able to handle such problems, their fate is to either perish or fall under the umbrella of someone who can. As the leader of the Fubuki group, you should understand this better than most. Piggybacking off Vaughn's words, Venelana stated, if you do not wish to serve within the maid battalion, you could also offer material goods that correspond to the value of the intervention you're requesting. If you find that difficult, there is also the option of rendering your services within the Tower of Ascension. That would predominantly involve assisting weaker parties or relinquishing up to 50% of the enhancement crystals or tower points you acquire until your debt is repaid. Only 50%? Questioned Fubuki, her right brow rising slightly before her expression sharpened into a look of suspicion as she asked, "And what of the interest?" Shaking her head relaxedly and maintaining a highly practiced business smile, Vainlana answered, "If there were interest, it would no longer be an equivalent exchange. There are also no deadlines, no late fees, and no collections. We're not loan sharks, Ms. Fubuki." "I see," muttered Fubuki, leaning back against the sofa's backrest and crossing her left leg over her right, her distinctive, glistening green eyes narrowing as she asked, "And what kinds of requests do you accept as far as intervention goes? Do you only intervene to prevent destruction, or do you accept any request?" "It depends on the context and circumstances surrounding the request," responded Vaughn, clarifying, "but, as a general rule, we don't accept kill or assassination requests. We also don't directly intervene in politics or with the personal freedom of any particular individual or group unless they are actively depriving that right to others." "Then, what if I were to ask you to help me become the number 1 S-rank hero?" asked Fubuki, noting, "That's not strictly political. And all I'm really asking for is your financial support and access to the wealth of knowledge and resources you've accumulated across various worlds. After all, places like this and the Tower of Ascension don't create themselves. Your group of trans-dimensional travelers must possess a truly extraordinary amount of wealth. If it's financial support, that can easily be arranged," affirmed Vainlana. "But power is something that is meant to be acquired through effort, not received from others. If you wish to become the number 1 S-rank hero, you must earn it yourself. As for knowledge and resources, the former is a lot more expensive than simply requesting money, while the latter would be limited to training materials, production facilities, produce, and general pharmaceuticals. How many tower points of debt would I accrue for, let's say, 150 billion yen, asked Fubuki, choosing a fairly astronomical sum just to put things into perspective. It depends on the actual value of your currency, revealed Vainlana, appending, but, as a general rule, it's 100 tower points for a gold coin weighing precisely 25 grams, giving gold a standard conversion ratio of 4 tower points per gram. Saving Fubuki and Vainlana the effort to calculate things themselves, Vaughn casually revealed, according to the administrator, you would need a minimum of 45,218,178 tower points, approximately 450,000 gold coins. However, as such a large amount of gold would definitely affect its value within the market, you would likely need closer to 600,000. "And you allow people to go into debt that far?" asked Fubuki, shifting her gaze to Vaughn, feeling somewhat annoyed to see him behaving as if he were bored out of his mind. "I mentioned it previously, but people can live upwards of 10,000 years depending on how high they ascend the tower," responded Vaughn, tilting his head forward and opening his eyes to meet Fubuki's gaze as he added, "And in the grand scheme of things, 45 million tower points isn't even that much. With the power you possess now, it would likely only take you 5 or 6 tower cycles to repay. One important thing to remember is that, bar case-by-case exceptions, an individual cannot make a second request before the debt of their initial request is repaid," remarked Vainlana. "As such, it's typically best to leave yourself a bit of leeway within your request." "Makes sense," affirmed Fubuki, tapping her left bicep with her right index finger as she held Vaughn's gaze with crossed arms and asked, "And, just out of curiosity, how long would I need to work here to pay off such a debt?" "It depends on the extent you intend to render your services and fulfill various duties," answered Vainlana, explaining, "If you simply chose to walk around in revealing attire, your base salary would be roughly 10 to 20 tower points per hour. If you proactively assist with cooking, cleaning, and other maidly duties, that increases to a minimum wage of 100 tower points." "And what if I'm willing to do more?" asked Fubuki, holding Vaughn's gaze as she spoke before meeting Vainlana's after. Narrowing her eyes and smiling broader, Vainlana revealed, "If you're a virgin, a D-rank human like yourself could receive a credit of 1 to 10 million tower points. As for your salary, the hourly rate increases to 500 tower points simply being here and making yourself available, with the potential to earn considerably more depending on what happens in that time. 2 things to note in that regard is that while you're working here, you are expected not to have relations with other men. And, just in case you've gotten the wrong idea, the only man you would prospectively be expected to serve is Vaughn here. This is not a brothel, escort service, or hostess club. Alright, then, how much debt would I accrue if I request you to get rid of the meteor? Asked Fubuki, returning to the original subject as it still weighed heavily on her mind. It depends on the expected cost to life, property, and the environment as a whole, answered Venelana, clarifying, if the meteor were expected to wipe out your species, for example, the debt would be equivalent to all life on your planet. In this case, with Venelana shifting her gaze to him, Vaughn stated, given that there is a 99.73% chance that Saitama will intervene to annihilate the meteor, even if nothing is done, the expected cost to life and the environment can largely be disregarded. If we lowball things and only factor in how much it would cost to rebuild the city, the administrator approximates the debt to be 180 million tower points, an amount you should be able to repay within a year passing in your original world. I see. Muttered Fubuki, lowering her gaze and cupping her chin with her right index finger and thumb. She was fairly confident in her earning potential, and since she could still keep half, she could still grow stronger and continue ascending the tower. All things considered, the terms were exceedingly favorable, and since there didn't appear to be a limit to how much debt she could accumulate, she had theoretically found herself an unlimited source of funding. Chapter 146, Temptation. Though he was far from the level of being able to completely obliterate a 200m long, 140m wide superdense meteor using raw physical strength or something like a key blast, Vaughn had other means to honor his contract with Fubuki. He could only teleport her to the Crimson Palace due to her status as an ascendee, but when it came to inorganic objects, seeing the meteor-threatening City Z abruptly vanish on the holographic display, Vaughn had materialized to let her see what was transpiring back in her world. Fubuki, standing with arms crossed, blinked in surprise, asking, "That's it? I accrued a debt of 1 billion tower points for you to take less than 10 seconds to resolve things." Shrugging, Vaughn reasoned, "We could have destroyed it the old-fashioned way, but the risk of fiery shrapnel or debris raining down on the city is too high. Teleporting it elsewhere was the simplest solution." "I suppose," conceded Fubuki, exhaling from her nose. She would have preferred if Vaughn or someone else intervened in a more direct manner so she could claim them as her allies, but she couldn't deny his solution was timely and efficient. "Ahem," coughed Venelana, drawing Vaughn's and Fubuki's gazes as she met the latter's gaze and added, "Since we have fulfilled our end of the agreement, please remember to wear your uniform while you're here." "HAAA, very well," responded Fubuki, a faint blush tinting her cheeks as she opened her inventory and equipped the outfit that had been provided to her, consisting of scant black panties, a black bustier that highlighted her cleavage and left much of her back and flat abdomen exposed, white cuffs and a choker with green buttons, black fishnet stockings, and black heels. "Nice," said Vaughn, causing the blush on Fubuki's face to deepen before she snorted haughtily, turned her face, closed her eyes, and proclaimed, "Go ahead and look all you want, but unless I permit it, don't even think of touching me." "Obviously," responded Vaughn, causing Fubuki to feel slightly annoyed as he quickly added, "Then, unless there's something else, I will return you to your world. If you need to return here in the future, you can use the key in your inventory on any door with a keyhole or lock." "You had me change, and now you're asking me to leave?" asked Fubuki, meeting Vaughn's gaze with an irritated look as she asserted, "I want to look around a bit before I go. Or does my presence here bother you?" "Of course not," responded Vaughn, waving his hand dismissively in front of his blank face as he added, "You're free to come and go from here as you please. Just remember that if you bring a guest, they can't access most of the facilities without you. Then I will excuse myself," said Fubuki, sporting a proud, standoffish expression as she turned to depart without any particular destination in mind. Vaughn allowed himself to check out her round and firm-looking butt as she departed, but as he wasn't particularly fond of Fubuki's personality and the choker and cuffs she was wearing signified that she wasn't open to accompanying him, he soon turned his attention to Venelana, mirroring the suggestive smile she was wearing with his own. August 24 DXD/April 13 DBT. In the wake of their lovemaking and before heading to the Black Tower to tend to their farm, Venelana, once again, broached the subject of staffing the Crimson Palace. She wanted to turn it into a hub of sorts for women of various worlds to congregate, so there were restaurants, training and spa facilities that needed permanent or skilled part-time staff to oversee their smooth operation and ensure the comfort of guests. "I have a few ideas regarding chefs," said Vaughn, thinking of characters from anime like Shokuchiki no Suma, "but what should we do to fill the other positions? Our facilities are pretty modern, but a lot employ magic as well. With the administrator's help, we could send out online surveys or something similar, but then you'd be busy vetting people. The simplest thing to do is employ people who are already experienced and preferably undervalued in the worlds they originate," stated Venelana, straddling Vaughn atop the sofa in his room and gently grinding against his bulge as she reasoned, "They will be able to train prospective employees who, in turn, will elevate themselves training and managing others. As far as me being busy vetting people, I can't compete with you, but I could make the flow of time within the interview room at least a few times faster than normal." "Hoo, my wife is certainly capable," hummed Vaughn, already mentally compiling a list of several candidates. There were many characters from slice of life or modern anime that weren't suited to ascending the tower. However, similar to the protagonist of Restaurant to Another World, many would leap at the opportunity to work in or simply visit an alternate world, especially if their wages were paid in converted gold coins. "You're here," exclaimed Aileen, causing Vaughn to startle slightly as the notification appeared immediately as he, Venelana, and Zenobia arrived on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. "Aileen? What's up?" asked Vaughn, sticking back as Venelana and Zenobia left to get a jump start on inspecting and helping water the farm. He had originally told Venelana she didn't need to bother with such things, but as could be expected of someone who worked with produce for hundreds of years, she was fond of farming and gardening and didn't mind getting her hands dirty. "My mother finally contacted me," answered Aileen, audibly excited and practically singing as she revealed, "It turns out the effect of the family jewel sprouts is even more potent than we initially thought. Several of my aunts and uncles who had lost the ability to reproduce regained the ability after eating your crops. Everyone is super excited, and there's going to be a big meeting between the dragons of every tower soon." "I'm happy they're happy," affirmed Vaughn, adopting a broad smile as he added, "We were already planning to plant several acres of sprouts when we expand the farm, but if it's a crop important to the great dragons, we can plant even more." "You're quick to catch on." "As expected of my future husband," hummed Aileen, followed by a golden quest prompt appearing a few centimeters from Vaughn's face. Ordinary quests prompts were blue, with emergency or time-sensitive quests being crimson, so it wasn't difficult to comprehend that gold equals good/important. Great Dragon's Favor. Rank, SSS. Objective, S. Plant at least 100 hectares of Brussels sprouts. Reward, S. For every 100 hectares of Brussels sprouts planted, up to 1,000 hectares, you will receive 100,000 tower coins, 1 S-rank occupational item, and the right to claim 1 floor of any tower as your own, excluding the 99th. Penalty, the great dragons will be very disappointed with you. That's one heck of a reward," remarked Vaughn, his brows rising slightly. He didn't really need tower coins, though they were planning to gather a tremendous quantity of them, but the other rewards were nothing short of extraordinary. "It's a special quest and rewards prepared especially for you," hummed Aileen, happily appending, "More importantly, we've obtained permission from my grandfather to officiate our engagement." He also wants to meet with you to discuss something important but says there's no need to rush it since you seem to have other things going on. Then I suppose we'll soon be betrothed, noted Vaughn, doing his best to prevent his smile from cramping, not because he and Aileen would soon be engaged but because Sulby had just emerged from upstairs without a shred of clothes on, feigning sleepiness. She quickly put them on when their gazes met, but not before making a show of stretching her body and scratching her belly. Since it was still fresh on his mind, Vaughn was in his room after returning from the Black Tower, scrolling through the catalogue of various anime and even a few cartoons that had left an impression on him for one reason or another. At the same time, seeing an inverted view of the screen he was looking at, Venelana shook her hips atop him, feeling it would be a waste to simply chat when they could be making her pregnant. How about, instead of thinking about people suited to specific roles, we think of people you would like to meet or interact with regularly and then consider roles for them, proposed Venelana, understanding that such a suggestion might limit her time with Vaughn but reasonably certain that she could beat out any competition. After all, while they may not have had an official ceremony, she was Vaughn's de facto first wife and advisor. There's this girl who appeared in a cartoon I watched recently, but she's probably a better fit for the tower. Hummed Vaughn, causing the screen to display the image of a confident-looking girl with healthy brown skin, aqua-blue eyes, and somewhat wavy brown hair fixed into a ponytail with prominent fringe bangs adorned with pale blue ornaments. Who is she? Questioned Venelana, not yet well versed in anime, much less cartoons. She did, however, notice that the young woman before her shared a few similarities with Vaughn, albeit with darker skin and blue rather than aquamarine eyes. Her name is Cora, and she's a tremendous piece of work. Answered Vaughn, explaining, in her world, she's something known as an avatar, an entity meant to maintain the balance and harmony between the material and spirit worlds. But because of her sheltered upbringing and incredible selfishness, she ends up bringing an end to a cycle spanning more than 10,000 years. And that's just the icing on the cake. Truth be told, she doesn't sound like someone you'd be interested in. Remarked Venelana, wincing slightly as a weak orgasm suffused her body. She was doing her best to maintain her composure, but the urge to move faster or have Vaughn pin her in her favorite mating press was growing by the second. You're not wrong, conceded Vaughn, a wry yet wolfish smile adorning his lips as he revealed, as strange as it sounds, watching the series she was in made me think I could fuck some sense into her. Her relationships with everyone from her family to her friends and lovers are just as much of a clusterfuck as her career as the Avatar, so if she had someone to give her focus, I think her entire world would benefit. Then the question becomes how to get her here and what to have her do once she arrives. Remarked Venelana, amused by the unconventional form of Vaughn's desires. Even while being selfish, he always thought about how his actions could benefit others, so while she personally believed this avatar would become a source of frustration for him, she was also curious to see how things played out. That's why I mentioned she was a better fit for the tower, said Vaughn, bucking his hips lightly as he added, Cora is an exceedingly competitive and brash woman. She even put joining a sports team before finishing her training and performing her duties as the avatar, all because she believed it would be better for her than the training and teaching of literal masters. She might struggle with taking the lives of monsters, but she would thrive in most competitive settings. Then why not travel to her world and stage a chance encounter, asked Venelana, reasoning, if circumstance leads the two of you to trade blows and you emerge victoriously, it could serve as the catalyst for her to enter the tower and seek you out. That's not a bad plan, conceded Vaughn, exhaling from his nose as he pointed out, but you know I'm not fond of deception. And I can't think of a situation where the two of us would fight outside of me challenging her directly. Why not do precisely that? Questioned Venelana, contending, if you approach her as a scout of sorts for the tower, you could challenge her on the premise of ascertaining if she's worthy of becoming an ascendee. If she's as competitive as you say she is, she likely wouldn't even require an explanation of what the tower was before accepting. Ths minds of devils are terrifying, hummed Vaughn, narrowing his eyes and grinning affectionately. He could easily imagine Cora falling for his provocation, and since she wouldn't have access to the avatar state, his chances of victory were virtually 100%. That's what I'm here for, to help you think outside the box and relieve you of the stress of ceaseless deliberation. Purred Venelana, biting her bottom lip as she gradually intensified the rolling of her hips. Fortunately for her, Vaughn was just thinking that she deserved a reward. Chapter 147, Return. August 31st DXD/April 20th DBT. With fewer than 24 hours remaining until the Tower of Ascension reopened, Vaughn was standing on the balcony of his room, staring into the distance. A small town had practically been erected overnight, comprised of clay-tiled buildings resembling those of the Edo period but constructed with modern materials and conveniences. "What are you thinking about?" asked Venelana, approaching Vaughn from behind, bringing her hands around to his abs, pressing her pillowy breasts against his back, and kissing his shoulder. "Nothing in particular," responded Vaughn, a faint smile adorning his lips as he appended, "At least I wasn't. Now, I'm thinking about how exhaustively I'm going to fuck you over the next 4 months. I'm looking forward to it," hummed Venelana, pressing her lips to Vaughn's shoulder and slinking the tips of her fingers into his boxers. Unfortunately, just as she was about to start stroking Vaughn's cock to get him in the mood to fuck her there and then, a silver magic circle appeared a short distance behind them, followed by the appearance of Graphia. "Tch." Hearing Venelana softly click her tongue, Vaughn raised his right brow and turned to face her with an amused smile as she extracted her hands from his boxers and backed away from him. "This little cutie is asking for lots of love," mused Vaughn, tearing his eyes from Venelana to meet the approaching Graphia's gaze with a broad smile. The latter was still the one who had awakened him to his current sense of self, so while he had spent considerably more time with Venelana, Graphia still occupied the centermost position in his heart. Stopping just short of Vaughn, Graphia, wearing her usual short-skirted maid outfit, raised the front of it to reveal her pantyless state, a seductive smile adorning her lips as she remarked, "Your favorite, personal use pussy has returned." "So it has," hummed Vaughn, taking a knee, drawing Graphia forward, and planting a protracted kiss on her pussy. The moment her scent filled his nostrils, various receptors were immediately triggered in his mind, giving him an almost painful erection as he spent nearly a full minute lapping up her juices as she slid her fingers through his hair and held him in place as he often did when she sucked him off. While Vaughn was probing her folds and the interior of her pussy with his inhumanly long and dexterous tongue, Graphia, her cheeks increasingly flushed, turned her head to meet Venelana's gaze with a faintly cheeky smile. She hated having to leave Vaughn and the flaxen-haired devil alone, but each time she returned and he made it clear she was still his number one, it filled her with an overwhelming sense of gratification. "I trust that all the preparations for Milika's entry into the tower have been completed?" asked Venelina, maintaining a poised and elegant smile but with an audible bite to her words, present only when speaking to Graphia. "Of course," responded Graphia, her smile becoming more mischievous before she closed her left eye and clenched her jaw, experiencing a light orgasm. Immediately after, Vaughn rose to his feet, wiping his lips with his right sleeve as she turned around and bent over with her hands above her knees, allowing him to grab her waist and reunite his glands with her cervix in a single forceful thrust. "Hey!" Instead of lamenting that Graphia was receiving Vaughn's dick instead of her, Venelana promptly positioned herself behind him and wrapped her arms around his body, caressing his chest and abs as she observed his dick sliding in and out of the silver-haired devil's greedy pussy. With her discerning eye, she immediately recognized that Vaughn wasn't as big as he was with her, so while it was admittedly a bit silly of her, she took pride in knowing her pussy was the best acclimated to accommodate him. After leaving Graphia and Venelana in a disheveled state and compelling them to, quite literally, kiss and make up, Vaughn made his way down to the bottom floor of the Crimson Palace, the only floor accessible to males and outside guests. There, he found his way to a traditional Japanese banquet hall, where guests sat on cushions that lined the room's perimeter, leaving the center open for the servers to bring dishes to their individual tables. "Oh, hey, Vaughn. How's the whole multiversal god life treating you?" asked Issei, noticing Vaughn's arrival nigh instantaneously as his table was closest to the room's entrance. "Honestly? It's pretty awesome," responded Vaughn, the image of Graphia and Venelana appearing in his mind, their asses touching as they lay back to back, simultaneously petitioning him for his dick. "Yeah, I bet," sighed Issei, visibly deflating as, despite having more free time than most, he had failed to complete his summer homework, making the past week and a half a nightmare as Rias forbade him from playing VR and forced him to study. "Hey, cheer up," said Vaughn, reaching out with his left hand to give Issei a supporting pat on his shoulder, drawing the youth's gaze as he reminded, "Thanks to my power, you now get to interact with real anime, manga, and video game characters, just don't get too carried away." "Oh, that reminds me," started Issei, instantaneously recovering from his brief slump to question, "What happened to the world of To Love Are You? Will I still get to visit it and play the part of the MC?" Nodding, Vaughn revealed, "I never connected it to the tower, so no time has passed since you left. If Rias permits it, you can spend the next 4 months there instead of the tower." Hearing Vaughn from across the room, Rias exhaled a faintly exasperated sigh from her nose before preempting Issei's puppy-eyed appeal, saying, "I'll allow it, but you'll need to bring back your report card and test scores so I can confirm you're taking your dual life seriously." "Oh, right, I'm a high school student there as well," recalled Issei, once again deflating. However, once Vaughn reminded him that Lala and the other girls of the verse were now actual, living people rather than the product of artificial intelligence, his enthusiasm returned with a vengeance. After a short meal and a change of venue, Vaughn, seated with Konako atop his lap, allowing him to pet her head and fluff her ears, stated, "Things are going to be pretty chaotic this time around with so many groups from the outside entering the tower simultaneously. Make sure you stick together, and if anything happens, don't hesitate to call out for the administrator. I can't backtrack to redo the tutorial, but I've asked her to watch over each of you in my stead. Don't hesitate to put your foot down if push comes to shove. She'll support you." "Do we know the number of people from our side who will be entering the tower?" asked Rias, seated to Vaughn's right with Sana on his left in a circle of 16 people. Each of the 3 factions and our 6 affiliate groups was given the right to nominate 4 people, so there are exactly 50 participants, answered Vaughn, lowering his face to nuzzle and sniff the top of Konako's head as he added, "I don't believe anyone will jeopardize their status as an ascendee by seeking trouble with you, but it's best to be cautious." Earth to Vaughn, "Can you not be all lovey-dovey when there are other people present?" asked Issei, grimacing as he did his best not to feel jealous, but it was simply impossible when Vaughn was cuddling a cute girl right in front of him. "I refuse," responded Vaughn, lowering his hands from Konako's head to hug her as he met Issei's gaze and appended, "More pertinently, you'll need to enter the tower and participate in the preliminary battle royale before you return to the world of To Love Are You. I might have created the tower and have an in with the administrator, but I can't manipulate the system to allow you to skip the 0th floor." Okay," responded Issei, slightly taken aback by Vaughn's shameless refusal to stop cuddling Konako. He knew he didn't have room to criticize others, but he was a self-described pervert. The Vaughn in his memory was considerate and well-manned, so while their appearances were virtually identical, sans a difference in their heights, Issei couldn't help feeling that his friend had changed on a fundamental level in what felt like the blink of an eye. What he didn't know was that Vaughn was being considerate, or else he and Konako would be having sex, not simply cuddling. As they would be apart for 4 months, Vaughn spent the remaining time following the group's discussion leading up to their inaugural entry into the Tower of Ascension, having an orgy with Rias, Sana, Akeno, Tsubaki, Konako, Asia, and Zenovia. The largest orgy he had before that was 5 people, but with functionally endless stamina and the ability to transmit pleasure through his domain, he managed to pull it off by letting the girls take charge near the start before fucking each of them individually. "All right. started Vaughn, feeling mentally drained but sporting a relaxed smile as he explained, once the tower opens and you confirm your entry, you will find yourselves in a vast expanse of forests, mountains, and other terrains. I can't speak to the strengths of those entering from the outside, but you should be wary of a man named Cid Kajanu. He might appear to be weak or act like an inconspicuous side character, but he is effectively a walking nuclear warhead. Hey, now, don't go spoiling all the fun and mystery. Hummed Rias, her face still lightly flushed from their recently concluded intercourse but her blue eyes blazing with excitement. She was exceedingly competitive by nature, so she was greatly looking forward to being able to go all out and work her way to the top of the tower's rankings without relying too much on Vaughn's support and Issei's power. Yeah, I know. Responded Vaughn, exhaling faintly from his nose and sporting an affectionate smile as he shook his head and checked the time. Only 93 seconds remained until the transfer window, so before the 7 young women disappeared in flashes of bluish-white light, he quickly hugged and kissed each of them before stepping back and seeing them off with a smile as he, too, vanished. Finding himself in a spacious, multi-level hub with numerous plots of clearly designated land that could be purchased and built upon, Vaughn looked around to take stock of the number of ascendees who had chosen to return. This wasn't strictly necessary, as he immediately sensed 93 people through his domain, but he felt it would be strange if he were the only one not looking around. Vaughn, exclaimed a familiar, girlish voice, followed by Rico, sporting a frilly white dress, bolting over and leaping through the air, mandating that Vaughn open his arms to catch her. It's good to see you as well, Rico. Expressed Vaughn, his smile softening into a relieved expression as he noticed that Rico had put on a fair amount of weight and a moderate amount of practical muscle. He knew from their frequent chats that she and the other orphans were eating very well and that she had become the de facto best delver among all the children, but seeing the results directly drove home just how much she was flourishing. Popular as always, remarked a markedly more mature, feminine, and husky voice, drawing Vaughn's gaze to Yuruaki as she, Nami, Roxanne, Fran, Tanya, Himmel, Ruchard, and nearly every ascendee began to congregate around him after seeing others do the same. They naturally presumed he would have the answers to any questions they had, so Vaughn quickly found himself the center of attention until Sis appeared in a completely different appearance than before, modeling long, watery blue hair and shimmering blue eyes as she introduced herself as the guardian and proctor of the first floor. Chapter 148, Cohabitation. Following a brief introduction, Sis, sporting narrowed eyes and an ethereal smile as she floated gracefully above the group, explained, as this is only the first floor, the methods to ascend are fairly straightforward. You can either prove your power by defeating a D-rank floor guardian or acquire a second floor admission ticket from the tower shop for 50,000 TP, allowing you to teleport there directly. Preempting the question at the forefront of many ascendees' minds, Sis went on to dutifully explain, as for the plots of land you see around you, they represent your prospective lodgings. The tower is a place where the powerful, ambitious, and resourceful are permitted the opportunity to rise above, while those who lack or lose their ambition are fated to struggle or rely on others for creature comforts and safety. From this moment on, the food you eat, the beds you sleep in, and the roofs over your head must be acquired using tower points. Hearing Sis's words, those who had spent their tower points recklessly couldn't help grousing to or amongst themselves. Meanwhile, those who had anticipated such a development or simply believed in having reserve funds felt vindication and relief. What the hell? These are way too expensive, remarked Nami, frowning at the display that materialized as she, Vaughn, and many others from the stay-behind group approached one of the lots closest to where everyone had arrived on the first floor. The plot wasn't particularly large, only 8 by 11 meters, but the starting price was 490,000 TP for just the land. If you wanted to have a house or something like an inn assembled for you by the system, the most economical option was 713,000 TP for a cottage. It's because this is one of the closest points to the dungeon terminal and where new ascendees will arrive when first arriving, making it prime real estate, explained Vaughn, appending, if you purchase a plot closer to the safe zone's periphery, the cost drops considerably. So, what's the plan? Asked Nami, crossing her arms, shifting her weight onto her right foot, and staring at Vaughn as she asserted, there's no way you don't have one. Gesturing with his chin to a series of white cliffs, Vaughn revealed, I plan to open up a consultation and help agency along those cliffs. It's a little out of the way, but I don't want to be inundated with clients. Blinking in surprise, Nami tilted her head and repeated, a consultation and help agency. Nodding affirmingly, Vaughn explained, it's only a matter of time before external factions set up shop here and in other safe zones to recruit and profit off future ascendees and long-term citizens. I'm going to create an agency with interconnected branches on each floor to fulfill requests and address various concerns and complaints. Does that mean you won't be entering dungeons any longer? Asked Yoryuki, similarly standing with her arms crossed in a skin-tight black bodysuit, a bright orange top with metal shoulder plating, and a beige scarf, sash, arm wraps, and legs warmers. There's no way that's true, exclaimed Riko, balling her tiny hands into fists with a slightly teary-eyed expression marring her face. She was used to forming parties with others, but ever since their special training session on the 0th floor, she became determined to reach the tower's zenith with Vaughn, Roxanne, and Fran. Taking advantage of Riko's proximity, Vaughn extended his hand to caress her head, his expression and tone gentle as he assured her, no need to get upset. While I may not enter the dungeons as frequently as before, I plan to clear each at least once or twice. Good, because I would be really sad if we couldn't party together any longer. Muttered Riko, lowering her head and blushing to the tips of her ears, her hands clenching the front of her dress in embarrassment. NN, appended Fran, as taciturn as usual but looking decidedly happier and healthier despite spending the past month living in a forest, fighting beasts to survive with a capsule house as her dwelling. Then I'm guessing we're not pooling our tower points to purchase a large plot, asked Tanya, a proud member of the cross-armed group in her white tank top, which left her upper back and shoulders exposed, dark green cargo pants, and black leather combat boots. I believe that's the wisest course of action. Confirmed Himmel, wearing his usual smile as he nodded affirmingly and reasoned, it would likely be easier and more cost-efficient to acquire the materials to construct an inn than it would be to purchase individual plots to build on. Shifting his gaze to Vaughn, Himmel appended, on the other hand, do you have any more of those capsule houses? I would be more than willing to part with a portion of my earnings over these 4 months in exchange for one of those miraculous and exceedingly convenient portable dwellings. I prepared enough for everyone. Revealed Vaughn, adopting a faint, business-like smile as he stated, and to sweeten the deal, once you pay them off, you'll even be to take them with you when you leave the tower. But I would be careful about trying to reverse engineer them. You've seen how they explode when thrown. Tinker with them carelessly, and you'll be lucky to lose just the dino cap. I am well acquainted with the need for discretion. Reassured Himmel, nodding sagely. Then, as their group of ascendees gradually expanded to encompass nearly 3/4 of those present, everyone pitched in to finance the installation of a tavern and trading house, as access to food and the tower shop were considered fairly essential to all. While most ascendees had little choice but to share capsule houses with their semi-permanent party members, Vaughn found himself on the second story of a conspicuously tall and thin black building with a slightly slanted roof with 2 skylights, a one-way window, and an entrance that took up most of the building's front-facing real estate with 2 large double doors and a tall transom window that extended into the second floor. It was an unorthodox-looking building, to say the least, but as odd as the building's outward appearance was, its interior was magnificent. Though the building only took up 3x5 meters from the outside, the inside was nearly 50 by 80 meters, creating a parallax effect when viewing the interior from the outside. Once you stepped inside, it felt like entering a high-class hotel, complete with a reception area, a spacious lobby, and an elevator that led up to the only other floor, a sizable suite with a large master bedroom, 7 guest rooms, a luxurious kitchen, a dining room, a private study, and a living area with a large, U-shaped, red leather sofa around a square, black marble table with veins of gold coursing through it. As he had developed a habit of pensively staring out over the living spaces of others, which, according to Venelana, was common among people in positions of great power and authority, Vaughn had a metal bar installed in front of the room's window, providing Yoriyuki, Roxanne, and Nami something to hold onto as he fucked the former from behind while fingering the other two mature and voluptuous women. Hey, why does it feel like I'm always the one on the receiving end at times like this? Asked Yoriyuki, panting with her mouth open, periodically resulting in threads of glistening drool leaking from her lips as Vaughn rhythmically and forcefully gouged her pussy. Because we both know you're eventually going to disappear to do your own thing or scale the tower ahead of us, just like the mischievous kitten you are. Hummed Vaughn, speaking truthfully but leaving out that it simply felt better to fuck her than Nami and Roxanne. MMN. Fair enough. Conceded Yoriyuki, closing her eyes, licking her lips free of drool, and bracing herself before purposefully tensing the muscles in her abdomen and pussy. She could tell Vaughn was about to fill her to the brim with his hot and stimulating semen, and while she would never admit it, she had been looking forward to him doing so for the past month. Ho. Tightening up, are we? Then let's see if you can get through without spilling a single drop. Hummed Vaughn, his expression smoldering and his voice deep as he extracted his fingers from Nami's and Roxanne's pussies to grab Yoriyuki's waist, allowing him to drill her with even greater force before drawing her flush against him and pouring his semen directly into her eagerly awaiting womb. Though she managed to avoid crying out, a deep, nasally moan rose from Yoriyuki's throat as she bit her bottom lip and did her best not to tremble too noticeably as several waves of pleasure, stemming from her quivering pussy, spread through her body and congregated in locations such as her brain and breasts, particularly her nipples. Well, would you look at that? Muttered Vaughn, waiting until the intensity of Yoriyuki's orgasm started to settle before tentatively moving his hips, her interior walls clinging to him greedily as he remarked, "You didn't let a single drop escape, what a greedy little kitten." Tearing his focus away from Yoriyuki, Roxanne, ostensibly feeling jealous, spread her leaky pussy with the fingers of her right hand before asserting, "Everyone knows dogs are better and more loyal than cats." That does appear to be a commonly held belief in many worlds. Hummed Vaughn, unhurriedly extricating his cock from Yoriyuki's moist and adhesive cavern before giving her butt a light smack, stating, "Go wait for us on the bed." Though she didn't appreciate being told what to do, the frown that marred Yoriyuki's face didn't persist as she rose to her full, fairly diminutive height of 156 centimeters, glanced up at Vaughn with her yellow, cat-like eyes, and stepped around him with slow, graceful, cat-like movements that all but mandated that he follow her with his gaze. Nami viewed this as her own opportunity to escape having to remain standing, bent over with her breasts dangling, so while Vaughn was distracted, she got up and slipped around him from his non-existent blind spot. And thus, the second cat slinks away. Hummed Vaughn, meeting Nami's gaze as she returned a wry smile before scampering over to join Yoriyuki on the bed. She wasn't trying to escape having sex with him, but since he commonly left her an insensible mess, she wasn't in a hurry to be his next victim. "As I said, dogs are best," panted Roxanne, staring back at Vaughn with an unabashedly desirous expression as she spread her pussy as wide as her slick and plentiful fluids would allow. Fortunately for her, Vaughn was more than willing to oblige, even if he knew she would be feeling it much more than him. He considered himself more of a prolific than a selfish lover, so with Roxanne appealing to him in such an earnest manner, he didn't mind rewarding her aplenty. With Yoriyuki disappearing to sis knows where and Nami and Roxanne sleeping in his bed, Vaughn exited the master bedroom to find quite a few people sitting, chatting, and eating snacks in his living room. He was too soft for his own good, so instead of forcing Rico, Fran, and others in their age group to purchase and live in individual or shared capsule houses, he permitted them to share the 7 guest rooms for 300 TP per room. "What's going on here?" asked Vaughn, approaching the group, consisting of Rico, Fran, Tanya, Mikoto, Wendy, and a young-looking but 16-year-old girl with delicate features, sunny blonde hair that extended to the small of her back and large, aqua-blue eyes, giving her an appearance comparable to an angel. Her name was Colette Brunel, and while she might seem like she couldn't hurt a fly at a glance, she was the most powerful of the girls present, much to Mikoto's chagrin. "We were just talking about what we all did this past month. Want to join us?" asked Rico, tilting her head back to stare up at Vaughn as he loomed over her from behind the sofa. "No. You girls have fun," said Vaughn, offering a considerate smile before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shortly after, the entire group of pajama-clad girls made their way over, offering to lend a hand despite his assurances that he could handle things himself. Chapter 149, Dealings. After refusing another invitation from the younger girls to hang out, Vaughn returned to the master bedroom, where Nami was lying listlessly atop the bed, caressing her abdomen with her right hand, and Roxanne was doing maintenance on her weapons and equipment. "Welcome back," said Roxanne, offering a genuine, happy smile as she bounced up from the floor, just in case Vaughn wanted to caress her head, kiss her, or fondle her body. Fortunately, there were few instances where Vaughn would pass on such an opportunity, so while playfully remarking, "I've brought something other than my cock to stuff your bellies," he wrapped his arms around Roxanne to fondle her large, round, and toned ass while pressing his bulge against her pussy through the fabric of her pants. Afterward, he gave her the kiss he knew she was fishing for. "I hope you're talking about food, because I'm starving," remarked Nami, rising to a seated position and sitting cross-legged in crimson panties but no bra. Despite this, their immense size, and the fact gravity was 110% the standard rate, her visually perfect breasts didn't sag in the slightest. "I mean, it's technically possible for you to subsist entirely on my semen, but trying a wide variety of delicious foods is better for both the body and mind," contended Vaughn, setting down a large table used for eating in bed before spreading out numerous dishes atop it. Most were pre-prepared by Grafia and Venelana, but a few were of his own making. "Good, because with how things have been going in my world, I could use a mental pick-me-up," sighed Nami, visibly deflating. Vaughn knew from their near-daily communications that she was referring to the events that transpired on Thriller Bark and the issuance of her first bounty, but since Luffy had succeeded in persuading both Frankie and the immortal, afro-headed skeleton, Brook, into joining his crew, he was personally relieved that things were developing as they should. "Well, if you need a break, there's no one to stop you from taking a week or two to acclimate to the floor's conditions," stated Vaughn, offering a kind smile as he handed Nami a cool glass of orange juice and added, "I'm not exactly wanting for extraordinary and beautiful women to stick my dick in, so if you want to abstain from sex, that's also an option. If you could just be gentler and less thorough, I'd have no complaints at all," retorted Nami, exhaling from her nose and smiling as she conceded, "because, that aside, it's a great way to relieve stress." "I can do that," affirmed Vaughn, his expression and tone softening. Then, for the remainder of the evening, he simply chatted and cuddled with the two women, discussing the conspicuous absence of Luffy, their plans for their time in the tower, and Roxanne's expanding business enterprise. The latter had been buying and employing a considerable number of slaves to pay his grace forward, but the more Vaughn listened to her, the more he felt she was starting a cult. Employing slaves, particularly skilled ones, would solve a lot of the staffing issues for the upper floors, confirmed Venelana, modeling white and black lingerie as she sat on the edge of Vaughn's very large and expensive-looking wooden desk with her feet on his knees. Grafia was presently on the 0th floor, participating in the tutorial and looking after Mill ICAs and the members of the Orc, so she had Vaughn all to herself for the next 4 months. While enjoying the tantalizing sight of Venelana's body, Vaughn revealed, many of the girls in question are F rank by default, so Roxanne is also planning to have the particularly talented ones become ascendees to increase their strength and form a militia back in her original world, their penultimate goal being the complete eradication of slavery. Era, "This Roxanne sounds like a very industrious and conscientious woman," remarked Venelana, raising her brows slightly as her interest in Roxanne grew. "Do you think you can help her?" asked Vaughn, clarifying, "Roxanne is a capable woman, but I can't see her as the leader of a revolution. There's a decent possibility that the protagonist of her world would lend her a hand, as one of his final acts in his series is to outlaw slavery as an emperor, but he's also the type that does most of his thinking with his lower head. I would need to learn more about the world in question, but I am certain I could be of assistance," affirmed Venelana, smiling seductively as she began to caress her slit through the fabric of her panties gently, followed by her stating, "But, as you alluded to, such change typically come about as a result of structural or institutional changes from the highest level. To truly be rid of slavery in her world, Roxanne would either need to become an empress, a queen, or the leader of a religion." "Well, the organization she's creating does sound remarkably similar to a cult," muttered Vaughn, flames of passion burning in the depths of his eyes as he stood up, causing Venelana to smile and lean back onto her elbows, allowing him to slide her panties aside and nestle her cervix with his glands as he added, "But if we make her into something like a spiritual leader or a saintess, we may have to butt heads with the gods who govern her world and others within the verse. MMN. I suppose that's a little much at the moment," moaned Venelana, a hot sigh escaping her throat as she reclined fully onto her back, closing her eyes to enjoy the ride as she reasoned, "but it's only a matter of time before the gods of various verses come to know of the tower's existence. We likely won't be able to avoid a conflict." "Yeah, I know," muttered Vaughn, the image of being X and the other gods of Tanya's multiverse appearing in his mind. She was being very careful to keep her existence as an Ascendee secret, but as being X spied on her at practically every moment, presumably even when she was bathing, it was only a matter of time before he noticed the subtle changes in her behavior or the quantity of her mana. Instead of focusing on that, Vaughn thumbed Venelana's clit and raised her right leg, allowing him to fuck her even deeper as they discussed various topics, particularly pertaining to their plans over the next 4 months. He had turned a decent profit by selling 27 capsule houses for a modest 20,000 TP each, but while 540,000 TP was a lot then, it would be a negligible amount in the future. It was, however, enough to purchase a few plots of land and hire people to operate various businesses, allowing them to secure a foothold on the floor before other groups, consequently encouraging them to do the same. Day 5. This might be a little excessive, thought Vaughn, referring to the special harness he was wearing beneath his clothes as he reclined in his office with his eyes closed, patiently awaiting his first client. It was similar to a strap-on but inverted, having a hole he inserted his cock into, linking him to a second harness that would theoretically permit Venelana or whoever else was wearing it to fuck someone with his dick. Instead, the ingenious, flaxen-haired devil wore it inside out and adjusted it so that his penis sat sheathed in her pulsating, continuously contracting pussy as she stoically manned the front desk with a poised, lightly flushed smile. "Talk talk talk. It's open," stated Vaughn, straightening his posture as a 172 cm tall boy with a lean, athletic build, slicked back and somewhat spiky black hair, and notably sharp and tired black eyes entered his office in deep grey tracksuit bottoms with an orange stripe down the side, black sneakers with vibrant orange laces and solace, and a black t-shirt. Over that, he wore a zipped-up white tracksuit jacket with a popped collar, dark grey sleeves with an orange line running down their sides with orange cuffs, and an orange interior. "Natsuki Subaru," remarked Vaughn, recognizing the 17-year-old youth as the protagonist of a series called Zero Kara Hajimeru Isekai Seikatsu. As for why he looked exhausted, it wasn't difficult to imagine, as Subaru's foremost ability, at least outside the tower, was to return back in time after his often tragic, traumatic, and brutal deaths. "You recognize me?" asked Subaru, exhibiting slight surprise as, while he was one of the people Vaughn had added to his contacts, they had never been formally introduced or spoken directly. "Before anything else, why don't you take a seat?" suggested Vaughn, his expression softening as he remarked, "You look like you could use a long rest." You can say that again, responded Subaru, exhaling a weary sigh as he sat with his head and shoulders slumped, confiding, honestly, if not this place, I might have already given up, assuming that crazy witch would let me. Would you like some tea or coffee before telling me why you're here? Asked Vaughn, punctuating his question by setting out a pot and kettle with a large mug, a silvery pitcher full of sweet cream, and a variety of snacks ranging from baby carrots to cookies. Thanks, said Subaru, his tone sincere as he prepared himself a cup of coffee with a fair amount of creamer and sugar, downing nearly the entire cup in a single go before exhaling a contented sigh, meeting Vaughn's gaze, and adopting a serious expression as he revealed, I came here because I need to get strong, fast. I've met some people willing to form a party with me, including a girl named Felt from the same world, but as I am now, I'm just holding her and our other party members back. All right, responded Vaughn, offering a curt nod before asking, but what, exactly, do you need from me and my agency? It's not impossible for me to grant you power, but there would be consequences. And if you want to purchase stat-boosting foods and produce, you don't really need my help for that. You can purchase them from the grocer next door. That's kind of the issue, responded Subaru, his smile cramping as he revealed, since I left so early the last time, I don't have much TP besides what was given to us at the start. And it just doesn't feel right to leech off of Felt and the others. Then, you're requesting a loan? Questioned Vaughn, raising his brows as he sat back in his chair and reclined slightly with his fingers linked atop his abdomen. Can I? Asked Subaru, pointing out, that absurdly hot lady at the front desk was pretty vague about the services your agency provided, saying it varied from person to person. MMN. That's fairly accurate, confirmed Vaughn, nodding. And to answer your question, it's not impossible. You can even issue the terms, but the amount we can lend out is currently limited. I can issue the terms, Subaru repeated, tilting his head as he asked, what does that mean? Generally speaking, we don't lend tower points, stated Vaughn, clarifying, we typically fulfill requests outside of the tower, allowing people to enter into interest-free debt that requires them to hand over up to 50% of their total earnings until it's repaid. Since your earnings are currently limited, we can make an exception on the condition your party members are willing to act as guarantors. Why do they have to be involved? Asked Subaru, a deep frown marring his face. Because you will likely require their assistance to repay us, answered Vaughn, shaking his head and smiling as he calmly asserted, also, there's no need to get riled up. As I said before, we don't charge interest, nor do we have people running around performing collections for us. Unless you have terms of your own, the deal is that your party will return twice what you are lent. There is no repayment period, so even if it takes you several years to gather the funds, you won't default on it. Exhaling from his nose, Subaru calmed himself and said, I'll need to read the contract and discuss things with my party members. Feel free to take it with you, said Vaughn, producing the contract Sis had drafted for him as he and Subaru spoke, sliding it across the table as he explained, if you and at least one person of your rank or higher agree to it, you just need to enter in the amount you wish to borrow, up to 100,000 TP, and trade it in at a terminal. The funds will immediately be added to your account, and from then until the debt is repaid, any enhancement crystals or materials you and your CO signees exchange will only reward half the value. Raising his right brow, Subaru asked, what if we have someone else sell the materials for us? Shaking his head, Vaughn asserted, you can't game the system that easily. It's certainly possible, but if they tried to transfer the funds to you via the trade window, half would be subtracted from the transferred amount. You could theoretically have someone purchase everything for you, but you're better off settling the debt honestly. Considering there's no interest, the terms are heavily in your favor. Don't make things more complicated than they need to be. Right, well, you can't fault me for asking, contended Subaru, offering a wry smile as he stood up. Vaughn did the same, and after a few more words between them, the raven-haired youth was on his way. Chapter 150, Rapport. Day 8. With news of his deal with Subaru making the rounds among the other ascendees, Vaughn expected to become a bit busier, but with nearly 3 out of every 4 people having him as a contact, most of those who had queries or requests just messaged him directly. Fortunately, even if he didn't have clients, Vaughn wasn't without things to keep him occupied. There were still a lot of worlds within Invertua that he had no direct knowledge of, so he almost always had at least one display playing a random anime, several to check on what various people were up to, and multiple chat windows. One, in particular, was a rather active chat he was having with Cora, who had added him 5 days prior at Graphia's suggestion. Flashback to August 28 DXD/April 17 DBT. After being convinced by Venelana and deliberating on how to approach the matter for 3 days, Vaughn decided to repurpose one of the training rooms of the Crimson Palace, which functioned identically to those of the 0th floor, into a venue for vetting ascendees. He wasn't going to vet all of them, obviously, but he felt that if he approached some of those who had refused invitations directly, they might reconsider. With his preparations finished, specifically turning the venue into a misty mountain valley with a large, square-shaped arena reminiscent of the one used in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Vaughn sat down in a lotus pose, closed his eyes, and waited until Cora performed her daily attempt to try and connect with the spirit world and her past selves before summoning her before him. "Wait, what? Did I actually succeed?" questioned a roughly 170 cm girl with warm brown skin, angular, aqua-blue eyes, dark brown hair fixed in a high ponytail, and a notably fit and athletic body with a healthy balance of muscle and curves. Her attire consisted of a pale, sleeveless blue top with a white trim, baggy, dark blue pants, similarly dark blue armguards, a blue and white accessory on her right bicep, and a brown, fur-lined waistcloth with a muted blue belt whose ears dangled freely to her knees. Ordinarily, she would also be wearing brown, fur-lined boots to complete her almost uniform-like ensemble, but as she had been meditating in her room before heading to bed, she was presently barefoot. Noticing Vaughn, Cora raised her right brow, adopted a broad smile, and asked, "Are you one of my past selves? Because you sure as heck don't look like Ong." Opening his eyes, Vaughn adopted a smile of his own as he responded, "My name is Vaughn Mason, one of the architects of a place known as the Tower of Ascension, an intersection point between various worlds. Soon, you will receive an invitation to become what is known as an ascendee, but only if your strength and character can be proven here." Though she originally wanted to ask about the Tower of Ascension and what an ascendee was, Cora's brows immediately furrowed when Vaughn mentioned proving her strength and character. Crossing her arms and sporting a defiant look, Cora asked, "And who are you to determine such things? I've never heard of this Tower of Ascension place, but do you know who you're speaking to? I'm the Avatar, master of the 4 elements, and keeper of the peace between the human and spirit worlds. Do you really believe you're cut out to test me?" "Well, I could call someone weaker here to test you, but I didn't want you to feel disrespected," retorted Vaughn, his smile gaining a hint of cheekiness as Cora's smile noticeably cramped. "Are you calling me weak?" asked Cora, uncrossing her arms to punch her right fist into the palm of her left hand, a battle-hungry grin adorning her face as she proclaimed, "Well, you're obviously picking a fight. But if it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. Now, get off your butt and bring it." "All right, then," responded Vaughn, rising to his feet and brushing the front of his legs before striking a pose he had always wanted to try at least once, resulting in him turning his body to the side, sliding his left foot forward, placing his right hand behind his back, and extending his left to make a come-hither gesture. "Oh, you are asking for it," groaned Cora, sliding her left foot forward, bending her body low, drawing her hands near her right hip, and then raising them in a sharp motion toward her left shoulder, causing the stone arena beneath Vaughn's feet to tremble and shift as a flat pillar erupted from the ground to his left. Making it clear from the very beginning he wasn't someone she should underestimate, Vaughn swept his left hand back at the stone pillar, causing Cora's eyes to widen as he shattered it into countless pieces. Instead of backing down, however, her expression firmed as she said, "Then let's see you deal with this." Throwing her hands up and raising her left foot as if she were about to start break dancing, Cora brought her foot down, twisted her hips in a sharp motion, and punched out with her right fist, producing a stream of bright, yellow-orange flames comparable to a flamethrower. Though he could have easily swatted aside or simply ignored the flames, Vaughn leaped up and over them, acrobatically twisting his body mid-air as he flipped over Cora, meeting her gaze upside down with a smile before landing softly behind her. Demonstrating that bending the four elements wasn't her only repertoire, Cora anchored her left foot, spun around, and performed a sweeping kick that may have hit Vaughn in the face if he didn't tilt his head back. Using the momentum from that, she drew in her leg, causing her spinning motion to accelerate before she leaped backward to create some distance, spinning rather gracefully through the air. "Nice," remarked Vaughn, nodding approvingly before appending, "You might lack power, but you move your body well." "Lacking power," repeated Cora, her expression one of annoyance as she asked, "What do you want me to do, enter the avatar state? Besides, you haven't attacked once. If I'm weak, show me you're strong." "Sure," responded Vaughn, leaning forward slightly before surprising Cora as he abruptly leaped forward, spanning the roughly 10 meters between them in what seemed like an instant. To her credit, she managed to react with a fiery straight cross, but he preemptively ducked under it and drove his right shoulder into her unsurprisingly toned abdomen. Though Vaughn held back considerably, Cora promptly found herself sent flying back and eventually tripping on her right heel as she attempted to find her footing, causing her to tumble backward and cradle her head to avoid smacking it against the ground as she rolled several times before bouncing back to her feet. "All right, I'll admit it, you're not weak," conceded Cora, panting heavily as she hunched over, hugging her bruised abdomen with both arms and staring at him, a bit of spit leaking from her mouth and her aqua-blue eyes emitting a faint glow. She had never taken such a weighty blow before, so the only thing keeping her standing was sheer obstinance. "I'm undoubtedly stronger than you, but there are countless people the current me can't hold a candle to," refuted Vaughn, shaking his head before extending his left hand to the side, condensing a vibrant, bluish-white ball of ki and firing it into the distance a few hundred meters away. Cora was bewildered by this, wondering what kind of bending it was, but when she saw the building-sized explosion produced when it impacted the ground, her confusion turned to a wide-eyed, almost comical expression of shock. "And that's just a casual, almost effortless attack," stated Vaughn, modeling a wry smile as he revealed, "There are people in other worlds who can destroy entire planets, and even that isn't a particularly high bar. The world you're from is just one of countless, and in the grand scheme of things, you're nearer to the bottom than the top in terms of power, avatar state or not." Feeling the pain in her abdomen suddenly disappear, Cora caused Vaughn's brows to rise as she raised the front of her shirt, revealing the faint outline of a six-pack and no injuries to speak of. "I healed you so we could speak freely," revealed Vaughn, his smile gaining a hint of playfulness as he commented, "but if you would prefer to keep fighting, I wouldn't mind watching you dance around a while longer. Your lack of power aside, you're very graceful." "You can just heal people with a thought?" asked Cora, staring at Vaughn with a skeptical look despite witnessing his power firsthand. "I can also cure any disease, dispel any curse, and the list goes on," stated Vaughn, shrugging casually before adding, "More importantly, now that you've witnessed what someone just a bit stronger than you can do, how would you like to pit yourself against others across the multiverse in an environment where death has little influence, and the only restriction to your growth is how hard you're willing to work and train?" "All right, I'm listening," responded Cora, making it clear she wouldn't be convinced easily by crossing her arms and adopting a standoffish, slightly pouty expression. She hated losing, and with Vaughn beating her in a single blow, she felt obligated to hate him as well. "Then let's change venues," suggested Vaughn, snapping the fingers of his left hand as Sis adjusted the environmental setting to place them next to a small Japanese manor in a bamboo forest. "What did you just, but how?" asked Cora, unable to find the words to construct a complete question. Instead of answering her, Vaughn, changing into a loose black and grey yukata, leaving the upper half of his chest exposed, hummed, "Let's head inside first. I will prepare you some tea and snacks, and then we can chat as long as you have more questions to ask. The flow of time here is 2,520 times faster than in your world, so even if you stayed here a full year, only 3.5 hours would pass in what you perceive as reality." "Seriously? That's insane," remarked Cora, tentatively following after Vaughn but remaining on high alert as she didn't yet fully trust him. That changed somewhat when he provided her with the tastiest sweets she had ever eaten, her favorite being a large slice of apple pie with a scoop of vanilla ice cream on top, but she did her best not to completely lower her guard until she had been returned to her home and had a chance to reflect on everything he had said. Present day August 31st DXD/April 20th DBT. Reading the message sent by Cora, enthusiastically detailing everything she had done during the day and how well she was getting along with the members of the Orc, particularly Zenobia, Asia, and Konako, who formed a party with her, Vaughn couldn't help smiling relaxedly as he thought about how he was going to destroy her the first chance he got. He knew it was a little shameless to harbor such thoughts, but as his dick was continuously being stimulated by Venelana's pussy, he couldn't resist imagining how he would go to town on the dark-skinned woman, hopefully preventing much of the drama that compelled her to make profoundly bad decisions for her world, herself, and virtually everyone around her. Chapter 151, Familiarity. Day 43. "Oh, damn, she's getting bold," mused Vaughn, his brows rising as he stared at an image Cora had sent him, courtesy of the tower system's ability to take pictures and even record videos. It was tame compared to the ones the members of the Orc had been sending him over the past month or so, a trend started by Zenobia, but it showed her with the front of her shirt pulled up, the lower half of her face concealed by the fabric and her eyes hidden by her forearm. As a consequence, her modest but very well-shaped breasts were on full display, their base a healthy brown and her nipples a paler, pink beige. As it wasn't his first time seeing Cora's exposed breasts, Vaughn's gaze focused on what was below her toned abs and belly button. She didn't exhibit it outright, but she was using the thumb of her left hand to pull down the front of her dark blue pants, providing a view of her hairless mons and the faintest glimpse of her pussy behind the obstacle of her thumb. Since he knew she would be feeling anxious until he responded, Vaughn burned the image into his mind before playfully messaging, "I feel like a man who chanced upon an oasis only to find the spring dried up. Other than that, it's an amazing photo. Your body is incredible." "Well, I've been training my entire life," responded Cora, doing her best to sound casual even though her face was flushed up to her ears as she lay in her bed on the 0th floor. "Want to see how it made me?" asked Vaughn, referring to his erection. The truth was that he was erect long before Cora sent the selfie, courtesy of Venelana, but the photo unquestionably aided in keeping him that way. Following a lengthy pause, where Vaughn imagined her nervously staring at her screen and swallowing, Cora responded with a dishonest, "It wouldn't be fair if I were the only one to send something." She could have just said yes, but she was prideful about the damnedest things. Adjusting his display to be roughly the size of a smartphone, Vaughn lined up the viewport with his penis before snapping and unabashedly sending the photo. For a while after, Cora was completely silent, but Vaughn wasn't too surprised as it was presumably the first erection she had seen, and it was a doozy. "Cora is requesting a telepathic link." "Oh." With 5 minutes passing without a word, Vaughn was beginning to think Cora was doing more than simply staring at his photo when she abruptly requested a telepathic link. "Well, hello there," hummed Vaughn, accepting the request and answering in a deep, reverberating tone. "Is that normal?" questioned Cora, her tone tinted with disbelief as she pointed out, "It looks like you're in pain." "Oh, it's normal," responded Vaughn, cheekily appending, "I just happen to be abnormally endowed." But don't worry. Women are extraordinary creatures able to actualize the miracle of childbirth. You'd be surprised to learn just how accommodating your own body can be. Following another protracted pause, where Vaughn suspected she might hang up on him, Cora surprised him greatly by telepathically muttering, "Open up a video feed, I want to see you touch it." "What was it you said about fairness?" asked Vaughn, mostly just being playful as he immediately opened up a video feed. To his surprise, Cora seemed to take this seriously as, shortly after seeing his cock appear in her view, she sent him a video feed that mostly showed her breasts and abdomen as if he were looking at them through her eyes. "Well, this just got a lot more interesting," mused Vaughn, grabbing his cock with his right hand, barely encompassing a third of it. Shortly after, Cora followed suit, unequipping her dark blue pants and sheepishly spreading her legs before tentatively reaching down to touch herself with the middle and ring fingers of her right hand. Vaughn couldn't see much of anything due to the angle, but once she was in position, he began to casually stroke his cock. "Are we seriously doing this?" asked Cora, her telepathic voice sounding embarrassed but heated as she awkwardly caressed her slit. It wasn't the first time she was masturbating. In fact, there was a period when she was much younger when she got scolded for touching herself. As a result, one of her most distinguished mentors, a master waterbender named Katara, who happened to be the wife of her previous incarnation, taught her that she should be mindful of her actions as everything she saw, heard, tasted, or felt was jointly experienced by her past selves. Since then, even staring at her reflection became awkward, which, in hindsight, she believed to be the reason she couldn't connect with her past incarnations. "Not if it's making you uncomfortable," answered Vaughn, appending, "but I'm definitely appreciating the view." "Ah, screw it," grumbled Cora, sounding exasperated but resolute as she drew her feet closer to her butt, spread her legs considerably wider, and started massaging her left breast while putting more effort into the movements of her right hand and fingers. Increasing the intensity of his own movements, Vaughn observed the scene of Cora masturbating with flames of intense desire burning in the depths of his eyes. Fortunately, as he had started feeling self-conscious with all the young girls sharing the residence, he had started to sleep alone more than a month prior. As such, he didn't have to worry about Cora losing her motivation after glimpsing Venelana, Nami, or Roxanne cuddling up to him or lending a hand. She knew he was in multiple relationships, but she was still a ways away from accepting or being accustomed to it. "This is crazy," groaned Cora, a hint of sensuality tinting her tone as she bit her bottom lip and began to rapidly tense and relax the muscles in her thick and muscular thighs, causing her legs to shake and eventually open and close as she drew nearer to a powerful orgasm. Then, no longer able to resist, she closed them tightly, a cute moan emanating from her throat through the video. She actually stopped short due to getting scared near the end, but she still climaxed, causing a tiny spritz of love juices to shoot out of her pussy as she kept her legs tightly shut and trembled silently for several seconds. "And here I was, looking forward to hearing you cry out," teased Vaughn, waiting until the tension left Cora's body and her legs spread nearly as wide as a split. "Oh, shut up," responded Cora, staring at her own display to see that Vaughn was still stroking his cock. The fact that she had climaxed and he hadn't bothered her, so after a few seconds of frowny-faced deliberation, she asked, "Would a better angle help you finish faster?" "Definitely," answered Vaughn, causing the image on his screen to shudder and move sporadically as Cora manually adjusted it so that it floated in the air over her, providing him a view of her lying down with her breasts and slightly puffy pussy exposed, glistening in the dim light of her room as she had been preparing for bed. "You really do have an incredible body," remarked Vaughn, increasing the intensity of his movements. He honestly wasn't fond of masturbation, as he was inundated with women who would readily accept his seed in every orifice of their bodies, but he knew Cora would be upset if he didn't finish after she had allowed herself to be vulnerable in front of him. "So you keep reminding me," muttered Cora, turning her flushed face to the side in Vaughn's display. She was used to people telling her how special and talented she was, but Vaughn regularly complimenting her looks and her physique made her chest tight and stomach fluttery. "And I mean it each time," asserted Vaughn, his expression smoldering even though Cora couldn't see it. His tone got the job done, however, as he noticed her pussy tense, particularly when he said, "It's a shame I can't shoot out this coming load all across your beautiful brown skin, but, then again, if we were close enough for that, I can think of at least 3 better places to discharge it." "Can you stop talking and just finish already?" asked Cora, her cheeks feeling like they were on fire. "But if I do, this comes to an end. This is a rare opportunity, so I should cherish it for as long as possible," reasoned Vaughn, causing Cora's brows to furrow as she softly and huffily muttered, "It's not like it will be the last time, don't be overdramatic." "That's what I needed to hear," responded Vaughn, closing his eyes and releasing a line-like stream of semen that reached nearly halfway to the ceiling despite it having a clearance of 5 meters. Having it then drop down and spatter across his crotch, thighs, and lower abdomen wasn't particularly pleasant, but as he was used to it shooting out of women's bodies and coating him in a similar fashion, he wasn't too bothered as he telepathically expressed, "Thank you for this, Cora, I know it took a lot of courage for you to do this. I appreciate it greatly." "Yeah, well, try not to take so long the next time. It's awkward just lying here like this," complained Cora, unable to be honest with herself or her words. In reality, she intended to continue the moment her link with Vaughn was severed, her mind a mess of lascivious thoughts and wondering what it would feel like to have him release such a forceful stream of semen into her. All the girls she hung out and parties with claimed it felt incredible, so she couldn't help but feel curious. "All right," responded Vaughn, leaving Cora at a brief loss as he proposed same time tomorrow, as if it were a matter of course. Though she was tempted to ask Vaughn if he were out of his mind, Cora deliberated for several seconds before responding, "Fine, but only if I feel like it at the time. I'm not making any promises." "That's probably for the best," affirmed Vaughn, leaving Cora confused and then flustered as he added, "Because if you promised we'd do something like this every day, I'd be looking forward to it from when I woke up until the time finally arrived." "You're so full of it," Cora accused, unable to prevent the blush in her cheeks from deepening as she made a pouty expression and asserted, "Even without me, you have plenty of women to take care of such things. Don't try to coax me with flowery words, I'm not an idiot." "You're right, Cora, I do have an abundance of extraordinary women at my side," affirmed Vaughn, his expression and tone softening as he added, "But that doesn't make you any less so. Any man would be lucky to have you, and if that man happens to be me, I would feel grateful for each and every moment we shared. If it ends up being someone else, I would still be happy as long as you are, but there would forever be a void in my heart that only you could fill." "Ugh, you're so freaking annoying," groaned Cora, gripping her fringe bangs and kicking her legs in frustration, ostensibly forgetting that Vaughn could see her. She already felt really confused, so hearing him say such poetic words in such a sincere tone made her feel equal parts frustrated and giddy. She hated how happy they made her feel because no matter how much Vaughn liked, appreciated, or even loved her, it didn't change that she would be just one of his women among many. Sure, he was practically a god, and things like that were evidently normal outside of her world, but she couldn't just abandon her pride and follow her desires, not without a few assurances. Calming herself down, Cora stared at her display with a notably pouty expression as she conceded, "Fine, whatever, you're clearly obsessed with me, so let's make a deal. I can solve my own problems, but I have family and friends who could become targets for those trying to hurt me through them. If you can promise to protect them or at least ensure they end up here if anything happens, I will consider becoming a member of your harem." "What kind of man do you take me for?" asked Vaughn, leaving Cora at a momentary loss before he playfully revealed, "Even before you first sent me a selfie of your breasts, I had already made arrangements so that the people closest to you would have some insurance. So I guess you better start considering." "You are way too good at pissing me off," grumbled Cora, but while her expression was grumpy, she couldn't completely conceal the smile behind it. At the same time, she felt a distinctly different form of relief. Because if she were already sending him half-naked selfies and jointly masturbating with him on their 43rd day in the tower, she could scarcely imagine what they'd be doing by the 140th. Chapter 152, Angst. Day 90. Hey, I want you inside me already, sighed Cora, lying on her back with her eyes closed as she rhythmically undulated the fingers of her right hand to manipulate a transparent, green, gelatinous dildo to slide in and out of her pussy using water bending. 30 more days, and I'll be inside you for a straight year if you want me to, responded Vaughn, enjoying the view that had become part of his and Cora's end-of-day routine. Instead of tending his cock himself, however, he had Venelana aggressively sucking him off as Roxanne snuggled up to him from his left, nuzzling and kissing the side of his face as she used her hands to caress his body and enjoyed being fingered. This was the result of Cora's curiosity getting the better of her, and after seeing how he did it with other women, watching other women please him while she pleasured herself had become the norm, similar to watching porn. That's too much, responded Cora, increasing the rate at which the dildo slid in and out of her pussy as she appended, I still have a life and a world to protect, no matter how desperate you are to make me a slave to your massive, throbbing cock, I can't abandon my duties. From the perspective of beings that can live for tens of thousands of years, a year is barely a blip, hummed Vaughn, his telepathic tone deep and smoldering as he reminded, and, with time compression, we could spend more than 2 years together between the time it takes everyone else in your world to go to bed and wake up the following day. I know that, groaned Cora, biting her bottom lip as she contended, but if I'm away for such a long time, people would notice the changes, and I might stop caring about what I'm supposed to be doing to focus on what I want to do. Though he was tempted to point out that was almost exclusively what she did in canon, Vaughn restrained himself. It would actually be a blessing for the people of her world if Cora focused on her duties as Avatar and used him, the Crimson Palace, and the Tower to relieve stress as opposed to behaving selfishly, rebelliously, and doing whatever she wanted on a day-to-day basis. So after a moment of silence, he commented, "You've grown a lot these past 90 days, Cora. I can't wait to witness how much more you change and mature as your power and self-assurance continue to rise exponentially." I still have a long way to go, sighed Cora, her mood diminishing as she was reminded of how she was ranked a mere 83rd in the current group of ascendees. She believed she could place considerably higher if she could harness the Avatar state at will, but entering the Tower had really put into perspective how weak and dependent she was on her status. Now, even if she never attained convenient access to the power of her past selves, she was determined to become the most powerful Avatar in history. As such thoughts crossed her mind, Cora closed her eyes tightly, arched her back, and climaxed powerfully. Then, instead of fearing the pleasure, she yielded to her desire for more, her hips twitching and fluids squirting from her pussy as she continued sliding the amorphous dildo in and out of her, yearning for it to be substituted by Vaughn's massive cock as Venelana gobbled it up by mounting him in reverse cowgirl. Day 118. It's amazing how far a long-distance relationship can develop if you just stick with it, thought Vaughn, reclining in his office chair as he watched the most recent video Cora had sent him, showing her swallowing up riding a fairly large dildo suction cup to the bathroom floor of her room. At this point, she was actively training for the day she would accept his dick, and he was enjoying watching her progress quite a bit. Talk. As it had been 11 days since he last had a client, Vaughn was surprised to hear someone knocking at his door. Ordinarily, Venelana would tighten her pussy in a specific way to let him know someone was about to arrive, but when he sensed who it was, everything made sense. "Come on in," said Vaughn, sitting up and adopting a welcoming smile as a relatively tall man with fair skin, soft and angular blue eyes, and a head of spiky, almost mustard blonde hair entered his office in a blue tunic, white pants, shin-high leather boots with multiple straps, dark green flak jacket, black arm warmers, and a beige scarf with a pattern of red flames. It was a drastically different appearance than his standard outfit, but fans of the Naruto anime and manga would instantly recognize the man as the titular main character's father, Namikaze Minato. "Minato, welcome. It's good to see you," greeted Vaughn, rising to his feet and gesturing to one of the 4 seats across from his desk as a courtesy. He sometimes had full parties show up, so the original 2 seats he had prepared for clients naturally increased to 4. "And you as well, Vaughn," responded Minato, approaching and taking the indicated seat before asking, "Have you been enjoying your time in the tower during this period?" "Quite a bit," affirmed Vaughn, his smile broadening as he reciprocally asked, "What about you? If I remember correctly, you and Kakashi-kun formed a party with Killua and Tatsumai. I almost feel bad for the monsters. They are all extraordinary and hard-working boys," affirmed Minato, his smile softening as he confessed, "though, I worry about Tatsumai-kun. He seems to have gotten himself involved with a shady group, and from what I've been told, his world doesn't sound like a particularly pleasant place to live. Yet, he actually came to me near the start of this cycle to ask if I could pull some strings to get his companions into the tower, as he's worried he won't be able to save enough tower points before they perish on missions or get tracked down by the evil empire they're opposing," revealed Vaughn, exhaling faintly from his nose. The world Tatsumai was from, based on an anime called Akame ga Kill, was undoubtedly one of the more unpleasant settings he had observed. The action sequences and plot were good, but the themes were dark, and nearly every central character introduced was dead by the end of the first season. "Is there nothing you could do?" asked Minato, his eyes sharpening ever so slightly. "It's possible," conceded Vaughn, shaking his head before expressing, "but no action, great or small, is without consequence. You should know about fate, karma, and the like by now. If I or someone else were to intervene in Tatsumai's world without a sufficient price being paid, they would become karmically responsible for the fallout. As an example, if you were to enter his world and assassinate somebody like the Prime Minister, whose karma is linked to countless people, you would need to replace him and tie up all loose ends to ensure a catastrophe doesn't occur as the flow of fate tries to correct itself. If you simply left after the deed was done." Closing his eyes and shaking his head, Vaughn's expression firmed as he opened them to meet Minato's gaze and asserted, "Then not only is there a high probability that someone even worse than the Prime Minister would appear to take his place, but tragedy and misfortune would follow you to your world due to your karmic deficit. And with a deficit that immense, it isn't an exaggeration to conceive that a giant meteor could fall on you as you slept, wiping out you and your entire village instantly. That would be bad," conceded Minato, his usually calm, confident, and friendly smile cramping. "And that's why there wasn't much I could do regarding Tatsumai's original request," stated Vaughn, revealing, "he wanted me to root out the corruption in the Empire, but after factoring in the number of fates intrinsically linked to such a request and his current power and influence, he would need to offer compensation equivalent to the lives of 27 million people. When factored as debt in the form of TP, the administrator lowballed the amount he would need to repay to be 380 trillion TP, rounded down. Even if he earned 100 million TP daily for the next 10,000 years, it wouldn't cover the principal." "That's quite a lot," remarked Minato, his expression sharpening slightly as he keyed in on something Vaughn had said, compelling him to ask, "Then, if he were stronger, the compensation would be less?" "Of course," responded Vaughn, resisting the urge to chuckle as he pointed out, "after all, if he were powerful enough to solve the problem himself, he wouldn't need to accrue a debt at all." "When you put it that way, it makes sense," affirmed Minato, feeling more confident about his own request as he was widely regarded as one of the most powerful figures back in his world. There were very few problems he couldn't resolve, but it never hurt to have insurance. With such thoughts in mind, Minato stated, "Since we're on the subject of requests, I have one of my own. Are you willing to hear it?" "It would be rather odd if I weren't, considering that's the entire reason we're here right now," responded Vaughn, causing Minato to exhale a soft chuckle before he went on to reveal, "I heard about your Crimson Palace and the terminal world it's located in through the grapevine. If possible, I would request permission to create an outpost and hospital there to meet, interact, and trade with transversal travelers. There are very few things that aren't possible, so long as you're willing to pay the price," affirmed Vaughn. "That said, while it is undoubtedly possible for you and others from your world to settle within the terminal world, the compensation would effectively be the lives of those who emigrate there. Not in a literal sense, but except for those born there, all others would be contractually bound to serve and keep certain secrets. As I'm sure you're aware, Kakashi, myself, and many of the people that would migrate to the terminal world are what people in mine refer to as shinobi, stated Minato, sporting a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as he asserted, we're accustomed to keeping secrets and live in service of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. As long as you're not proposing that we become slaves, it's only natural that we would serve and accept requests given to us by our benefactor. Then let's discuss the specifics, said Vaughn, modeling a reassuring smile as he, Minato, and eventually Venelana spent nearly 9.5 hours hammering out the specifics of the contract he and others from his world would need to sign before gaining permission to enter Termina Vaughn and conduct business from the first floor of the Crimson Palace. Day 117. With roughly 75 hours remaining until the current cycle came to an end, Vaughn was feeling somewhat restless. He didn't know if it was because of the 4 months of build-up or another factor, but as he lay in his bed and watched Korra slowly and purposely plunge her insides with a translucent green dildo nearly 20 centimeters in length and an average of 15 thick, the depths of his eyes blazed with an intense yearning. Her hymen had broken long ago due to the intensity of her training from a very young age, so after working her way through 13 smaller models, she was at a level that would leave most women at a loss. Considering he averaged a fairly monstrous 30 centimeters with women like Venelana and Graphia, however, he still had plenty of leeway to develop her pussy himself. Chapter 153, Payoff. Alright, say hi to Reg for me. And if anything happens, you know what to do, said Vaughn, gently tousling Rico's hair as their 4-month stay in the tower reached its final moments. Blow my whistle or call out to you with all my heart, responded Rico, pumping her fists in a guts pose and doing her best to seem upbeat but unable to stop her large green eyes from tearing up. Hey, now, no need to tear up, remarked Vaughn, his expression and tone softening as he reminded, we can always chat via the system, and I'll be sure to drop in on your birthday or during other important events. I know that, responded Rico, inhaling deeply through her nose before exhaling, patting her chest, and looking up at him with a smile as she said, and I'll be sure to tell Reg you said hello. MMN. You're a strong and capable girl, Rico, you're going to do great things in the future, expressed Vaughn, nodding approvingly before Rico offered a broad, closed-eyed smile and replied, NN. You bet, before disappearing in a flash of bluish-white light. There she goes, mused Vaughn, exhaling faintly from his nose. Then, as only he and Venelana remained in his non-Euclidean abode, he turned to the flaxen-haired woman, smiled, and playfully inquired, are you ready to start aiming for a baby again? While it is far from my only desire, it is unquestionably my greatest, responded Venelana, reciprocating with a mature, seductive, glossy-eyed smile that made it clear she was prepared to be bred right there and then if he were willing. Then I suppose we'll have to keep working at it daily, hummed Vaughn, extending his left hand for Venelana to step forward and grab. Then, as the countdown to the cycle's conclusion neared 0, they shared a deep and passionate kiss that continued until they were automatically returned to their locations prior to the tower's reopening. Greeting Vaughn with a smile, Rias, standing with her arms crossed, asked, did you get a chance to say goodbye to everyone? I honestly expected you to return early so you and Korra could hurry and meet. She'll have her turn, responded Vaughn, stepping forward to place his hands on Rias's waist before leaning his head down to give her a chaste but lengthy kiss. With 6 other girls present, they couldn't spend minutes making out, but before moving on to Sana, Akeno, Tsubaki, Konako, Asia, and Zenovia in their usual order, he made sure to give her right butt cheek a playful squeeze. September 1st DXD/April 21st DBT. After spending much of the morning celebrating their reunion, Vaughn was eating lunch with everyone when Rias dropped a fairly large bombshell, revealing, after discussing it at considerable length, we have all decided to live here and help with the establishment of this realm and the day-to-day operations of the Crimson Palace." Though he blinked in surprise, Vaughn didn't hesitate to smile and respond, "If that's what you've decided, then I have nothing to say other than that I'll be happy to have everyone around more often." Nodding approvingly, Rias shifted her smiling gaze to Sana, prompting her to explain, "We haven't given up on our dreams of becoming champion of the raiding games or creating an academy to prepare and enable others to compete, but the Tower of Ascension changes everything. Now that it has been verified that even angels, who have fixed potential from the moment of their creation, can grow stronger using enhancement crystals, securing a foothold within the lower floors and climbing as high as possible will be the priority of virtually every faction. As such, we can't afford to be sitting in a classroom for half the day, playing student when we have a faction of our own to grow and develop. Besides," added Rias, her eyes narrowing as she asserted, "I may have given up on the right to your first child, but that doesn't mean I'll sit by as my own mother continues stealing a lead. She can remain your secretary, coup, and what have you, but I intend to become the lady or madam of the Crimson Palace, managing both its personnel and the women forming your harem. I also want to help out and have Vaughn's child," appended Asia, puffing her cheeks and becoming adorably teary-eyed. "Era? Who among us doesn't wish to have Vaughn's child?" asked Akeno, cupping her right cheek and smiling amusedly. Prompted by Akeno's remark, the 7 girls exchanged glances with one another. As for Vaughn, his slight smile broadened as he hummed, "I'm more than willing, but let's not rush things. My power ensures us all the time we need, but even without it, everyone here has a minimum life expectancy in the tens of thousands of years. Children will arrive when they arrive, until then, let's make the most of our lives and time together." "That's right," affirmed Rias, her bright blue eyes blazing as she asserted, "Our highest priorities right now should be increasing our power, forming connections with people from other worlds, and strengthening the faction that will invariably grow from within the Crimson Palace. Thus, rather than the Occult Research Club and Student Council, we shall henceforth serve as representatives and founding members of the Crimson Veil Concordia. Any objections?" "MMN. Veil to represent secrecy, and Concordia to emphasize peace and unity between worlds, it's not a terrible name," affirmed Sana. "Though, if I am allowed to make a suggestion or proposal, I feel it would be better to discard the Crimson Palace's color, theme and implied association with the Ducal House of Gremory and rebrand. Vaughn is already being heralded by many as the intertwining dragon and dragon god of possibilities, so a more fitting name would be the Intertwining Dragon's Palace, referencing both his status and the fact people gather here to commune with him and form connections with others." Crossing her arms and frowning, Rias conceded, "I'm fine with changing the name," but Vaughn selected the color crimson himself. "Sure, many might associate it with my family, but 100 or 1,000 years from now, it's all but certain the color will be associated with him." Suppressing the urge to point out it was Venelana who had chosen the Crimson Palace's name and color scheme, Vaughn nodded and confirmed, "Though I seldom wear it, crimson is my favorite color. I find it beautiful, elegant and alluring, so while I am willing to change the name, I believe the palace's color scheme should remain as is." "And so it shall," affirmed Sana, nodding. "Then, how about going with Interworld Dragon Pavilion as the name of our group?" proposed Rias. "I feel that it would roll off the tongue nicely when introducing ourselves." With no one offering any objections, the Crimson Palace's name was officially changed to the Intertwining Dragon's Palace, leaving Vaughn to embrace the status and title of Intertwining Dragon God and Rias, the chairwoman of the newly formed Interworld Dragon Pavilion. She had offered to share the role and responsibilities with Sana, but as the latter already knew which position suited her best, she left the chief executive officer spot open for the more experienced Venelana and gave herself the title of managing director. With the day nearing its end, his crops tended, Aileen appeased and Bulma satisfied with him dropping by to spend time and keep her in the loop, Vaughn waited patiently in the room intended for Korra, relaxing atop her bed as if it were his own. "All right. I'm ready," said Korra, her nervous but excited voice echoing within Vaughn's mind. She insisted on taking a bath and preparing herself before she came over, so when Vaughn or, more accurately, Sis teleported her over, her hair was down, slightly wet, and her well-trained body was garbed in pale blue sweatpants with a simple white tank top. "Even in plain clothes, you look exceptional," muttered Vaughn, rising to a seated position, getting up from the bed, and approaching Cora, causing her to swallow hard, grab her left bicep with her right hand, and stare up at him as he towered over her by a full head. "My heart feels like it's going to pound out of my chest," muttered Cora, her pussy tensing tightly as Vaughn slowly wrapped his hands around her to gently cup her toned bottom and draw her closer as he said, "Put your ear on my chest," in a deep, smoldering tone. Though she typically hated doing what others told her, Cora tentatively wrapped her arms around Vaughn, holding his back and secretly marveling at the firmness of his body as she placed her right ear against his chest. She felt like her own was beating a billion times a second, but she could tell as soon as she began listening that Vaughn's heart was racing, beating powerfully and quickly as if to indicate he was just as nervous or excited as her. Bringing his right hand to the back of Cora's head and left to the center of her back, Vaughn cradled her reassuringly as he softly reminded, "In this place, we have all the time in the world. There's no need to rush things, so take your time, and once you're prepared, tell me what you need from me, and I'll do my best to provide." "Since when were you this gentle?" asked Cora, a faint smile adorning her face as she closed her eyes and enjoyed the feeling of being held by a boy she liked. It was different from being hugged by family. It gave her a similar sense of comfort and warmth, but as there was something hot and hard pressing against her most sensitive and intimate region, she also felt restless and more than a little aroused. "My position doesn't allow me to be at your side as often as you deserve, so when circumstances like this allow, I will do everything I can to ensure you feel safe, secure, and gratified," responded Vaughn, weakening his hold on Cora's head, prompting her to look up at him. From there, they stared at each other for several seconds, Cora's face growing increasingly ruddy before she closed her eyes, raised her chin, and parted her lips nervously but invitingly. Meeting Cora's expectations, Vaughn gave her a chaste, lingering kiss that lasted roughly 10 seconds before he pulled back to find her modeling a content, narrow-eyed, and flushed smile. It wasn't her first kiss, but Cora didn't count the rest, as they were simply practice. Not wanting to leave everything to Vaughn, Cora mustered every ounce of her courage and acting skills to appear confident and alluring as she said, "Take off our pants and lie down on the bed, let's see if all that practice paid off." "Yes, ma'am," hummed Vaughn, maintaining eye contact with Cora as he released his hold on her body and walked backward to her bed. In the process, he manually undid his belt and dropped his trousers, allowing them to drop to his ankles before stepping out of them and sitting on the bed with his boxers intact, leaving Cora to do the unveiling herself. Following an audible gulp, Cora leaned forward slightly and, presumably following his example, removed her pale blue pajama bottoms by slowly sliding them off her body. To Vaughn's immense surprise, she was modeling a mature pair of scant white lace panties underneath, forming a beautiful contrast against the backdrop of her healthy brown skin as she stood up and caressed her belly with both hands, gradually raising her shirt as she asserted, "I'm about to rock your world." With feigned confidence. "I'm already shaken just looking at you," countered Vaughn, his expression one of genuine awe and appreciation as he watched Cora do her best to appear sexy and poised. He expected her to be more spirited, as she was very enthusiastic while chatting and even discussing topics like the many positions they should try, but she must have received coaching from Rias or someone else as she managed to appear just as seductive as a devil as she removed her tank top to reveal her relatively modest but well-shaped C-cup breasts. Chapter 154, Bond. After shedding her clothes, Cora, holding Vaughn's gaze, approached him with slow and leisurely steps, causing her hips to sway from side to side like a cat before crawling onto the bed and carefully straddling him with her hot, very wet pussy pinning his dick to his lower abdomen. "This almost doesn't feel real, I mean, it's only our second time meeting in person," remarked Cora, her cheeks flushed as she placed her hands on Vaughn's sides and started grinding against him to both pleasure herself and lubricate his dick. If you're uncertain and want to spend more time getting to know one another, that's always an option, affirmed Vaughn, placing his hands on Cora's sides and moving them up and down to keep her warm and send tingling pleasure through her sides, culminating in her nipples becoming noticeably stiff and perky. Shaking her head, Cora narrowed her eyes, her tone low and desirous as she asserted, "We're way past that, but before we go any further, there's something I want to hear from you." Understanding what Cora was referring to, Vaughn affirmed, "I can't give you all my love, but I do and will continue to love you for as long as there are stars in the sky and dreams to realize." "That's laying it on a little too thick," remarked Cora, biting her bottom lip and increasing the rolling of her hips before hotly remarking, "But I'm way too horny to care." Punctuating her words, Cora shifted onto her heels and raised her butt, her 4 months of practice allowing her to line Vaughn's glands up with her eagerly awaiting entrance without difficulty. Then, inhaling and holding a deep breath, she slowly entrusted her weight to him, a feeling of intense heat and pressure pervading her lower body as her pussy stretched to its limits to accommodate just half his dick. Closing her eyes, tilting her head back, and in between clenching her jaw, Cora remarked, "It's a good thing I did all that training, if I hadn't, there's no way this thing would have fit." "It definitely helped," affirmed Vaughn, continuing to caress Cora's sides as he remarked, "But you'd have been fine, even without it. There would have been some pain and discomfort at the start, but once you got in the swing of things, they would be overwhelmed by pleasure, excitement and a desire to try new things." "We'll find out," panted Cora, taking several deep breaths until her brain began to tingle. Then, while relaxing her lower body as much as possible, she relaxed the tension in her legs and sat down, accepting the remaining half of Vaughn's cock in one go. For a brief moment, she got the impression he was pressing directly against her diaphragm, but once she exhaled the breath she was holding, she regained the ability to breathe. "Hey hey 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 hey. There's nothing you can't do if you put your mind to it," muttered Vaughn, his expression affectionate and tone gentle as he caressed Cora's side with his left hand and brought his right thumb to her clit, making things a little easier for her. He could tell she wasn't feeling much if any, pain, but he wanted her to feel good as quickly as possible. "No kidding," muttered Cora, staring down at where she and Vaughn were connected, surprised by her own capacity to accommodate something as long and thick as Vaughn's cock. It seemed impossible when she saw how it extended past his belly button, but there they were, their privates nearly flush against one another as her insides pulsed with the pounding of both their hearts. "If it doesn't hurt too much, want to try moving?" asked Vaughn, noticing that Cora's face was tinged with more curiosity and confusion than pain. She had never accepted an actual dick before, much less one as large as his, but the interior of her pussy was well developed, allowing her insides to adapt quickly to his intrusion. More notably, at least to him, her insides felt extraordinary, presumably due to her and other avatars being merged with the primordial spirit of light and peace, Rava. "Right, I almost forgot, we're actually having sex right now," soughed Cora, biting her bottom lip before tentatively rolling her hips forward. To both her and Vaughn's surprise, a cute moan rose from her throat as, rather than feeling pain or discomfort, her insides tingled with a jolt of pleasure. Feeling embarrassed, the rosy coloration of Cora's cheeks darkened as she gazed down at Vaughn and asserted, "You didn't hear that?" in a tone that made it clear she expected no arguments. "If you say so," responded Vaughn, his smile gaining a hint of smoldering playfulness as he added, "But, to be honest, I'd like to hear much more. After all, it's just the two of us, and while I might tease you, I will never judge or ridicule you for having a cute side only I get to see. It's a matter of principle," responded Cora, offering no elaboration as she closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and began rolling her hips from front to back with greater confidence. She had no problems releasing hot sighs and throaty moans, but her pride didn't allow her to come across as cute or vulnerable. "Just don't forget I'm here," hummed Vaughn, sliding his hands up the sides of Cora's body before grasping her surprisingly firm breasts. They almost felt like muscles at rest, but their surface was smooth, and they deformed nicely when he applied pressure to them. "Right," muttered Cora, her vibrant blue eyes losing a bit of their focus as she looked down at him, the movement of her hips intensifying as she casually asked, "Should we, kiss or something? I'm still new to this. For now, just focus on my face," said Vaughn, choosing not to judge Cora for her inability to form an immediate emotional connection via sex as she was used to masturbating alone with him watching or speaking to her via telepathy. In essence, as she was accustomed to him being present while pleasuring herself, she wasn't particularly concerned with making him feel good, trusting that he would take care of it himself. "MMN," responded Cora, focusing intently on Vaughn's face. At first, there was no noticeable difference in the pleasure she was experiencing, but as time passed, she began feeling a fluttery feeling in her chest as her lower body quivered from its core. "Right, he's not a dildo," noted Cora, a layer of sweat starting to develop across the surface of her body as she stubbornly pushed through several lesser orgasms with the resolute intention of sharing a big one when Vaughn came inside her. That thought filled her with a sense of incongruence, as she had been taught to always use a condom and to never allow someone to come inside her unless she was prepared for the possibility of becoming pregnant, but after receiving various assurances from Zenobia and others that she could only get pregnant with Vaughn's child if she wanted to, Cora pressed ahead with increasing intensity and enthusiasm. "All right, she clearly isn't the type that requires careful consideration," thought Vaughn, his smile broadening as he surprised Cora by tentatively bucking his hips. "Oh? Are my movements not intense enough for you?" asked Cora, her eyes regaining a bit of their waning focus as she smiled challengingly and began moving her hips as if she were propelling a hula hoop. In response, Vaughn slid his hands from her breasts to the sides of her thighs, his fingers grazing her butt as he conceded, "As amazing as it feels to leave things to you, I've been waiting to fuck you for 4 months." "Then do it," said Cora, her eyes narrowing as she responded without hesitation. She had heard a lot about Vaughn's capacity in the bedroom, so while she would have preferred to make him come directly, Cora felt it was only fair if he moved as well. "With pleasure," responded Vaughn, matching Cora's movements so that every time she shifted her weight back and entrusted it to him, he raised his hips to meet hers with increasing intensity. Cora quickly realized this, so instead of carefully controlling her movements, she started entrusting her weight to him fully, relying on his forceful thrusts to raise her back up as she held his gaze with glistening eyes and a smile, breathing in and out almost exclusively through her nose. "She's impressively stubborn," noted Vaughn, his smile broadening as he began guiding Cora's hips down with his hands, causing fluids to gush from her spasming and writhing interior as she vehemently refused to let it show on her face that she was orgasming. Unbeknownst to Cora, this reminded Vaughn of his first, somewhat frustrating time with Venelana, so instead of simply making her his woman, he became determined to have her submit. After all, he was supposed to be disciplining her so she didn't repeat the mistakes she had in canon. With such thoughts in mind, Vaughn waited for Cora's orgasm to reach its zenith before pulling her flush against him and flooding both her womb and pulsating pussy with a significant quantity of hot and thick semen. To her credit, Cora didn't cry out, but the prominent glowing of her eyes, the triumphant but cramped smile on her face, and the intense shuddering of her body as she breathed in and out rapidly, hugging her body with both arms, made it clear she was enduring intense pleasure. Fortunately for Cora, while Vaughn was determined to make her a lot more honest, he didn't feel the need to do so immediately. He wanted her first time to be memorable, not reality-altering, so instead of playfully asking if she was ready for round 2, he smiled affectionately and affirmed, "That was incredible," with as much sincerity as he could muster. She wasn't at the level of Yasaka, but the fact she even came close made Vaughn thankful that he had chosen to heed Venelana's advice. "It wasn't terrible," countered Cora, doing her best to appear composed as she left Vaughn feeling genuinely and pleasantly surprised by asking, "Are you ready for round 2? You can be on top this time. With a girl like you, I can literally keep going forever. Responded Vaughn, prompting Cora to hum loudly with a narrow-eyed, contented smile. She had truthfully reached her limit, wanting nothing more than to take a nice, long, and hot bath, but since she had already made the offer, she couldn't simply rescind it. Lucky for her, not only did sex feel better while she was on her back, but instead of fucking her intensely or forcefully, Vaughn made slow and gentle love to her, veiling her body with his own like a warm and heavy blanket as he tenderly prodded her insides and peppered her neck, shoulder, and lips with kisses. Do girls seriously wear things like this in public? It literally covers less than my underwear, and my butt is practically hanging out for the entire world to see. Remarked Cora, staring at her reflection after trying on the pale blue, white string bikini Vaughn had provided her along with dozens of other outfits for her to try. It's one of the many mysteries of the universe. Hummed Vaughn, lying atop Cora's bed with his head hanging off the end, allowing him to stare at her upside down. Due to Cora's surprisingly limited sexual stamina, the result of her inability to easily process the excess energy he released into her body, they weren't able to have sex nearly as much as he would have liked. However, as he didn't mind lazing about, training, watching movies, taking baths, and simply spending time together, he had enjoyed their 6 days of cohabitation. Well, I can definitely see the appeal. Conceded Cora, turning her body to the side and admiring her own physique. She definitely liked boys, but there was something about the bodies of women, including her own, that drew her gaze and made it difficult to look away. I've got a pretty nice butt, remarked Cora, a smug smile developing across her face as Vaughn corrected, it's a heck of a lot more than pretty nice. If you didn't wear that fur-lined cloth around your waist, everyone you passed on the street would end up peering back over their shoulder to steal a glance. Not everyone is as shameless or as honest as you, Vaughn, retorted Cora, giving her ABS a few light smacks with her right hand before gazing back at Vaughn and asking, also, how long are we planning to stay here? I'm not good with being holed up in one place. You can return to your world, or I can revert the flow of time to normal whenever you want, responded Vaughn, his expression and tone relaxed as he caressed his ABS, appending, though, before you return, I'm sure the others would like to chat with and show you around the palace. You don't need to get involved with what we're doing if you don't want to, but you're more than welcome here. Yeah, you've made that very clear. Remarked Cora, approaching Vaughn on the bed, turning around, and parking her toned and shapely butt on his chest before meeting his gaze between her thighs and adding, but, since it's already been 6 days, we may as well make this little vacation of ours a full week. Gladly. Responded Vaughn, placing his hands on the outside of Cora's thighs, prying them open as he brought his face forward to rub his nose against her slit through the fabric of her bikini. Cora might be lacking in sexual stamina, but she was quick to get horny and enjoyed foreplay as a form of affection. She adamantly refused to suck his dick, but Vaughn knew that, with time, she would be waking him up with her lips around the base of his cock. Chapter 155, Restructuring. September 5 DXD/April 25 DBT. So, with your permission, we would like to make the first 3 floors of the palace accessible, with the first being dedicated to entertainment and shopping, the second to material processing and production, and the third to training and spa facilities, explained Rias, seated naked atop a chair as Akeno, equally nude, relaxedly brushed her hair. As long as the top 3 floors are only accessible to me and my women, I trust you and Sana to handle things. Responded Vaughn, lying stomach down atop his bed with a contented smile as Graphia, having become a permanent resident of the palace after it was determined that Milika's future would be better served focusing on the tower and networking with people from other worlds, massaged his back and shoulders. But, of course. Hummed Rias, the smile on her face broadening as she added, I also like having a place where I can relax, wear sexy cosplay, or walk around completely naked if I feel so inclined. But, since we're on the subject, we should prevent unvetted guests from being able to access the 7th through 9th floors. Sana said something similar last night. She mentioned the two of you had discussed issuing bronze keys to all ascendees, with silver, gold, platinum, and personalized keys representing those with higher or special privileges. Droned Vaughn, a relaxed, deep-throated groan emanating from his throat as Grafia leaned forward, cupped his neck, and applied varying degrees of pressure to the base of his skull using her thumbs. "Oh? Well, what did you think of the idea?" asked Rias, rising from her chair and magically donning a stylish outfit resembling the clothes worn by a shrine maiden. Instead of a white top with bright red hakama pants, however, her top was pale blue with blue and white striped sleeves, and her bottoms were a darker shade of blue with gold embroidery and a pair of crests resembling 7 wings around a large, empty circle. The 7 wings were meant to denote Vaughn's original 7 harem members, while the seemingly empty space in the center denoted him or, more accurately, the endless possibilities he appeared to represent. "I feel it will lead to unnecessary comparisons and competition, but once we have dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of people frequenting the palace, it will likely be necessary," recognized Vaughn. Just the other day, Fubuki had brought over one of her subordinates, a 14-year-old girl named Lily, and while she looked markedly older, Vaughn felt the ambience of the upper floors wasn't suited to girls below a certain age. "There's nothing wrong with a bit of healthy competition," reasoned Rias, her gaze briefly meeting Grafia's, causing the silver-haired devil to return a faint, playful smile. Then, as she and the other members of the Dragon's Pavilion had fairly busy schedules, meeting and making deals with people from both their world and others, she produced her personalized key and inserted it into empty air, causing a doorway to materialize. "All right, then, we're off," said Rias, opening and allowing Akeno to step through the door before glancing in Vaughn's direction and reminding, "And don't forget that you have a meeting with Ravel of House Phoenix at 4:15 p.m. our time. She's pretty desperate to hop onto the bandwagon before it gets up to speed, so don't be surprised if you arrive to find her tied up or wearing nothing but a ribbon." "Sounds like fun," hummed Vaughn, holding Rias's gaze with a playful smile before she turned to depart. He truthfully felt guilty about leaving her and Sana to manage things in his stead, but since nearly all of their duties and responsibilities were self-assigned, he prioritized empowering them to do as they pleased. He certainly did. Demonstrating that she could still read him like an open book, Grafia, less than 10 seconds after Rias's and Akeno's departure, sat up straight atop Vaughn's lower back and proposed, "Shall I massage your front next? Or should we retrieve Lady Venelana first?" in a sultry tone. "I feel you've earned some individual attention," responded Vaughn, rolling over and eliciting a throaty, indescribably sensual era as he pushed Grafia onto her back and positioned himself over her. Then, with only 10 seconds passing outside, he spent 7 hours making love to the silver-haired beauty before they met up with Venelana for her daily insemination and to continue their expansion project in the Black Tower. Nami requests a telepathic link. Seeing the notification and feeling a sudden sense of urgency, Vaughn, who was relaxing atop Eileen's stomach with his hands behind his head, the two of them sunbasking at the back of the administrator area, adopted a slight frown and accepted the link without delay. Preempting Vaughn asking what was wrong, Nami, very clearly panicked, telepathically cried, "It's an emergency, Vaughn. I promise to pay you back, so please, come as quickly as possible. If you don't, one of our friends is going to be sold as a slave." "I'm coming," responded Vaughn, the world around him effectively freezing as he severed the telepathic link, accompanied by Sis dutifully confirming, "It's as you suspect." She's referring to the mermaid they met earlier this morning, Cammy. "I was worried this would happen." Vaughn sighed internally, recalling that Nami had mentioned encountering the mermaid/starfish duo of Cammy and Papag on their approach to Sabayati archipelago that morning. From his viewpoint, that was nearly 9 days ago, but the memory of him warning them of the dangers of taking a mermaid inland and cautioning them to be extra careful was still fresh in his mind. "It looks like I won't be able to avoid derailing the plot," thought Vaughn, forming a telepathic link with Grafia and Venelana through his contract with both. Before that, both women were moving in extraordinarily slow motion as they carried on a conversation, but since both possessed the capacity to think and react at faster than light speeds, they immediately attuned to his frequency, allowing him to explain the situation and form a plan without stressing about the passage of time. "Just hold on a little longer, Kami. Help is on the way," muttered Nami, her expression frustrated and hands balled into fists as she stood at the back of a large, dimly lit auction house with well over 1,000 people in attendance. Reflected in her gaze was an attractive girl with somewhat spiky, medium-length green hair trapped within a large glass sphere filled with water atop a large stage. More notably, much to the audience's glee, her lower half was covered in hot pink scales, tapering into two wavy, pale pink fins, denoting her status as a mermaid. "This Von guy, can he really help us?" asked a tall, exceptionally burly man with distinctive pink skin, curly white hair that formed 5 distinctive spikes, beady eyes, and an elongated mouth with disconcerting lips that resembled a large suction cup. It wasn't noticeable due to his oversized, incredibly thick green coat, but he also had 6 muscular arms, each lined with suction cups. "Tch." Hearing the man, Hachin, mention Vaughn, a tall, notably lean, black suit-wearing man with long legs, jaw-length blonde hair that was combed over his left eye, notably swirly eyebrows, and a sparse goatee, audibly clicked his tongue and remarked, "A man who would 2 beautiful girls can't even be trusted to fly straight when kicked, but if Nami believes he can help, I believe her." "I hope that's the case," muttered another tall, exceptionally muscular figure, his body covered in short, incredibly dense brown fur with thicker fur around his head, neck, and shoulders. A large pink hat with a white X on the front adorned his head, and though he typically had reindeer-like antlers, they were presently absent as he was transformed using a devil fruit called the Hito no Mi, human fruit. With near-circular eyes and a large, blue, and slightly wet nose, however, it wasn't the most convincing transformation. "The only reason you guys are having doubts is because you haven't met Vaughn," whispered Nami, her gaze full of trust but her body trembling as a fat, exceptionally ugly man with black hair styled in a ridiculous extended top knot, large, fish-like lips, and a nearly pear-shaped face caused a hush to fall over the auction hall as he bid an outrageous price of 500 million berries to secure Kami as a slave. The glass bubble around his head and distinctive, exceptionally gaudy white suit, reminiscent of another world's spacesuit with decorative medals and buttons, signified his status as one of the infamous celestial dragons, the de facto rulers of the world due to founding the current global superpower known as the world government. Thus, even though Nami and everyone else with her wanted to scream out and oppose the sale, they could only watch in frustrated silence as opposing a celestial dragon within the Sabayati archipelago, located a short distance from marine headquarters, was the same as inviting death upon yourself in the form of a marine admiral. Just as the auctioneer was about to declare that Kami belonged to the celestial dragon, a calm, deep, reverberating voice that Nami immediately recognized, causing her to look around for its own, called out, 1 billion berries. "Oh, 1 billion," exclaimed the auctioneer, a skinny, flamboyantly dressed man with long grey hair, flowing purple robes, a bright pink tie, a tall, rounded-off yellow hat covered in red flowers, and star-shaped sunglasses. "Who dares to bid against me, a great and noble celestial dragon?" shouted the hideous man, infamous throughout the Sabayati archipelago as Saint Charlos, the son of Saint Rosward and older brother of Saint Shalria, both seated next to him in the cordoned-off, VIP section of the auction hall. "I dare!" responded Vaughn, drawing the gazes of everyone present as he unfurled 6 sets of angelic wings in the space above the crowd, sending out a powerful gust of wind that made it impossible to ignore him as he hovered in the air, veiled by a luminous golden aura with a 7-winged halo rotating behind his back like a wheel. Though he initially wanted to pull out his golden pistol and punish Vaughn for daring to oppose him, Saint Charlos promptly collapsed onto his fat and cushioned rear, thick beads of sweat cascading down his body as he teetered on the verge of a mental collapse. Unfortunately for him, with Vaughn's currently golden eyes, set with glowing white XS instead of pupils, locked upon him. He couldn't pass out or look away no matter how much he wanted to. Rising from his seat and staring up at Vaughn with a haughty glower, St. Charlos's father, an even fatter, sunglasses-wearing man with a prominent sand-blonde beard, a black handlebar mustache that stuck out past the sides of his face, and a ludicrous hairstyle that curled upward and split at the ends, resembling a pair of testicles, questioned, "And just who are you supposed to be?" "Some low-born, scum-sucking pirate, no doubt." "Oh? That may be so, father, but now that I get a good look at him, he is quite the appealing specimen," remarked a girl who rose to stand beside the portly, mustachioed St. Rosward. Her dirty blonde hair was styled similarly to her brother and father, but her spacesuit-like robes had a pale blue and purple flower motif, while her dark brown eyes and mouth were covered in a pair of pale orange lenses and a transparent purple veil. Her voice and accent were pleasant, but her expression exuded haughtiness and unabashed, notably sadistic glee as she eyed Vaughn like a toy she was looking forward to breaking. "Oh, very well," sighed St. Rosward, closing his eyes behind his dark shades, shaking his head, and exhaling a tired sigh before looking up at Vaughn and stating, "Get down from there and bow your head at once. You will not be able to escape a whipping, but you shall have the privilege of being my daughter's slave for the remainder of your miserable life or until she grows weary of you." Though he expected the celestial dragons to be unrepentantly haughty and insufferable, Vaughn was briefly taken aback by St. Rosward's words. His original intention was to psychologically scar and scare the notorious trio straight, but even with a divine aura on par with a seraph, the middle-aged celestial dragon and his considerably younger daughter seemed to genuinely believe there was nothing he could do to harm them. Chapter 156, Intervention. Just as Vaughn was thinking about how to teach the self-titled saints a lesson, a loud crashing sound and a large explosion of dust and debris emanated from the /entrance of the auction hall. "Right on cue," thought Vaughn, pretending to divert his attention from the trio of celestial dragons by half-turning his body to peer back, one of the disadvantages of having many wings. He found it a little odd that very few people got up from their seats despite someone flying a giant fish into the hall, but since most of the people present were fairly affluent or criminals who illegally purchased and exploited slaves, he assumed they were used to witnessing and perpetrating violence. "Damn it, Luffy, first you grab me by my neck, nearly breaking the damn thing, and now you send us crashing into a building. I swear, one of these days, I'm going to slice you clean in half," complained a muscular man of average height and uncommon, almost mint green hair. His lightly tanned body was covered in numerous scars, including a prominent, exceedingly straight line from his left shoulder to his lower right hip, and his outfit, at least at that moment, consisted of an open, red and white striped shirt, a green haramaki that allowed him to keep 3 distinctive katanas affixed to his right hip, dark green, nearly black pants that reflected a green hue, and black leather boots. "Hey, I got us here, didn't I?" asked Luffy, freeing himself from beneath a pile of rubble in a sleeveless blue sailor's shirt, dark blue shorts with fur around the leg holes, banded straw sandals, and, as usual, his trademark straw hat. With the two was an odd-looking, pear-shaped man and a large flying fish that had been converted to a mount, but they were just there to get the duo to the auction house quickly. Pulling themselves together, Luffy and Zoro looked around to take stock of the situation before simultaneously looking up at Vaughn. The fact it had taken them that long to notice him despite the fact he was emitting light in a dimly lit hall was impressive in its own right. "Whoa, who's this chicken guy? And why is he so shiny?" asked Luffy, causing Vaughn to feel like he might fall out of the air. He had telepathically messaged Nami to pretend they had no affiliation, but he didn't expect to have been forgotten by Luffy despite only a month or so passing from the young pirate's perspective. Spotting Cammy on the stage, Luffy ostensibly lost interest in Vaughn, his expression changing from curiosity to resolute fury as he bolted forward, shouting, "Cammy! We've come to save you," without any other thoughts in his mind. "Wait, Mugiwara, Straw Hat!" shouted the pink-skinned, octopus-like man, leaping forward to grab and attempt to hold Luffy back. However, despite the drastic difference in size and build, Luffy continued forward without difficulty. PAWA PAWA PAWA. I've had enough of this. Get down from there at once, shouted Saint Rosward, his expression uglier than ever as he raised the gem-encrusted, club-like cane he used as a walking stick, revealing it to be a firearm as he opened fire on Vaughn, somehow missing him completely despite only a few meters separating them. At the same time, he caused the crowd, who had been behaving like they were watching a stage play, to tense and begin to panic as he ordered, "Guards! Arrest everyone here! I won't allow a single person to escape accountability for this heinous lack of regard and social decorum toward their betters." In response to Saint Rosward's command, dozens of armor-wearing men of various shapes and sizes rushed into the auction hall, accompanied by an even greater number of barrel-shaped individuals dressed similarly to clowns. The former group, sporting bulky silver or black armor, conical helmets, and long spears as weapons, were royal guards in service of the celestial dragons, while the latter were the employees, slave traders, and goons working for the auction house. With one of Saint Rosward's bullets spontaneously impacting the center of his forehead, dealing no damage to him, Vaughn's expression firmed. The plan he outlined with Graphia and Venelana had him appear but ultimately leave everything in the hands of the Straw Hats, their allies, and the other pirate groups present. However, Shalria's belief that she could claim him and Rosward's ongoing attempt to kill him for simply turning around made him think the world would be better off without both. "Let's not go setting any troublesome precedents," Vaughn told himself, his focused gaze on Rosward causing the man to fall back and break out in a cold sweat, just like his son. Shalria noticed this and attempted to ask him what was wrong, but before she could, the overly spoiled 15-year-old started freaking out as Vaughn sent a thin laser through her helmet, causing it to become depressurized and her personal supply of oxygen to leak out with a loud hiss. Like other celestial dragons, she sincerely believed that the air breathed by those they had deemed lesser than them was tainted, so even though she could breathe just fine, she clawed at her helmet and passed out from the shock of believing she was suffocating. Noticing that the auctioneer and his men were attempting to cart Cammy away, Vaughn descended upon them in an instant, using several of the light-formed feathers of his angelic wings to pierce the men's arms, legs, and, in the case of the auctioneer, several spots on his torso. The ridiculous-looking man had made a living out of taking away the freedoms of others, so while Vaughn didn't kill him, he left him absent his dominant arm and both legs from below his knees. Seeing Vaughn appear, effortlessly deal with her captives, and then veil the container she was in with his wings like a literal guardian angel, Cammy's dark purple eyes glistened like stars as she brought her hands together in wonderment rather than prayer. The green-haired swordsman, Zoro, saw this and sent an exceptionally swift, bluish-white sword beam at him, but it didn't so much as ruffle one of Vaughn's feathers. Immediately after, Nami smacked him with her custom pale blue bow staff, loudly informing him and those with a keen ear that he was on their side. "It is what it is," thought Vaughn, exhaling faintly from his nose as he placed his right hand against Cammy's water-filled glass prison and placed it in his inventory, causing the water within to plummet. Cammy also fell, causing a startled, unsurprisingly pleasant-sounding cry to emanate from her throat, but Vaughn promptly moved forward to catch her, holding her like a princess as he asked, "Are you okay?" in a calm, composed tone. "Me?" asked Cammy, staring at Vaughn with wide, starstruck eyes as she confirmed, "I'm not injured or anything, but wait, where's my collar?" Reaching up to touch her neck, Cammy found that the large, metal, bomb-toting collar that had been forcibly affixed to her neck was missing. She was going to warn Vaughn that she couldn't escape unless it were removed, but it was already gone. Even stranger, a 5-pearl necklace with a stylish bronze key now dangled from her neck. "Your previous neck accessory didn't suit you, so I figured I'd give you a new one," explained Vaughn, punctuating his words with a wink. The green-haired mermaid unsurprisingly smelled fishy, but she had an attractive face and, at least as far as her upper half was concerned, an exceptional physique. He certainly wouldn't mind seeing her around the palace, so if she offered to repay him, the key would come in handy. Just don't forget to give one to Nico Robin, reminded Sis, causing the smile on Vaughn's face to cramp ever so slightly as Cammy, sporting an even more starstruck expression and a prominent blush, clasped the key tightly and responded, "Thank you so much," with a cheery, song-quality voice that, according to folklore, could entice even the most steely of sailors to a watery grave. "You're very welcome," responded Vaughn, offering a smile and a slight nod before turning his attention to the seating area. Most of the auction-goers were in the process of rushing out, fearing they would be implicated after St. Rosward's comment, but two prominent groups remained, ostensibly to see how things played out. Vaughn immediately recognized them as the Heart and Kid pirates, the former captained by the fan-favorite Trafalgar D. Waterlaw and the latter the infamous but not irredeemable Eustace Captain Kidd. Unsurprisingly, both captains were staring directly at him, Law sporting an amused smile and Kidd scowling as if he owed him money, but Vaughn only gave the duo a cursory glance before focusing his gaze on Nami. "Since I'm already here, should I teleport everyone to safety?" asked Vaughn, causing Nami to startle slightly as, while their telepathic link was still active, she wasn't expecting him to speak all of a sudden. "I mean, it would save us the trouble of escaping ourselves," responded Nami, sending 3 grown, fully armored men flying with a swing of bow staff. She and the other Straw Hats were much stronger than the royal guards and auction personnel, but due to the inordinately high durability of virtually everyone in the world of One Piece, it was difficult to put the men down without killing them outright. And, despite calling themselves pirates, the Straw Hats did their best to avoid killing. "All right, then, stand by," said Vaughn, closing his eyes and expanding his domain to encompass the entirety of the auction house, nearly 200 m in diameter. Ordinarily, he could only extend it a few tens of meters without first erecting a barrier, but in his transformed state, he felt he could grow it much larger. While locking on to the energy and life signatures of everyone present, Vaughn became keenly aware of a powerful will observing the scene play out from within the oversized cell used to contain prospective slaves. It gave the impression of a colossal tiger relaxing peacefully in front of the only exit to a cave, but Vaughn didn't feel intimidated in the slightest as he locked onto the inordinately powerful man and the giant accompanying him, an imposing figure that was nearly 20 meters tall while sitting. With the auction house being structured like a concert hall, Vaughn got to enjoy the rather humorous scene of several famous figures from the world of One Piece briefly floundering in the air as he teleported everyone to an empty grove several kilometers from the auction house. The teleportation method he had used was known as spatial transference, so everyone kept their positions and even their momentum relative to him when the transfer was initiated. "Kya! Vaughn, you better!" Before Nami could finish shouting, Vaughn caught her with his light-formed wings. He would have caught Robin as well, but the raven-haired woman didn't require his assistance, producing a pair of distinctive, black, bat-like wings that allowed her to gracefully descend to the ground. "Gah! Who's the asshole?" exclaimed Kid, a notably tall and muscular man with medium-length red hair styled to resemble flames, sharp orange eyes with gold-rimmed goggles in place of eyebrows, a sharp and angular nose, and purple lips that were almost perpetually fixed in a malicious grin or deep grimace. His attire was rather flamboyant, consisting of a black and gold fur coat with a fluffy maroon inlay, black and yellow lizard print pants with a frilled red fringe, black leather boots with silver spikes, and a blue sash under a green belt fastened by a circular buckle with a four-leaf clover-like pattern in the middle. Ignoring Kid's exclamation, Vaughn set Nami down gently with his wings, causing her to exhale faintly from her nose as she reciprocated his smile and asked, "Did you enjoy showing off and playing hero?" "For the most part," confirmed Vaughn, offering a curt nod as everyone, particularly the octopus-like man and what appeared to be a stuffed, bright orange starfish with a multicolored reggae hat, rushed over to express their relief at Cammy's safe rescue. The green-haired mermaid was a little overwhelmed, becoming teary-eyed, but when the octopus-like man, Hatchin, tried to accept her from Vaughn's arms, she cutely clung to him and insisted that he carry her a while longer. Chapter 157, Welcome. "Hey, you, winged guy. growled Kid, doing his best to appear menacing as he postured off to the side with 5 members from his crew, including a masked man with a long mane of spiky golden hair. Understanding that Kid was speaking to him, even though he had already retracted his wings to prevent Luffy and Chopper from curiously messing with them, Vaughn, still holding Cammy, looked over and asked, "Do you need something?" "Your name?" responded Kid, his grim expression souring further as he remarked, "I don't recall reading about you in the newspaper or seeing any bounties for a 12-winged birdman who can teleport. What kind of devil fruit did you eat?" "My name is Von Mason, and I didn't consume a devil fruit," responded Vaughn, his expression and tone calm as he pointed out, "and if I were you and your crew, I would hurry and set sail or go into hiding. This place and time are a conflux point. If you do not want your journey to conclude here, you should depart before the Admiral invariably dispatched by Marine HQ arrives." "Von Mason, right? I'll remember it," said Kid, looking back at his men over his left shoulder and gesturing for them to follow before turning back to the group and declaring, "And you, Straw Hat, you should pray that our paths do not cross in the New World. I will not show you or anyone else in your crew mercy." Sporting an uncharacteristically serious expression, Luffy precluded Kid's departure by stating, "Fine. But no matter what happens, I'm the one who will find the One Piece and become king of the pirates." Hearing Luffy's declaration, the expressions of Kid, Law and many others present changed. Kid, in particular, cracked a rare, marginally less sadistic smile as he retorted, "Give it your best, but I'll be the one who prevails in the end." Before turning to resume his departure, "We should get going as well," stated Law, a slim man with tan skin, distinctive grey eyes with prominent dark circles under them, short black hair that was mostly covered by a furry, white, brown speckled hat, save for his sideburns and a goatee. A similar speckle pattern covered parts of his blue jean pants, while the rest of his outfit consisted of a long-sleeved yellow hoodie with elbow-length black sleeves and the smiling symbol of the Heart Pirates on the front, black dress shoes, and, as he was virtually never seen without it, an inordinately long katana with a pale lavender ito and a fluffy white tsuba, guard, sheathed in a black scabbard covered in white crosses and wrapped with a red sagio, the cord wrapped around a katana's sheath. "Try not to send yourselves to too early a grave," remarked Law, casually raising his left hand as he departed with his 4 crewmates, each of his fingers bearing a letter for the word death, befitting a man renowned as the Surgeon of Death. "There they go," thought Vaughn, briefly following the 2 groups with his gaze before turning to meet the sharp gaze of the bespectacled, elderly, prominently goateed, curly, white-haired man Hatchin had been speaking to since they teleported. The man looked like a bum at a glance, modeling a ragged, 2-layer cloak that was grey on the outside, olive green on the inside, and covered in holes, but any fan of One Piece would immediately recognize him as the first mate of the legendary Roger Pirates and Gold Roger's right-hand man, famous throughout the world as Silver's Rayleigh, aka, the Dark King. Noticing Vaughn's gaze, the almost perpetual smile on Rayleigh's face broadened as he chimed in to remark, "We should be leaving as well. Hatchin here has informed me that you need your ship coated. Come with me. We can discuss the matter further once we're well outside the marine search area." "Wait, you're the coating mechanic we were searching for," exclaimed Luffy, going from surprise to unfettered excitement as he raised his hands and shouted, "Awesome! Now we can finally set sail for Fishman Island," in a voice that could probably be heard as far as the auction house, even with massive, hundreds meters wide, several kilometers tall, green and white striped mangroves to bounce the sound around. "Keep your voice down," shouted Nami, nearly as loud as Luffy as she punched him in the back of his head, mysteriously overriding his natural resistance to conventional physical attacks. "Since we're on the subject, I should make myself scarce," stated Vaughn, handing the pouty Cammy to Hatchin, causing her to adopt large, puppy-like eyes as she asked, "You're leaving?" Nodding, Vaughn produced an ornate golden key, casually passing it to a marginally surprised Robin before meeting Nami's gaze and explaining, "As I mentioned before, this time and place are a conflux, a point where the fates of countless people converge. Just me standing here creates a prominent disturbance within its flow, so I should leave before things get too out of hand. All right, then. Responded Nami, blushing slightly due to the many gazes focused on her as she stepped forward and seized the initiative to kiss Vaughn's lips before meaningfully turning her brown eyes up at him and muttering, "I owe you one." In a hushed tone. Her actions caused Sanji to clench his teeth hard enough to make his gums bleed. Fortunately for him, Robin noticed this, making her change her mind about stepping forward to kiss Vaughn herself. Luckily, she now had what she presumed to be a key to Vaughn's palace, meaning she could visit the mysterious realm and give him much more than a kiss when the opportunity presented. Then, off I go, hummed Vaughn, sporting a broad smile as he passed his gaze over the straw hats, consisting of Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, their skeletal, afro-haired musician, Brook, their exceptionally long-nosed marksman, Usopp, and the turquoise-haired, perpetually Speedo-wearing cyborg, Frankie. For a brief moment, he considered staying with the group to prevent what he believed would come, but since it would reinforce that he couldn't intervene without the situation escalating, requiring additional intervention, he eventually departed after meeting Nami's gaze and giving her silky orange hair an affectionate, apologetic caress. "Welcome back," hummed Venelana, drawing Vaughn's gaze to his bed, where she and Grafia were lying breast to breast with their fair, elegant legs entangled. That was eye-catching in and of itself, but they were also wearing scant and sexy belly dancer outfits with transparent harem pants, Venelana's being red and pink with Grafia's being royal blue and gold. "And, like that, my pensive mood is gone," joked Vaughn, adopting a faint smile that belied the flames of passion that had ignited within the depths of his eyes. He had originally planned to monitor the situation in the world of One Piece, but now, instead of brooding silently, it looked like he would be spending the intervening period with his two favorite women. With ample time to get over his guilt, Vaughn was watching the events of One Piece play out when something unexpected occurred. In the canon, after conversing with Rayleigh, learning his identity, and convincing him to coat their ship, a process which would require 3 days, the Straw Hats left Shucky's rip-off bar with the intention of splitting up or camping out in the shadows of one of the giant mangroves. Instead, after saying that she would run it by him, Nami messaged him to ask if they could pass the time in the palace. In hindsight, I should have expected this, thought Vaughn, exhaling from his nose. Nami was the type of woman who liked to chat and stay in the loop, so she was well aware of the changes occurring within the palace, including that the bottom floor was set to become a commercial hub for ascendees and people from other worlds. It would be another month or two before all the planned facilities were fully staffed and operational, but it wasn't like they couldn't accept guests. "What are you thinking about?" asked Venelana, unable to see Vaughn's face as she enjoyed his lap pillow and having her hair caressed. However, even without observing him directly, she was very sensitive to even slight changes in his mood. "Nami is requesting that she and the Straw Hats stay here until their ship is ready to set sail," explained Vaughn, causing Venelana to promptly recall everything she knew about the plot of One Piece. She personally wasn't a fan of anime, but she went to great lengths to know everything there was to know about the worlds that Vaughn's present and future harem members originated, understanding him well enough to know he wouldn't be able to avoid getting involved with them. Well, if memory serves, they don't attempt to fight Kizaru directly. Due to their weakness, Kizaru stood still and allowed them to attack as he postured to kill Zoro underfoot, remarked Venelana. The key event that occurs is their separation at the hands of Bartholomew Kuma, who, given the context of the situation and what we know of his future, likely traveled there to separate them. In other words, even if we harbor and allow them to avoid the encounter with Admiral Kizaru, he would theoretically appear to separate them at their ship. That incident is just the catalyst, remarked Vaughn, reminding, if Luffy isn't sent to Amazon Lily, he never befriends the Amazons, Boa Hancock never falls in love with him, and the raid on Impel Down never occurs. In the worst-case scenario, he would convince his crew to set sail for Marine headquarters to join the summit war directly. That might not be as bad as it sounds, responded Venelana, leaving Vaughn at a momentary loss before she calmly explained, the Straw Hats are key figures influencing the fate of their world, and we've been curious to see how powerful the safeguards surrounding protagonists are. So long as they are still favored by fate, they should be able to escape death. And once they realize how helpless they are, they could be convinced to train by Rayleigh or someone similar. It's definitely possible, conceded Vaughn, resisting the urge to ask about individuals like Jinbi. The whale shark fishman should be able to escape when Blackbeard's crew invades Impel Down, and once he learns Luffy is Ace's brother and sees how committed he is, fate should invariably draw them together, just as it had with Frankie. Now I'm curious, thought Vaughn, causing the smile on Venelana's face to become more prominent as she instantly detected the change. Since she was enjoying having her head caressed, however, she kept the discussion flowing a while longer. Welcome to my home, greeted Vaughn, modeling a dark grey yukata beneath a black haori bearing his 7-winged symbol on the back in glistening gold. Wow, Vaughn! This is where you live? Everything's so huge, exclaimed Luffy, placing his right hand atop his straw hat as he raised his gaze to the first floor's shadowy ceiling, nearly 50 meters overhead. From an exterior vantage, there was only a 10-meter difference between each of the palace's floors, but spatial limitations were inconsequential when you had magic and spatial compression technology. More importantly, who are they? Asked Sanji, doing his best to appear cool as he closed his eyes and puffed on a lit cigarette. As for who he was referring to, it was Graphia, and 12 modestly dressed maids lined up in 3 rows of 4 behind her. They were technically still in training, but as most were former slaves from Roxanne's world, they were keen and adept at various kinds of service. They work here on the first floor, stated Vaughn, explaining, they have been tasked to attend and guide you around, so if you have any questions about our facilities, they will either be able to explain things or direct you to someone who can. Everything here will cost tower points in the future, but as test guests, you're free to eat, drink, and try our various facilities at your leisure. Just don't cause trouble for our employees. Drink, repeated Zoro, standing with his arms crossed, feigning calm but understandably on high alert as he was in a different world from the one he was used to. That's right, affirmed Vaughn, nodding slowly as he explained, we have many different drinks and venues available to make merry, but I'll let you locate and learn them on your own. I have other matters to attend, so I'll leave you with our capable staff and personnel. If you need to speak with me directly, Luffy can either message me, or you can let one of our maids know, and they will pass along your request. Finished with what he had to say, Vaughn promptly turned to leave by way of the huge red and gold elevator at the end of the city-sized floor. Had he been the version of himself that had just received the path, he might have stuck around to get to know each Straw Hat. However, as Zoro and Frankie were cautious of him and Sanji outright resented him, he felt it was best to keep his distance. Chapter 158, Accord. So there are 2 full tiers of keys higher than the ones you gave me and Robin, asked Nami, frowning as she and Robin sat flanking Vaughn atop a comfortable red leather sofa in the palace's 9th floor lounge. Nodding, Vaughn explained, platinum keys are given to executive members of the recently created Dragon's Pavilion. Above that are special crystal keys denoting my wives, future wives, and those with special permissions. Gold is the highest a provisional resident or dependent of the palace can acquire, so it's not like I'm holding out on you, it simply indicates that you have stronger ties to the world you originate than the palace, which isn't a bad thing. In other words, to obtain higher tiers of keys, we either need to become agents of the palace or dedicate ourselves to you. Concluded Robin, her expression and tone calm as a thoughtful glimmer flashed across her blue eyes. She had previously reincarnated as a devil after a lengthy chat with Venelana, so while she intended to remain with the Straw Hats to the end of their journey, she felt that becoming the pavilion's representative in her world wasn't out of the question. What does the Dragon's Pavilion even do? Asked Nami, filling Vaughn's sake cup as he presented it. She wasn't particularly fond of the idea of becoming a maid, but to thank him for coming to their aid and allowing the other Straw Hats to hide out within the palace, she and Robin were wearing loose kimonos and attending him as he awaited his meeting with Ravel. "We're still hammering out the details, but our primary focus is facilitating trade and cultural exchanges between worlds," answered Vaughn, taking a sip from his sake cup before revealing, "After the next cycle, the first 3 floors of the palace will become a hub all ascendees can access to spend or earn tower points outside of the tower. The first floor will be dedicated to shopping and leisure, the second will focus on material processing and item production, and the third will have training and spa facilities similar to the 0th floor of the tower. It sounds like the palace will become very busy in the future," remarked Robin, resting her head on Vaughn's right shoulder, tracing her right index finger around the rim of his sake cup, and staring at the shimmering clear liquid thoughtfully. "And what about the remaining floors?" asked Nami, her curiosity piqued and treasure sense tingling. It didn't take a genius to understand that the changes to the palace were to ensure Vaughn and the Dragon's Pavilion had a steady supply of tower points, so if she could secure herself a piece of the pie, she could potentially become stronger without needing to venture into dungeons or fight monsters. "Floors 4 through 6 will be residences for the palace's personnel and staff," explained Vaughn. "As for 7 through 9, they are the personal domain of me, my women, and the highest-ranking members of the maid battalion. Put simply, they're where me and the people I care about can relax, network, and indulge ourselves." "How many people is that?" asked Nami, curious to know the number of women Vaughn was involved with and where she ranked among them. "Let's see," muttered Vaughn, leaning his head back slightly as he recalled, "including the 2 of you, there are 6 holders of gold keys, 4 holders of platinum keys, and 10 holders of crystal keys. Isn't that just a tad excessive?" asked Nami, her smile cramping as she imagined Vaughn surrounded by 20 faceless women with her and Robin near the group's edge. "I used to think so as well," affirmed Vaughn, closing his eyes as he added, "but since I can spend years with someone if they're feeling lonely or neglected, most of those with crystal keys are driven by their interests or a desire to see our faction grow. They didn't require constant attention, because they understand that my companionship is theirs whenever they desire it." "It sounds a little lonely, not for them, but you," muttered Robin, using a second right hand to caress Vaughn's thigh. "That might be true if I simply waited to be called upon, but I have a fairly packed schedule, including tending to a farm, managing my interpersonal network, and checking in on those I've formed contracts with," revealed Vaughn. "My typical day spans a week's worth of time, and throughout much of that, I am accompanied by or tended to by 2 of the most exceptional women in all worlds." "So each day that passes for you is a full week for everyone else?" asked Nami, taken aback. She was aware that Vaughn had the means to compress and distort time, but she never imagined he did so outside the tower. "That's a typical day," reiterated Vaughn, revealing, "Today, for example, has lasted nearly 10 days. Even now, I've reduced the flow of time to a crawl so that the 3 of us can chat and spend time together without your absence weighing too heavily on your crewmates. Sanji, in particular, won't be able to rest easy while the 2 of you are here, not just because he begrudges me, but because he genuinely cares about you as members of the same crew." "Yet," muttered Nami, exhaling faintly from her nose as she also felt sorry for Sanji. She never had even a passing interest in dating him, but since he often came to her rescue and helped her out, she cared for him as a crewmate. "In other words, we can remain here as long as we like, and it will be as if we only just left our crew a short while ago," hummed Robin, slipping her hand into the soft fabric of Vaughn's yukata, freeing his not-so-little brother, and then using a mouth produced from her palm to lick and suckle it. "That about sums it up," confirmed Vaughn, marveling at the versatility of Robin's devil fruit powers. Meanwhile, Nami got up to prepare herself a drink, entrusting him to her raven-haired companion before returning with a light buzz and seizing the initiative to straddle and make out with him as a precursor to a lengthy session of love-making. "Excuse me," said a pleasant, slightly raspy voice, accompanied by a petite but remarkably well-endowed girl entering Vaughn's study, a cozy room with numerous bookshelves and a large hearth. Vaughn wasn't sure why, but he found watching flames and listening to their periodic crackle very calming. "That's quite the outfit," remarked Vaughn, rising from the three-person sofa he was lying atop to face the golden, drill-haired, blue-eyed beauty that had entered the study, Ravel Phoenix. She usually wore custom pink or purple dresses that reinforced the impression she was an Ajusama. At that moment, she was braless, wearing a shiny, pale pink silk top with string-like straps and a frilly hem. Below were matching silk short shorts, and to complete the outfit, she wore a loose silk robe that dangled off her shoulders as she entered the study, sporting a calm smile and holding her arms. "Do you like it?" asked Ravel, approaching without fear as she remarked, "I was advised to wear something easy to remove." With upturned eyes and a sly, seductive smile. "I imagine there aren't many outfits that don't suit you," affirmed Vaughn, nodding slowly and raising his right brow slightly as Ravel moved around to the front of the sofa, positioning herself between him and the rainbow-hued hearth before placing her hands on his chest and pushing him to sit down. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, she climbed onto his lap, staring into his eyes with a broad smile as she asked, "Shall we get straight to the reason for my visit?" "Let's hear it," responded Vaughn, slipping his hands into the gaps of Ravel's loose shorts to caress her pantyless bottom as he allowed his little brother to rouse. A faint blush tinted Ravel's cheeks in response, but she retained her confident demeanor and revealed, "I would like you to accept me as a member of your harem and allow me to join the Dragon's Pavilion as Chief Strategy Officer or Chief of Staff. I still have much to learn, but I will work hard to meet your expectations and help the Dragon's Pavilion grow into a top faction." "Sounds good," affirmed Vaughn, leaving Ravel at a brief loss as she had prepared an entire presentation to convince him. "And what do you personally hope to achieve once you're in one of those positions?" asked Vaughn, contending, "because I doubt it's your dream to work for or straddle the lap of someone you hardly know." Adopting a slight pout, Ravel gave the impression she wanted to argue against Vaughn's assertion but decided against it. Instead, she closed her eyes and shook her head before opening them to meet his gaze with a serious, determined expression as she asserted, "I want to increase my family's prestige, but, even more than that, I want to prove myself. For as long as I can recall, people have been touting me as a genius and a once-in-a-generation prodigy, but they would also say things like as expected of a daughter of House Phoenix, despite my brothers and even my father being varying degrees of incompetent." Exhaling from her nose, Ravel appended, "Simply put, I wish to escape my family's shadow and distinguish myself by aiding in the Dragon's Pavilion's meteoric rise. I understand that someone as exceptional as you might not need my help to achieve greatness, but I'm an excellent manager and can help ensure the palace's smooth operation." "I have no doubts about your capabilities," affirmed Vaughn, adopting a playful smile as he revealed, "Rias, Sana, Venelana, and Grafia all speak highly of you, so if this path you've chosen for yourself, I have no reason to refuse you or your assistance. Welcome aboard the Vondwagon. I'm just glad I hopped aboard before things really took off," hummed Ravel, running her hands up her abdomen and gradually raising her top to reveal her large, immaculately shaped breasts. From there, nature took its course, and thanks to Vaughn's influence over time, they had plenty to catch up and get to know one another. September 6 DXD/April 26 DBT. After one of the longest days he had in a while, Vaughn was lying in bed with Konako and Asia curled up next to him in the early morning, silently observing events playing out in the world of One Piece while chatting with 8 different people, including Minato. The Third Shinobi World War was reaching a critical point, but he had managed to get permission to send a delegation to the palace and survey the land delegated for their outpost. Fortunately, despite his insistence, the almost universally despised Danzo was denied the opportunity to lead the group. Instead, Jiraiya had chosen to carry out the duty. "I bet he and Azazel would get along," thought Vaughn, recalling he had a meeting with the former Governor-General of Grigori arranged for the 9th. The black and gold-haired fallen had retired from his post to become one of the first permanent inhabitants of his realm, and since he was in charge of one of the largest settlements that had been erected, arranging for him and Jiraiya to meet could spare him from having to entertain them both. With such thoughts in mind, Vaughn informed Minato that he would appear at the entrance of his village in 3 days. From there, he would set up the gate that would permit individuals who had signed the contract they agreed upon to travel between their worlds, albeit at a cost. A similar tax had been proposed by Rias, Sana, and Ravel to prevent arbitrary usage of the mass-produced trans-dimensional keys, but since the amount had yet to be determined, the delegation from the world of Naruto would have the fee waived for their inaugural visit. A/N, if you're enjoying the story, you can read up to 30 chapters ahead by becoming a patron at patreon.com/ins_left_foot. We're currently on chapter 188, so there's quite a bit to read and you would be doing me a tremendous service. Chapter 159, Thorough. What do the two of you have planned for today? Asked Vaughn, standing behind Asia and brushing her hair as Konako watched them, lying atop his bed in a pale blue, pink-frilled negligee and similarly blue panties. I will be assisting with training the more inexperienced members of the maid battalion, hummed Asia, doing her best to resist the urge to kick her legs as there were few things she enjoyed more than being doted on by Vaughn. Training and security, appended Konako, her voice flat as she rolled onto her back, closed her eyes, and massaged her exposed stomach with the tips of her fingers. Then, as a reward for your hard work, is there anything you would like to request? Asked Vaughn, simultaneously marveling at how long and smooth Asia's golden hair was. It had already grown past her butt when they first met, but now it extended all the way to her calves without losing its luster or becoming frayed in the slightest. I couldn't possibly request a reward, responded Asia, closing her eyes and bringing her hands together in prayer as she appended, just having my hair brushed like this fills me with such a profound sense of fulfillment, words alone can't express how happy I feel. I'm happy you feel that way, hummed Vaughn, kissing the top of Asia's head before stating, but rewarding you with my time or attention also rewards me with yours. So, even if it's just requesting we take a bath or walk around the palace together, I would happily oblige. Moyu, that's cheating, pouted Asia. In truth, she wasn't even a little upset. She just believed it was wrong to ask Vaughn for more when he had already given her purpose. Pouncing on Vaughn from behind, Konako, with her arms wrapped around his neck and shoulders, licked his left cheek with her rough tongue and said, "Come and nap with me in the garden during my break." "Sure, sounds like fun," responded Vaughn, turning his face slightly to allow Konako to continue licking his face and hairline. Asia puffed her cheeks at this, but Vaughn promptly deflated them by poking them with the tips of his index fingers. Then, while massaging her face and neck, he reiterated that it was okay for her to be a little selfish. With Konako and Asia departing using the respective keys, Vaughn gave Grafia and Venelana a quadruple dose of baby batter before the former left to see to the maid battalion's training and the latter for a meeting with Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, to discuss expanding his reach and moving the production of Hoi-Poi capsules, formerly Dino Caps, off-world to prevent his facilities and family from being targeted. Everyone is working hard, mused Vaughn, sporting a relaxed smile as he wandered the spacious halls of his palace in his usual black and grey yukata and matte black, gold-embroidered haori. Being by himself used to make him feel uneasy and lonely, but since he could spend years with the people he cared about in the span of a single day, he found the quiet serenity of the palace's 9th floor soothing. In a way, it reminded him of himself or, more accurately, what people believed he embodied, as while there were presently very few people who had access to the 9th floor, it wouldn't be long before the distinctly tense silence was replaced with the verve and vibrancy of life. With such thoughts in mind, Vaughn eventually found his way to a spacious, spherical lounge that comprised 2 levels with 3,500 square meters of floor space. The entrance and the lining of each throughout were circular or rounded, comprised of dark brown wood, and lined by soft golden light, creating a satisfying contrast against the creamy beige walls. Most of the furniture was a darker beige-brown, and there were many types of potted plants present alongside a well-lit mossy mound people could lie atop and a lazy river they could float upon or swim through. Making his way toward the lounge's most notable feature, a set of dark brown and beige stairs that led up to and coiled around a gently glowing artificial sun, Vaughn made his way up the stairs and pressed his hand to the soft-feeling but firm surface. As he did, a circular entrance opened like an expanding lens, leading to a dark interior and a liquid-filled basin lined by a wooden ridge large enough to sit or lie down on. Unequipping his clothes, Vaughn casually lowered himself into the basin, producing a luminous blue glow that rapidly expanded to the entire pool, causing the sphere's previously dark and reflective interior to glisten with a bluish-white hue. The chamber was meant to be a sensory deprivation tank, but instead of being filled with Epsom salt, the water was saturated with finely ground magic crystals that synergized with a person's internal energy to give them a sense that they were expanding beyond their body and mind once saturation and equilibrium were achieved. Contrasting this sentiment, the water around Vaughn became increasingly bright, shifting from pale, bluish-white to every color between deep violet to dark crimson as he floated, suspended within rather than atop it. Since Source had no specific element or form, it constantly shifted between the states of energy he emulated, making it difficult for people to perceive but also making it nearly impossible for him to use structured magic without it overloading. This wasn't strictly a weakness, as it gave him an omnipotent affinity with all sorts of items and equipment, but as absurd as it sounded, Vaughn felt self-conscious about having to depend on tools and pre-existing magic circles to do things others could do at will. Ding! Just as the liquid surrounding Vaughn began to take on a persistent golden hue, his thoughtless, completely relaxed state was interrupted by the soft sound of a system notification, prompting him to open his eyes. Your Yuaki is requesting a telepathic link. Accepting the request, Vaughn floated to the pool's surface, causing the light that had suffused it to recede into his body as he kicked things off by musing, well, this is a rare treat. Does the naughty kitten require my assistance? Oh, wow, your voice is even deeper in my head. Just hearing it is enough to make my pussy tense and quiver, purred your Yuaki, demonstrating she could be just as shameless, if not more so. So, what's up? Asked Vaughn, crossing his ankles and relaxing with his fingers linked atop his diaphragm. The thought of materializing a display to see what your Yuaki was up to briefly crossed his mind. However, since staring at a screen while floating within liquid was oddly discomfiting, he decided against it. That big-breasted featherhead who originates from the same world as me, anew was nearly eaten by one of those hollow I told you about, revealed your Yuaki, causing Vaughn's brows to furrow slightly as she asked, did you know something like this would happen? Because, were it not for the slight power increase she experienced in the tower, odds are she would have died. The tower chooses individuals who have a notable influence on the fate of their world, stated Vaughn, choosing his words carefully as he contended even if Orium had refused the tower's invitation, she either would have survived her ordeal or become a significant figure within the heart or mind of someone with the capacity to shape your world. Well, either way, the big-titted brat sustained substantial damage to her soul, revealed your Yuaki, appending the gaps created within it were filled with another kind of energy, and now she's turned into what we call a high-spec human capable of using spirit energy. I'm considering taking her under my wing, and if you want me to, I can also prepare her to warm your bed. How about it? I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't need my harem self-propagating, stated Vaughn, the image of Orium's future, bikini-wearing self appearing in his mind as he added, more importantly, you don't need to worry about me losing interest in you or your world just because we don't get to spend as much time together as I would like. Climb the tower at your own pace and take care of what you need to. As long as you don't cross the one line I've drawn, you will remain my mischievous, dark-skinned kitten. How reassuring, hummed your Yuaki, her voice deep, husky, and sensual, covering Vaughn in a layer of goosebumps. Then, in a markedly more casual tone, she revealed, but, just so you're aware, I'm planning to assemble a team to operate on the first floor. Most, if not all, of the members will be female, and they will be primed to correspond with you, if you understand my meaning. Though he doubted the practicality of the arrangement, Vaughn immediately thought of the cold and petite Suifeng when Yor Yueki mentioned forming an all-female team. He had nothing against petite women, but even if she presented herself as willing, Vaughn couldn't imagine a closeted lesbian like Suifeng accepting anyone but Yor Yueki in her heart. Just keep in mind that I value the principles of freedom, preference, and choice, expressed Vaughn. I don't mind people serving or even worshipping me, but I hate being in a position where they believe they must. So don't go planting strange ideas into people's heads on my behalf. I can woo my own women. I'm well aware, hummed Yor Yueki. That said, I'll be waiting for you on the upper floors of the tower. Just don't keep me waiting too long. After all, cats are capricious creatures. It doesn't matter how good your milk is if I don't get to taste it whenever I please. Following a moment of befuddlement, Vaughn informed Yor Yueki about the intertwining dragon's palace and the existence of the golden key within her inventory. He had told her, Nami, and Roxanne about it near the start of the previous tower cycle, but she had evidently forgotten about it after spending the better part of 3 months climbing up and investigating as high as the 10th floor. She would have ascended even higher, but as the trial of 10th floor was a monthly tournament that only permitted the top 8 ascendees to advance, she and other pioneers were stuck awaiting at least 16 full parties to catch up. I might actually fall for this kid, thought Yor Yueki, the lower half of her face buried into a thick pillow that she was currently hugging tightly after teasing Vaughn and making the mistake of saying she would accompany him until he was completely satisfied or tired of her body. The result was him alternating between intensely fucking, making gentle love to, or skillfully massaging and licking her for upwards of 16 hours a day for 10 days straight, only affording her breaks to eat, sleep, and pillow talk. I never get tired of this sight, thought Vaughn, biting his bottom lip as he admired the sight of Yor Yueki's back and spectacularly round bottom as he impacted it with his hips, sending prominent ripples through the 2 large mounds and waves of pleasure throughout her body. His favorite position was the sitting lotus, as it permitted him to maintain eye contact and kiss the woman he was having sex with, but the aptly named animal or doggy style was definitely a close second. Increasing the pleasure Yor Yueki was experiencing tenfold, at least for a short while, Vaughn buried his cock deep inside of her, his glands kissing the opening of her cervix before he filled it to the brim for the 31st time that day. He knew Yor Yueki was only giving him the time and opportunity to do as he pleased because she intended to resume ghosting him once they were finished, so instead of counting the days, he kept track of their time together by counting down from 1,000 cream pies. Fortunately for her, the cream pie he was currently giving her, causing her toes to curl and her pussy to clench like a vice, was the 500th. 500 to go, mused Vaughn, waiting for Yor Yueki's orgasm to settle before turning her onto her side, raising her left leg onto his shoulder, and holding her hazy, yellow, cat-like gaze as he resumed his movements with earnest. Chapter 160, Reception. MMMNGGH. Following a very protracted kiss, Vaughn retracted his lips from Yor Yueki's, his expression smoldering and his hands supporting her toned yet pliant bottom as he stood with her legs wrapped around him like a vice. At the start, he dangled her feet off the ground, the result of their nearly 40 centimeters difference in their heights, but once she realized he wasn't simply kissing her goodbye, her legs invariably found themselves around his waist. It's natural for a cat to roam freely, but don't be a stranger, hummed Vaughn, staring deeply into Yor Yueki's angular, borderline luminous, cat-like eyes as she listened to him with an upturned, seductive smile. Oh, I'll be back all right, responded Yor Yueki, putting significantly more strength into her legs and tightening her arms around Vaughn's shoulders as she remarked, I've always enjoyed sex, but what we did these past 3 weeks makes what I did in the past feel like I imagined it. There's no way I'm letting you off the hook. And, who knows, keep at it, and I might even let you domesticate me. It could be fun to have another pet cat, mused Vaughn, giving Yor Yueki's left ass cheek a firm smack as he added, but I prefer you being untamed. That way, when you finally wander back to my side, I can break you in all over. Sounds like fun. Purred Yoryuki, moving her head as if she were sniffing Vaughn's lips before playfully snapping her teeth at him. As a result, the number of cream pies she received since her arrival grew from 1,039 to 1,051. Despite spending the better part of 25 days with Yoryuki, Vaughn returned to the sensory deprivation chamber with fewer than half an hour passing in real time. Being able to manipulate the flow of time is so freeing, thought Vaughn, sporting a contented smile even as he missed the sensation of Yoryuki sleeping on his chest in cat form. Fortunately, while he couldn't help but yearn for those he spent a considerable period with, Vaughn no longer felt lonely following a separation. Instead, he found himself looking forward to their inevitable reunion. With such thoughts gradually fading from his mind, the liquid around Vaughn shifted from a pulsating rainbow hue to a nearly colorless golden hue. His penultimate goal was to have it become transparent, devoid of impurities, but whenever he got close to the state called nothingness, it would phase shift to pink as the image of one or more of his women flashed in his mind, ostensibly to remind him he had much to live for. Shihoan Yoryuki has entered the palace. Is she missing me already? Vaughn wondered, relaxing atop a mossy hill with Konako lying face down atop him as they enjoyed a lengthy bask in a training room's artificial sun. It had only been a few hours since Yoryuki's departure, and while he had given her the Graphia and Venelana treatment, he wasn't expecting her back so soon. She arrived in her cat form without informing you, so she likely intends to explore and investigate the palace covertly, reasoned Sis, creating a display that showed Yoryuki flickering between the palace's rafters with impressive speed and skill. Well, she is the former commander of the Onmitsukid, Secret Tactics Squadron. She probably felt restless not knowing the palace's layout. Contended Vaughn, deciding to let Yoryuki do as she pleased. Keeping the fact that he could tell when someone arrived in the palace a secret had its benefits. Thus, instead of messaging Yoryuki to ask what she was up to, he watched her slink around stealthily for several minutes before closing his eyes and returning to his nap. Following his nap with Konako, Vaughn spent some time with Asia sitting on his lap, gently combing his fingers through her hair and simply holding her as part of her request. She seemed to think back on the time they were in the familiar forest quite often, so he recreated the experience for her in a training room, albeit using a lush green forest instead of a dead one. "Thank you for allowing me to do this," whispered Asia, sporting a faint, contented smile as she rested her head against Vaughn's chest, enjoying his heart's rhythmic and powerful pulsations. "Right back at you," hummed Vaughn, kissing the top of Asia's head before softly reiterating, "My life is more meaningful with you in it, and being able to spend time with you like this, it puts my heart and mind at ease." "I feel the same way," affirmed Asia, her smile becoming more prominent and her cheeks developing a ruddy hue as she confided, "Though, I'm not sure how long we can remain like this. I know it's not the reason we came here, but being this close to you makes me yearn for more." "That makes two of us," hummed Vaughn, sliding his left hand from the center of Asia's back to just above her perky butt. He had no problem going much further, but only if she requested it of him. Fortunately, they weren't pressed for time. Following Vaughn asking her if she knew what Tiamat was up to, Venelana, eyes narrowed and sporting an alluring smile as she gave him a boob job, sensually hummed, "I was wondering when you would ask about her. To answer your question, she has purportedly considered migrating here, but she is presently the guardian of the familiar forest and is repaying a debt to Ajoka Beelzebub of the four great Satans." "I see, and I suppose she's too prideful to allow someone else to settle her debts," muttered Vaughn, closing his eyes and leaning his head back, prompting Venelana to briefly trace her tongue along the underside of his shaft and glands before contending, "That's not entirely true. Tiamat-sama is very prideful, but she's also famous for breaking agreements with people who annoy her and tricking others into shouldering her debts. Her contract as guardian also has a provision that permits her to abdicate the position early if she meets someone qualified to be her master. I suspect the only reason she isn't here now is because she's waiting for you to call her. Though it was only for a brief moment, so quick he could have easily been convinced he had imagined it, a pair of crimson eyes flashed within Vaughn's mind. And though he had only ever gazed into them once, he immediately recognized them as the eyes of the colossal large wolf that had appeared before him in his dream more than 7 years prior. Now, as he peered at the pair that had briefly flashed across his mind, materializing them via his perfect recall, they almost appeared sad. No, they're definitely sad, concluded Vaughn, feeling a sense of unease that compelled him to extend an imagined hand toward the pair of eyes. As he did so, the memory of caressing something cool and soft filled his mind, but it differed from a normal recollection. It felt familiar to him, but no images were attached to the sensation, just an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Noticing Vaughn soften slightly and sensing the subtle but profound change in his mood, Venelana blinked in surprise and asked, "Is everything okay?" with audible care and concern. Placing his left hand on Venelana's head and caressing it, Vaughn casually reassured her, "I just got the impression there was some place I needed to be, but it isn't an emergency or anything. It's more like the corridor is calling to me. We can look into it together during the next tower cycle." Feeling Vaughn regain his vigor, a smile blossomed across Venelana's face as she responded, "Very well." Before rising to her feet, turning around, and taking a seat as he lined his glands up with the entrance of her eagerly awaiting pussy. There were many questions she wanted to ask, but since Vaughn wasn't the type to keep secrets, she was confident he would explain things when he was ready. And since it wasn't an emergency, she needed his semen inside her as quickly as possible. September 9th DXD/April 29th DBT. I've been looking forward to this. I've met all kinds of fictional characters using the VR headset you lent me for research, but this is the first time I'll be meeting one in the flesh. How exhilarating! Hummed Azazel, standing beside Vaughn and gazing up at a circular stone gateway covered in strange runes, its interior diameter approximately 10 meters to allow vehicles and large containers to move through. Just don't forget the Transdimensional Preservation Pact and what I told you about karma. I won't stop you from flying around and sightseeing, but we aren't to directly intervene or provide information on the plot or setting of the verse. Reminded Vaughn, his expression and tone flat as he modeled a distinctive aquamarine yukata with a black, gold, and cerulean blue sash around his waist, his usual black and gold haori, a pair of crimson banded geta, and a plethora of golden accessories, including 10 rings, an opaline pendant, and his favored bracelets of dominion. The latter might only be B-rank, but the returning enchantment was too convenient, and with his extreme reaction speed, perfect guard was exceedingly useful. Yeah, I know. Responded Azazel, shaking his head and crossing his arms as he asked, "But what if they attack us first? This is the world of Naruto we're talking about. I'm pretty confident in my abilities, but I hope you have a plan if they try to seal us." That would be a pretty monumental mistake on their part, said Vaughn, refusing to elaborate. Then, as the runes along the interior of the gateway began to illuminate with an audible reverberation, causing bands of sapphire blue lightning to arc within, he peered back to meet the gazes of Graphia and Venelana, supplying them a curt nod before facing forward and taking the initiative to lead the way up the ramp feeding into the dark blue, shimmering portal that had formed. "Welp, off we go," hummed Azazel, unfurling his 12 ebon black wings to levitate a few centimeters off the ground instead of following Vaughn on foot. The latter noticed this, but since he was wearing a flashier than usual outfit to make his status apparent, he couldn't criticize others for wanting to show off. Following a fleeting sensation like sinking to the bottom of a pool before rapidly rising back to the surface, Vaughn emerged from an identical portal to the one he had stepped through, hidden within a secure facility in the plateau hosting Konoha's Hokage monument. Unsurprisingly, there were about 20 tense-looking shinobi wearing leaf-marked metal forehead protectors, matte gray body armor over dark blue or black bodysuits, and thick-soled, toeless sandals forming an encirclement around the gateway, but as they were currently at war and likely had no idea who he was, Vaughn couldn't blame them for being a little tense. "Oof, not the most welcoming reception I've received," remarked Azazel, emerging from the portal shortly after Vaughn, his violet eyes sweeping the shinobi forming the encirclement, causing them to tense. Fortunately, the leader of the group, a tall man with slanted red lines running from his eyes to his jaw and a mane of spiky white hair fashioned into a low, inordinately long ponytail, retained his composure, standing cross-armed and sporting a relaxed smile as he said, "Welcome, friends. The name's Jiraiya. Might I ask which of you is Vaughn Mason?" "That would be me," responded Vaughn, gesturing to Azazel with his right hand as he added, "and this gentleman is Governor Azazel. In this world, he would be something akin to a daimyo, but neither of us is particularly fond of formalities." "That makes 3 of us," joked Jiraiya, his smile broadening as he used his left hand to signal to the shinobi comprising the encirclement to stand down. Vaughn gave off a completely innocuous feeling, but even though he wasn't a censor, Jiraiya, having faced multiple Jinchuriki, could tell at a glance that Azazel was far more dangerous. Chapter 161, Tedium. I was unconvinced when Minato first revealed there were worlds other than our own, but now that that's been established, I'm far from the only one curious to know how many there are, commented Jiraiya, leading the way through a network of Sami, talisman-covered corridors carved from stone. Vaughn and Azazel followed close behind him, while half the group of shinobi tasked with greeting them trailed behind them in 2 lines. "If we're referring to planets alone, the number is so large that it may not even have a name in your world," stated Vaughn, cool as a cucumber despite the tension in the air. Sparing Jiraiya the need to ask, Vaughn appended, "As for habitable worlds, the number is significantly lower but still estimated to be in the billions in a given universe. On a multiversal scale, the number is essentially infinite, but as far as the Tower of Ascension is concerned, there are precisely 1,000 candidate worlds that have been chosen to form its basis." "Fascinating," hummed Jiraiya, crossing his arms, caressing his chin with his right hand, and raising his gaze to the ceiling as he asked, "And do the people of these 1,000 worlds look similar to us? If so, I'm going to have a lot of new material for the book series I'm starting." Nodding, even though Jiraiya wasn't looking his way, Vaughn affirmed, "The vast majority of those invited to the tower are a variety of humans to keep things simple. They may have different names and genetic sequences, but their baseline features are similar to foster a sense of familiarity and make it easier for ascendees of various worlds to interact without the barrier of regarding the other party as alien." "A wise decision," affirmed Jiraiya, closing his eyes and exhaling from his nose as he revealed, "I'm not sure how it is in other worlds, but here, even superficial differences like facial structure and skin tone can drive people to resent or outright hate one another. It shouldn't be an issue as long as you have an escort, but try not to take offense if you walk around and the villagers give you a wide berth due to your skin tone. People fear the unknown and those different from them, no matter the world," sighed Azazel, closing his eyes and shaking his head. He knew that many of the societal, cultural, and geopolitical issues of the formerly fictional worlds were ultimately a reflection of their own, but after dealing with such insensibility for more than 6,000 years, he couldn't help feeling weary of it. "Which is precisely why we're here, getting to know one another," stated Jiraiya, peering back at Vaughn and Azazel with an ostensibly genuine smile. However, while he sincerely wanted to befriend and work alongside them toward mutual prosperity, a lifetime of being entangled in wars made him cautious and skeptical as a matter of course. "I'd rather try your alcohol and get acquainted with the local delicacies if you catch my drift," hummed Azazel, sporting a playfully wolfish grin that Jiraiya immediately recognized. "Well, at least this guy will be easy to deal with," thought Jiraiya, adopting a wolfish grin of his own as he stated, "Then, you're in luck, as I happen to be a connoisseur of the finer things in life. Once all the politicking is out of the way, I'd be happy to show you around." "Sounds good to me," said Azazel, shifting his gaze to Vaughn as he asked, "How about joining us, Vaughn? Wining, dining, and generally cavorting with the representative entities of affiliate worlds is a good way to establish a positive rapport and strengthen relationships. That's precisely why I brought you here with me, responded Vaughn, his expression and tone casual as he asserted, I'm better suited to the role of an intermediary or an arbitrator. Once I'm assured things can proceed without me, I will return to my palace. Oh, come now. This is a rare opportunity. I get that you have your harem of beautiful women and other duties to attend, but it's important to spend time with other guys, argued Azazel, his tone playful as he gently nudged Vaughn with his elbow. Who? You have a harem? Asked Jiraiya, meeting Vaughn's gaze over his right shoulder. Minato's reports mentioned his fondness for attractive and particularly well-endowed women, but he gave off such an aloof aura that it was difficult to imagine him fooling around or making merry. I am extraordinarily blessed, affirmed Vaughn, adopting a faint, almost wistful smile that took Jiraiya aback. He had seen such looks before, but they were always worn by men deeply in love. It wasn't an expression he expected to see on the face of a man known to consort with no less than 5 and presumably many more women. This guy is dangerous, thought Jiraiya, though not in the sense that Vaughn would bring ruin to their village or world. Rather, with his looks and extraordinary means, Vaughn was a threat to all men. Welcome, Vaughn Mason Dano, Azazel Dano. We are honored by your presence, greeted a middle-aged, going-on elderly man with spiky brown hair, a fading hairline, and sharp, angular black eyes with deep laugh lines. His attire appeared simple at a glance, consisting of a loose red robe with an obi, scarf, and haori jacket that were all ash grey, but the diamond-shaped hat positioned on the table before him, red with a white section bearing the kanji for fire in bright red, symbolized his status as Hokage, the leader of Konohagakure and one of the 5 most powerful and influential shinobi in the world. You are, affirmed Vaughn, nodding slowly before adopting a relaxed smile as he looked around the oval-shaped conference room and the 10 people who were present besides the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. They were much younger than their counterparts in his memory, but he recognized 3 of the eldest, particularly a man with spiky brown hair and a black eye patch, as Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, and Maito Homura. As for the rest, he could infer they were the heads of Konoha's most influential clans as he recognized 3 as Uchiha Fugaku, a surprisingly young Hyuga Hayashi, and a man he suspected to be the father of Yui Kurane as he had raven black hair and distinct crimson eyes with concentric circles. Completing his quick sweep, Vaughn settled his gaze on Hiruzen, seated at the head of a long and wide rectangular table, his smile broadening as he casually appended, however, even though there is a drastic difference in our comparative statuses and titles, you don't need to mind your manners or choose your words carefully. This is ultimately your world, and the 2 of us are outsiders. We will respect your customs so long as you don't go out of your way to offend or antagonize us. And, even then, we will simply leave. The 2 of you may be outsiders, but you're also our respected guests, stated Hiruzen, offering an affirming nod as he assured, there are those among us who have questions about your godly status and the claims of Namikaze Minato, but we would rather forge a beneficial relationship with your world than make an enemy out of your dragon's pavilion. It's good to question things, especially when it concerns claims of godly status, affirmed Azazel, nodding approvingly as he stood cross-armed to Vaughn's left. Then, adopting a brazen smile, he added, but what you really want to know is how powerful we are, right? Because if all we have on our side is advanced technology and the means to travel between worlds, you could have your people capture us and steal the knowledge directly. Meeting Azazel's gaze with slightly narrowed eyes, Hiruzen responded, I can assure you, Azazel Dano. While it is true that we have a keen interest in the capabilities of the trans-dimensional travelers, we have no desire to capture or steal from you. That might hold for some of you, but not all, retorted Azazel, his violet eyes shifting to Danzo, causing the middle-aged man's perpetual frown to deepen. Azazel, muttered Vaughn, gazing back at the black and gold-haired fallen from over his left shoulder. He was just as aware as Azazel that Danzo was a monster and the root cause of many problems in the world of Naruto, but it wasn't their place to fix things using their knowledge of the plot. It would be one thing if they were prepared to settle in the world and address any problems that came about due to their interference, but so long as they remained outsiders, it was best to render assistance when requested. That way, the karmic burden fell to the requester, leaving them responsible for the fallout. Yeah, I know. Responded Azazel, maintaining his almost perennial smile but shaking his head and exhaling audibly from his nose. Returning his attention to Hiruzen and the gathering of Konoha's affluent, Vaughn adopted a faint smile and stated, as your people create a foothold for themselves in the terminal world and the tower, your understanding of our power and the capabilities of other worlds will expand naturally. But, if it helps discourage future incidents, I will allow you to try to seal me using your most powerful sealing jutsu. Once you comprehend that I cannot be killed or sealed away, I imagine that relations between us will be amicable moving forward. Seeing how casual Vaughn was as he made his proposal, the already tense atmosphere in the room became palpable. In preparation for the meeting, various countermeasures had been discussed, just in case Vaughn became antagonistic or attempted to threaten them. Sealing him was one of their last resorts, so hearing him casually inviting them to try made everyone in the room understandably tense. Just to be clear, that invitation only extends to him, said Azazel, smiling cheekily as he casually contended, I'm confident I can endure just about any attack you throw at me, but even though I'm more than 6,000 years old, I'm far from immortal and unsealable. Those are traits unique to Vaughn here. 6,000 years old? You scarcely look 20-30 at the oldest. Remarked Danzo, ostensibly annoyed due to the knowing look Azazel had given him previously. Oh? And what do you expect a 6,000-year-old man to look like? An emaciated, waxy figure decked out in tattered bandages, countered Azazel, snorting contemptuously before causing everyone in the room to tense as he abruptly materialized his wings, adding, I'm what's known as a fallen angel, a being created by the God of the Bible. Unless I go out of my way to change my form, it remains the same no matter how much time passes. How enviable! Remarked Hiruzen, his tone joking and sporting a smile as he pulled out a pipe, began packing it, and stated, more to the point, while we appreciate Vandano's consideration, we will forego trying to seal you if for no other reason than to give us peace of mind. The reason we invited you here today is to confirm a few things and discuss how our respective villages and worlds can benefit from one another. Shaking his head, Vaughn calmly asserted, that's something for you to figure out yourselves or discuss with people like Azazel. Because, even without accessing a world directly, there are few things I can't personally obtain or create using my power. It's your side that seeks benefits, and so long as you can offer something of equal value, virtually anything you can imagine can be provided. That is what differentiates godlike beings from mortals. I see. Muttered Hiruzen, puffing his pipe thoughtfully as he began to accept that Vaughn might actually be a god. Just him hailing from another world was already tremendously significant, but if he could truly create anything he desired, there was nothing they could offer that put them on equal footing. He would always stand above them in any negotiations, so the questions then became, what did they desire from him, and what were they willing to give in exchange? Chapter 162, Exasperation. If this is true, those who bear the title of Ascendee will become the pillars of the worlds they originate. Remarked Hiruzen, his skin slightly clammy after perusing the document Vaughn had provided, a list detailing the conversion ratio for various agricultural and material goods such as rice, wheat, iron, silver, gold, and, most notably, chukra metal, a material more commonly known as mithril. The tower only sends invitations to those who are destined to or already have a meaningful influence on the flow of fate within their world. Stated Vaughn, seated alongside Azazel at the end of the conference table, directly opposite Hiruzen. Then, as everyone shifted their gazes to him, he added, in other words, even if Minato hadn't accepted the tower's invitation and become an Ascendee, the only thing preventing him from leaving his mark on this world is the amount of effort he's willing to put in. The same holds true in the tower. Preposterous! Muttered Danzo, drawing everyone's gazes to him as he firmly asserted, Namikaze Minato is extremely capable, no one here or in any other village can deny that. However, it is obvious why he was chosen to become an ascendee despite his lack of standing and background. You aim to undermine the authority of this here council and elevate him to the position of Hokage to promote some hidden agenda. Oh? Well, if you say so, it must be true. Droned Azazel, making a show of rolling his eyes before meeting Danzo's gaze with a challenging smile and asserting, it's either that or you're butthurt that you weren't chosen, preventing you from promoting your own hidden agenda. A baseless accusation that further proves my claim, exclaimed Danzo, bringing his left fist down atop the table, causing it to shudder and spilling several people's tea. Enough, Danzo. You will be silent, or you will leave. Warned Hiruzen, staring the one-eyed man down with a withering glower. Nearly everyone else present gave him similarly disapproving looks, but while they weren't buying into his assertions, they also found it difficult to believe Vaughn didn't have an agenda. Shinobi were taught to look for hidden meanings within hidden meanings and to never trust a situation that seemed too good to be true because, far more often than not, those who sought to aid you outside of your immediate family or squad were trying to get you to lower your guard. Noticing Vaughn sporting a disinterested look, Hiruzen smiled apologetically and said, "Excuse Danzo. He and I have fought through and survived 2 wars and are presently weathering a 3rd. He is simply being cautious, as his station requires." Shaking his head, Vaughn calmly asserted, "That's something for you to discuss and solve amongst yourselves. His blustering has no bearing on whether we end up collaborating, as it's your side seeking benefits from us. If you still seek them, you will find a way to prevent him from making a fool of himself. If you don't, it doesn't matter, as we are harmed in no way by not collaborating with you." Having grown weary of the interaction, Vaughn surprised everyone except Azazel by rising to his feet, his expression and tone neutral as he added, "Regardless, I have better things to do than sit here at your convenience. If there is a matter that requires my attention, you can request my time at my palace." Finished with what he had to say, Vaughn briefly met Azazel's violet-eyed gaze, prompting the fallen to state, "I'll stick around for a while longer. I have personal business to discuss with our new friends, and once we're finished here, I intend to accept Jiraiya's invitation to tour the village and its establishments." "If that is what you've decided," affirmed Vaughn, offering a slow nod before returning his gaze to Hiruzen and stating, "Azazel here is not an agent or spokesperson of the Dragon's Pavilion. However, he was once Governor-General of one of the 3 most powerful factions in his world. If any harm befalls him in my absence, I will not prevent his former allies from retaliating. Rest assured, Von Dono, we will not allow any harm to befall Azazel Dono while he is a guest in our village," stated Hiruzen, his gaze shifting to Danzo as he spoke. He then intended to express that Vaughn was free to return and that they would be delighted to host and entertain him, but as he looked back, Vaughn disappeared in a flash of bluish-white light, leaving Azazel shaking his head and exhaling exasperatedly in his wake. Hey. After teleporting from the world of Naruto and reappearing in his room, an exasperated sigh escaped Vaughn's throat as he plopped face first onto his oversized bed. He didn't consider himself particularly bloodthirsty, but at that moment, he felt an almost overwhelming desire to do the entire world of Naruto a favor by having Danzo disappear. Let's just hope their increased capabilities allow Minato and Kakashi to affect things for the better, thought Vaughn, closing his eyes and drinking in the womanly perfume that permeated his blankets, helping put his mind at ease. With 8 additional months of experience and a noteworthy increase in his power level, Kakashi should be more than capable of dealing with the shinobi who abduct Rin and lead to Obito's apparent death, assured Sis. I certainly hope so, thought Vaughn, recalling the scene of Kakashi being forced to pierce his childhood friend and the girl who had a crush on him through the heart. If Obito hadn't had half his body crushed, he wouldn't have fallen into the hands of Madara or relinquished one of his Sharingan to Kakashi. This would accordingly spare the girl, Narration, from being made a sacrificial pawn in the elderly Uchiha's plans, and, depending on the circumstances, prevent Minato and his wife, Kushina, from being killed on the day of the titular main character's birth. As it stands, there is an 88.439% probability that Obito will be able to avoid being crushed. However, the odds of another Uchiha being chosen as Uchiha Madara's pawn are even higher due to the enmity implanted in them due to Danzo's machinations, stated Sis. Will the revelation that there are other worlds not influence things? Asked Vaughn, contending, it's virtually guaranteed that Madara would learn of the gateway and the existence of the terminal world via Black Zetsu. And with another world available to them, there's a chance the Uchiha could relocate here and create a new life rather than staging a coup. It's a possibility, conceded Sis. However, the Uchiha are very proud and consider themselves one of the foundational pillars of Konohagakure. It's just as likely that they will try to force the elders through the gate and claim the village for themselves. How troublesome! Thought Vaughn, sighing both outwardly and internally. Fortunately, as he had reiterated to Hiruzen several times, such matters were for him and the denizens of the Narutoverse to resolve. It wasn't his responsibility to intercede, so instead of mulling things over, he eventually rolled onto his back, opened his contacts, and had Sis create 6 displays to see what Graphia, Venelana, Rias, Sana, Nami, and Robin were up to. Oh, wow, that's a lot of messages. Noted Vaughn, seeing 38, next to Nami's name and 5, to the right of Robin's. The duo had returned to their world that morning with the other Straw Hats and, unsurprisingly, one of the first things they learned upon their return was that Luffy's brother, Ace, was set to be publicly executed at Marine HQ, Marineford, in 1 week's time. Even less surprisingly, Luffy was determined to rescue him before he was moved from the world government's most secure prison, the underwater jail, Impel Down. Seeing Nami ask if it was possible to teleport Ace out of marine custody, Vaughn closed his eyes and exhaled from his nose. It was, in fact, possible, but if he admitted that, not only would he be denying them an opportunity to grow, she would become even more dependent on him. Shifting his attention to Robin's messages, Vaughn's brows perked at the revelation that he had been assigned the moniker Blasphemous Wings alongside a bounty of 350 million berries. As for his bounty poster, it showed him looking down with a contemptuous look on his face, along with the text, "For crimes against the celestial dragons, inciting rebellion, engaging in the trade of slaves, and murdering innumerable marines, this winged menace is to be captured to await public execution." "When did I murder even a single marine?" asked Vaughn, disregarding Rob Lucci as the latter was an agent of Cypher Paul, not a marine. "Since people might rally behind you if your only offense was opposing the celestial dragons, it makes sense that they would accuse you of heinous crimes that would give the average citizen pause and the marines ample reason to resent you," contended Sis. "Corrupt bastards," thought Vaughn, briefly humoring the idea of teleporting Imu and the 5 Elder Stars into deep space. If that happened, the world government would probably crumble from the inside, but it would also put him in a position similar to Yagami Raito from Death Note. And playing the part of a god without shouldering the responsibilities of your actions was asking for karmic retribution. Though he knew he could weather whatever befell him, Vaughn didn't want the people closest to him to be implicated due to his carelessness. Thus, after significant deliberation, he informed Nami that he couldn't teleport Ace from Impel Down as his actions resulted in him being detained there. Freeing him would go against the flow of fate and causality, so it would be up to her and the other Straw Hats to reach and free him. Only then could they retreat to the palace and escape via spatial transference. Seeing Nami relay what he had said, causing Sanji to snort and make an offhand remark about how he knew he couldn't be trusted, Vaughn's left eye twitched. Fortunately, the remaining Straw Hats seemed to agree that it was their responsibility to rescue Ace, with Luffy outright declaring that if they had to depend on others to solve things for them, they should give up on their dreams there and then. Being the Avatar is such a pain, sighed Korra, sitting between Vaughn's legs in the 9th floor's spacious bath, reclining against him with flushed cheeks and a pouty expression as he held and gently caressed her belly with his left hand and rubbed her slit with his right middle finger. "It's certainly difficult, making rational arguments and believing you know what's best only for people to ignore or lash out against you because they have been convinced to think differently by people who only view them as pawns," muttered Vaughn, referring to Amen, the masked bloodbender that currently served as chorus foil. Fortunately, with 4 months of training in the tower and a regimen of stat-boosting foods, she was nearly 5 times stronger and markedly faster than her canon counterpart. She also wasn't freely exhibiting her abilities by becoming a pro-bender, so, theoretically, she should have an insurmountable advantage against any opponent from her world. "It just doesn't make sense," groaned Cora, leaning her head back and nuzzling Vaughn's neck and the underside of his chin with her forehead as she contended, "Republic City is a place where benders and people from all nations gather. Those in charge are constantly working toward making the city equitable for everyone, but people like Amen ignore that and turn people against one another. If the Equalists had their way, they would kill or strip away the bending of all benders, even though it is their hard work that built and keeps the city powered. Even in worlds where spirits, bending, and the supernatural don't exist, there are always people like that Amen trying to pit people against one another to secure power for themselves," stated Vaughn. "But, as long as you do your best and work together with other influential figures, you will eventually be able to expose him for the deceitful manipulator he is. Then, all who doubted your words and capabilities will see you for the powerful, kind, and extraordinary woman you are. MMN. You know just what to say," hummed Cora, her tone huskier than usual as she closed her eyes and bit her bottom lip. She secretly felt that Vaughn was a little too forward with his actions, but instead of scolding him or telling him she wasn't in the mood, she exhaled a hot sigh and allowed him to continue fingering her until she came. Then, as a matter of course, she returned the favor in her room. Chapter 163, Distraction. September 11 DXD/May 5 DBT. Though it was the day of a blue moon, Vaughn only spent a short time in the Black Tower before returning to his palace to monitor the Straw Hats' raid on Impel Down from a theatre-like command room. Grafia and Venelana were with him, as usual, but instead of sitting next to, snuggling up to, or servicing him, they stood slightly behind and to his sides in a skimpy-made outfit and white, black-trimmed negligee with stockings and bicep-length gloves. "I hate this view," thought Vaughn, referring to the numerous blue-tinted displays he had erected to follow each member of the Straw Hats and, notably, Rayleigh. The scene reminded him of the initial powerlessness and eventual fury he felt during the raiding game between Rias and Riser, and since he had sworn to himself that he would never be a bystander as the people he cared about fought, a feeling of discomfort swelled within Vaughn's chest as the Straw Hats ship, the Sun and Lion-themed Thousand Sunny, approached the infamous prison while submerged, protected from the sea's pressure by a giant bubble. Though Impel Down was situated in the Calm Belt, a location plagued by colossal creatures known as Sea Kings, some of which exceeded tens of kilometers in length or height, the Thousand Sunny was able to navigate the perilous stretch of sea by emitting a dissonant frequency that caused the colossal creatures extreme discomfort. This didn't keep all Sea Kings away, but with Rayleigh on the deck, teaching the Straw Hats about Haki, they didn't have too much to worry about. For a world without mana and magic, they possess some extraordinary innovations, remarked Venelana, noticing Vaughn's sullen aura and hoping to alleviate it by breaking the oppressive silence hanging over him. Recognizing that Venelana was speaking to him, as she rarely addressed Grafia casually, Vaughn briefly reflected before closing his eyes, exhaling a faint sigh, and responding, "Thank you for worrying about me." Punctuating his words, Vaughn lightly smacked the armrests of his dark red leather, throne-like chair, prompting Grafia and Venelana to initially take a seat with his arms wrapped around their bottoms and their legs crossed in a way the calf of their crossed leg to rest on his knees. Then, as he felt like having them closer, he promptly drew them to sit on his lap, his hands cupping their soft yet situationally toned abdomens as he buried his face into Venelana's neck and muttered, "I love you both." "Ara, how fortuitous," hummed Venelana, angling her head so Vaughn had easier access to her neck. Indeed, muttered Graphia, burying her face into Vaughn's exposed nape as she sensually appended, it would be tragic if our love for you wasn't reciprocated. Resisting the urge to push the two mature women down, Vaughn settled on caressing their abdomens as he confided, I don't think I'll be able to sit here and watch as things play out. I understand that the Straw Hats need freedom and opportunities to grow, but it doesn't feel right. Then help them, responded Venelana, turning her face to meet Vaughn's gaze with narrowed eyes and a motherly smile as she stated, regardless of the path you choose for yourself, Graphia and I are here to support, not inhibit you. We'll let you know if we believe you're making a decision you'll regret, but when it concerns divine intervention, it doesn't matter how bad things get as a consequence, taking action to aid those you care about is never wrong. That's right, hummed Graphia, caressing Vaughn's chest with her left hand as she reasoned, and, besides, there are ways to intervene without hampering the Straw Hats' growth. We don't need to fight their battles for them. Even something as simple as providing a distraction to make their infiltration easier would aid them tremendously. After that, we can return here to observe and intervene at your discretion. Right, muttered Vaughn, his doubts and discomfort replaced by a look of determination. In truth, he knew that Graphia and Venelana would support him no matter what he decided, but words had power. Assuming he could do as he pleased left him feeling guilty. Hearing the women he loved most affirm he was right to do so filled him with conviction. With the silhouette of Impel Down drawing ever closer, Nami stood next to Robin near the Thousand Sunny's bow, her body tense but her brown eyes full of determination. In Impel Down's long history, only one person was known to have escaped, but she was just as determined as everyone else to help Luffy rescue his brother. Von Mason is requesting a telepathic link. Seeing the increasingly familiar but ever mysterious notification window, Nami blinked in surprise, her brows rising as she remarked, "Oh? It looks like Vaughn is contacting me, for Robin's benefit. Perhaps he has changed his mind about helping us," suggested Robin, her expression largely unchanged except for a slight raise of her left brow. More notably, she was modeling a glossy, futuristic-looking, nearly black wetsuit with glowing blue lines that hugged her body from the neck down. Besides tempting men's gazes, it had the unique effect of protecting devil fruit users from the sea's curse, so she had it equipped along with several other articles and accessories gifted to her by Vaughn. "Oh, wow, you're right," remarked Nami, her eyes widening to their limits as Vaughn telepathically relayed his intent to draw the fleet protecting Impel Down away. Their current plan was to use the shark-themed submersible prepared by Frankie to have several of them lurk at the bottom of the sea before having the Thousand Sunny breach and draw the Marines away. If Vaughn could lend a hand, it would make their escape significantly easier as they wouldn't need to depend on the Thousand Sunny evading pursuit for however long it took them to rescue Ace. "Did he mention what it will cost us?" asked Robin, fully prepared to pay whatever price Vaughn required of them but interested to know what it was. "1 second. I'll ask." "Oh," uttered Nami, her brows rising and a broad, clearly amused smile adorning her face as she revealed, "He's saying that it was a mistake believing he could avoid becoming implicated in the fate of a world two of his women call home. So, while he can't teleport Ace to safety, he can't turn a blind eye as we risk our lives to save him." "Oh? Then I suppose we should take it upon ourselves to thank him once this is over," hummed Robin, a faint smile adorning her face. She actually felt it was wrong of them to impose on Vaughn, considering the many boons he provided them, but she felt gratified hearing Nami say he couldn't turn a blind eye to their plight because they were his women. It showed or at least implied that he valued them more than they realistically merited as mere mortals. "What's that?" asked a tall, remarkably burly man wearing the predominantly white outfit and long coat of a Marine vice-admiral. As for what he was referring to, it was the golden light that had appeared in the sky a few hundred meters away and overhead. "I think it's a person, but they have wings," responded the Commodore at his side, a cold sweat breaking out across his body as he realized who the person visible through his telescope was. He wasn't that well known yet, but it wasn't every day that someone received an inaugural bounty of 350 million berries. Let me see that, demanded the Vice Admiral, snatching the telescope from the Commodore and peering through it. It took a moment, but after a few adjustments, the image of Vaughn staring directly at him with his luminous golden eyes came into view. "It's the blasphemous wings," exclaimed the Vice Admiral, shoving the telescope into the Commodore's chest and shouting, "Inform the guards and contact Marine Ford. It can't be a coincidence that he's appearing here now." Thwom! Before the Commodore could carry out the order, a pale golden sphere expanded from Vaughn, invisible to all but a few of the Marines. However, even the lowest-ranking Marine recruit could feel something amiss, as a feeling akin to falling permeated their chests and stomachs, followed by their feet separating from the decks of their ships. No one noticed when it had occurred, but their entire fleet of 12 battleships, colossal vessels that averaged 60 meters in length and nearly as many broad, had been relocated several hundred meters from their moored positions, encircling the uppermost, walled-off level of Impel Down. Transmitting his voice through his domain, causing a powerful reverb through the bodies of the Marines and the surrounding sea, Vaughn calmly declared, "I am Von Mason, the intertwining dragon of fate. I harbor no grudge against the Marines, but since your world government has seen fit to label me a heinous criminal despite the celestial dragons being at fault, consider this a warning." Since he lacked the raw power to do so himself, Vaughn, or, more accurately, Sis, opened a portal through which Graphia unleashed the attack she had been preparing elsewhere. Fortunately for the Marines, her target wasn't them but a colossal metal gate bearing the cross-shaped emblem of the world government, colloquially called the Gates of Justice. Just the part visible above the sea's surface was nearly 500 meters in height and breadth, but as Graphia's attack impacted it, a silvery white explosion consumed them in their entirety. "I'm glad she's on my side," thought Vaughn, doing his best to appear stoic as the shockwave begot by the explosion rippled through the sea and air, causing the battleships below to list and his white hair to become fixed in a spiky, combed-back style that inadvertently caused him to appear even more regal and menacing. For several minutes, it seemed as though the world was ending, but after the initial explosion and resultant tidal wave rippled through the area, causing one unfortunate battleship to capsize, an eerie calm settled across the sea, reminiscent of being in the eye of a hurricane. As for the megalithic Gates of Justice, they were nowhere to be seen. Push 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 push. Just as Vaughn was considering his parting words to the Marines, the Vice Admiral in charge of the fleet, a middle-aged, mustachioed man he didn't recognize, zipped through the air with speed comparable to a high-caliber bullet. Unfortunately for him, Vaughn had gotten acclimated to much greater speeds, so while his own was slower, he could perceive and react to the man's attempt to skewer him with a nearly 2-meter-long cavalier sword. Seeing Vaughn turn toward and block his sword thrust with the palm of his left hand, seemingly without the use of armament haki, the Vice Admiral's eyes briefly widened in shock. Even stranger, the momentum of his attack seemed to disappear entirely, causing him to halt abruptly and creating a sensation akin to holding a pose rather than striking. "Accursed devil fruit users," growled the Vice Admiral, clenching his teeth and kicking the air with enough force to produce a foothold from a shockwave, allowing him to create some distance from Vaughn. Additional kicks allowed him to get around to Vaughn's back at a rate that would have been difficult for the average person to perceive with the naked eye. To Vaughn, however, his movements were exceedingly slow and fluid, allowing him to follow the man with his eyes and move his wings in similarly slow motion to intercept and smack him out of the sky. "This feels unfair," thought Vaughn, experiencing each second that passed as more than 2,500. At this rate, even light appeared to be moving with a modest velocity of 120 km per second, so while the Vice Admiral was impressively swift, evidenced by the fact he appeared to be moving at all, there was an impossible-to-bridge gap between them, made wider by the fact he was using Tiamat's blessing to negate damage below a threshold comparable to a nuclear warhead. Contrasting Vaughn's slowed perception, which saw the Vice Admiral falling toward the sea across several tens of seconds, the Marines on board the battleships witnessed the man breaching the surface within a fraction of a second, producing a splash nearly 10 meters wide and a column more than 100 meters tall. This would have terrified an ordinary group of people, and while there were those among the Marines who were cowed into inaction, Vaughn couldn't help feeling impressed when the vast majority took up their arms and began opening fire on him with high-speed pistols, muskets, and shoulder-mounted cannons. Chapter 164, Intermission. All right, I'm convinced, that winged friend of yours definitely isn't from this world, remarked Rayleigh, a bead of sweat trickling down the left side of his face as he felt the reverberations of Graphia's attack through his observation haki, accrediting it to Vaughn. As the former first mate of Gold Roger, he was well acquainted with the pinnacles of power in his world, so he understood on a fundamental level there wasn't anything he or anyone else could do against such might. Vaughn is pretty amazing, asserted Nami, nodding affirmingly with her arms crossed under her breasts. But there's only so much assistance he can provide us without some serious consequences. That means it's up to us to raid Impel Down and rescue Luffy's brother. Right. Just hold on a little longer, Ace. We're coming to rescue you, exclaimed Luffy, throwing his fists into the air and shouting at the top of his lungs. He had briefly fallen into a stupor after feeling Graphia's attack resonate with something deep within him, but Nami's words brought him back to reality. Has the plan changed any? Asked Zoro, similarly shaken by Graphia's attack but doing his best to appear unaffected. Shaking her head, Nami explained, we're still going to invade through the moon pool on level 2, but instead of having the Sunny reveal itself and distract the Marines for however long it takes us to rescue Ace, it will lie in wait on the seabed until we're prepared to make our escape. All right. I was looking forward to showing off Sunny's capabilities in front of the Marines, but I guess we'll have plenty of opportunities to do that as we make a run for it across the comm belt, said Frankie. Sounds good, started Nami, her words abruptly cutting off as she and everyone present shifted their gazes to a golden magic circle bearing the seven-winged crest that was increasingly becoming associated with Vaughn and the Dragon's Pavilion. Appearing from the magic circle in a stylish, incredibly low-cut white and black trimmed kimono that nearly exhibited as much cleavage as Yasaka, Venelana, sporting an alluring smile with her hands folded neatly over her lap, stated, "Greetings, Straw Hats, and associates. I am Venelana Bale, a representative of the Intertwining Dragons Palace. This isn't our first time meeting, but allow." Before Venelana could finish her introduction, Sanji, who had initially been on high alert, abruptly performed a sliding spin into a one-legged kneeling posture with his left hand extended and his right atop his left breast, his eyes full of hearts as he exclaimed, "Venelana Swayan. That dress looks even more amazing on you than your previous one." "Thank you for the compliment," responded Venelana, offering a slight nod before turning her attention to the rest of the crew, producing 8 bronze keys, and revealing, "These are typically reserved for ascendees, but Vaughn-sama has made an exception. They will crumble to dust after a single use, but if you encounter especially dire circumstances during the raid and feel you have no choice but to retreat, we have medical staff and relief personnel waiting to receive you back at the palace." "Allow me, Venelana Swan," exclaimed Sanji, accepting the keys from Venelana and passing them out to everyone but Nami and Robin as they possessed golden keys of their own. "I didn't expect to see Venelana-sama here," remarked Robin, placing her right hand over her left breast and offering Venelana a courteous bow as the flaxen-haired woman was the one to reincarnate her as a devil. They didn't have the typical master-slash-servant relationship, but Robin recognized Venelana as her superior. Exhaling faintly from her nose, Venelana revealed, "Vaughn-sama couldn't rest knowing you and Nami-san would be risking your lives. Despite what some might believe, he's a compassionate soul who is frequently troubled by his knowledge and capabilities. There are many injustices he wishes he could rectify, but he understands that it is through their interpersonal and internal struggles that people awaken to their true potential. I believe you and Nami-san understand this well." "Indeed," muttered Robin, exhaling a faint sigh of her own. The pain she had endured would have broken most people 100 times over, but it was their pasts and struggles to overcome adversity that formed the glue between her and the other Straw Hats. They had each endured a trial that would have broken practically anyone else in the same situation, but like a group of phoenixes, they arose from the ashes stronger, wiser, and with convictions that far surpassed those who had lived comparably safer and simpler lives. How much longer are we planning to stand around talking? That Von guy can't keep the Marines distracted forever," stated Zoro, still feeling restless after Graphia's attack. "It's not polite to interrupt women when they're speaking," hummed Venelana, causing every nerve in Zoro's body to tense as she gazed at him with a narrow-eyed smile. He had never been particularly good with women, but when Venelana looked at him, he felt like a field mouse being gazed at by a lioness. This woman could kill me without batting an eye. Zoro realized, every instinct in his body telling him to flee. Despite this, he stood his ground, his right hand grasping the white hilt of his Wado Ikemonji, more willing to fight and die rather than turn his back or retreat. Era! He would make a fine rook, thought Venelana, the smile on her face becoming marginally more prominent as she returned her gaze to Nami and conceded, "But your friend is correct. Let us meet and speak freely once this matter has been resolved." "It would be my pleasure," responded Robin, closing her eyes and offering another slight bow. Seeing Venelana and Robin exchange bows, Nami couldn't help feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She knew Venelana was Von's first wife and a pure-blooded devil with presumably extraordinary strength, but part of her refused to acknowledge another woman as superior, even if all her senses were telling her she was outmatched. Sensing Nami's competitive spirit, Venelana gave her a narrow-eyed, knowing smile before turning to leave through a door that had appeared and opened out of thin air. Unfortunately for the orange-haired pirate, the only two people who could compete with her for the position at the center of Von's heart were Graphia and Yasaka. Every other woman was fated to stand beside their podium, even her daughter. "All right, now what?" Von pondered to himself, having just finished destroying the paddle wheel of the final marine battleship, ensuring they wouldn't be able to pursue the Thousand Sunny through the windless and currentless calm belt. The Marines on board the ships constantly assailed him with guns, cannon fire, and even themselves, but they all got stuck in his domain before being teleported elsewhere. Interrupting Von's deliberation, Venelana's voice appeared in his head, stating, "I need you inside me," in a sultry tone that sent shivers through his body. Before that, he had an impassive, almost bored look on his face, but after, every Marine preparing to pounce at him promptly had second thoughts as they saw how serious his expression had become. Startling one of the higher-ranked Marines present, a captain based on his insignia, Von appeared right before the man, paralyzing him with his domain as he stated, "You will pass a message from me to your superiors. Tell them to print the reality of what happened at Sabayati and retract my bounty, or else they will have to contend with a teleporter who can erase Marineford from the map with a single attack." Punctuating his words, Von raised his right hand and flicked the Marine captain in the forehead, leaving him with a severe case of whiplash but causing him no significant harm, as even completely ordinary civilians in One Piece had borderline E-rank constitution or higher. Marine captains were well within the realm of superhuman, so even being sent flying tens of meters through several layers of reinforced steel like wood wouldn't do more than knock them unconscious. "This will either increase my bounty exponentially or have it rescinded publicly," thought Von, ignoring the bullets and cannonballs striking his wings from behind, reminding him of heavy but harmless raindrops. Then, as Venelana wouldn't reach out to him in such a manner unless it were an opportune moment for them to have sex, he cast a warning look at a lieutenant commander who attempted to slash his neck with a sword before exhaling from his nose, shaking his head, and disappearing without a trace. After a brief, 6-day break, Von was once again in the darkened viewing theatre with Graphia and Venelana, this time considerably more relaxed as he sat slouched in his chair with the flaxen-haired devil deep-throating him and her silver-haired counterpart massaging his scalp in a topless version of her skimpiest maid outfit. Every so often, a wound would briefly appear on his body, but thanks to his A-rank pain tolerance and his borrowing of Ravel's Fennex heritage, he healed nigh instantaneously without so much as flinching, permitting the Straw Hats to continue fighting no matter how seriously they were injured. "Nami is requesting a telepathic link." Having just finished a bout with Sati, the sadistic chief guard of Impel Down, Nami, after catching her breath, immediately attempted to contact Vaughn. Moshi Moshi, Vondisu, responded Vaughn, prompting Nami to roll her eyes in the display before asking, that was you, right? No matter how much damage I took, I immediately recovered. It was just like when we party together in the tower. Whips tend to leave scars. There's no way I could allow your beautiful skin to be blemished, responded Vaughn, holding Venelana's gaze as she turned her eyes up at him and redoubled her efforts with a smiling gleam, causing his toes to curl and compelling him to clench his jaw. Obviously, responded Nami, exhaling from her nose before glancing around her as she questioned, but does this mean you're watching me from somewhere? If you were, you could have lent me a hand instead of watching me be whipped and attacked with spikes. I am, confirmed Vaughn. But you looked determined, and I was confident you would win. You might not be a battle junkie like Luffy, but unlike him, you've spent a full 8 months increasing your parameters in the tower. You wouldn't lose to someone who spends most of their work and leisure time torturing people who can't fight back or defend themselves. Well, I can't argue with that, conceded Nami, using the tip of her red and gold staff to poke the head of her opponent, a scantily clad woman with unkempt orange hair, bangs that covered her eyes, faux devil horns, and a hot pink outfit reminiscent of a dominatrix. The woman's weapons were a forked trident and a spiked whip, but as Nami had been swapping her strength, intelligence, and wisdom enhancement crystals to bolster her dexterity, constitution, and charisma, she was able to evade nimbly and even endure a direct stab to her abdomen without the trident's barbs piercing more than a centimeter into her flesh. All right, I need to hurry up and destroy the monitors in the surveillance room so they won't be able to track us as easily, so I'll talk to you later, said Nami, brushing off her partially exposed abdomen before cutting the telepathic link. She had several questions about Vaughn's apparent ability to spy on her, but since her crew was relying on her, she decided to focus on her assigned task. There she goes, thought Vaughn, closing his eyes and leaning his head back as he unleashed a tremendous quantity of semen into Venelana's throat, prompting her to grab his shaft and focus on guzzling it in several large, audible gulps. Then, so as not to block his view of the displays, she stood up, turned around, guided his cock to her visibly dripping entrance, and then sat down in a hunched-over posture, prompting him to support her waist as she milked him with her vacuous pussy next. Chapter 165, Guardian Angel. How are you doing this? Even if you're the Dark King, you shouldn't be able to resist my poison, panted a nearly 5-meter-tall and very burly man with features reminiscent of a mandrill, sharp teeth, pointed ears, a pair of detachable, demon-like horns, similarly detachable, bat-like wings, and a thick, well-groomed, afro-like beard. His attire consisted of a black, military-style trench coat with a popped collar and 15 silver buttons, a maroon undershirt, a black tie, a brown belt, olive-green military trousers, and black leather boots, and his hands appeared mechanical, with metal plates over his knuckles and multi-segmented fingers vaguely reminiscent of metallic hydraulic lines. Honestly? I have no earthly idea, responded Rayleigh, sporting a smile as he, alongside Luffy and Robin, stood across from the demon-like man, Warden Magellan, on a 15-meter-wide, 100-meter-long catwalk that loomed over a pit of 1,000-degree flames. Magellan had eaten a devil fruit known as the Doku Doku no Mi, venom fruit, allowing him to produce and control various types of poisons. Even island-sized sea kings could be felled by simply coming into contact with his poison, so while he could understand Robin's ability to resist with an enclosed, ostensibly impermeable suit, Luffy and Rayleigh should have succumbed simply breathing in the sleeping, paralytic, and hallucinogenic gases that filled the air. Representing Magellan's greatest source of frustration, Luffy, covered nearly head to toe in gelatinous purple poison that made his skin hiss and produce hazy white steam, defiantly asserted, "I'll admit it, you're really powerful, bad guy, but it doesn't matter how much pain I have to endure. You can't stop me from saving my brother." Midway through his declaration, Luffy's body gained a ruddy sheen as even more steam erupted from his pores. Then, at a rate exceeding 100 punches a second, he exclaimed, "Gomo Gomo no jet Gatling," and bombarded Magellan with heavy punches that could leave deep fist imprints in thick, reinforced steel. Demonstrating why he was the warden of Impel Down, Magellan endured most of Luffy's near-hypersonic punches, including multiple direct hits to his face, without flinching. He was pushed back centimeter by centimeter, but any ground he gave up was quickly recovered as he occasionally took a resolute step forward. Vaintafleur. Accompanied by the resonant sound of Robin's voice and numerous pink flower petals spreading through the area, a total of 20 arms sprouted across Magellan's body, grasping at his head, covering his eyes, pulling at the sides of his mouth, locking his joints, and holding his ankles to prevent him from stepping forward or defending his vitals. Luffy took advantage of this by throwing his hands back several tens of meters before launching a hypersonic double palm strike against Magellan's abdomen, but even that barely caused the man to tumble backward and plop onto his bottom, and only because Robin had a hold of his ankles. He's not a Logia, so why do my attacks barely affect this guy, exclaimed Luffy, the muscles in his face spasming as the poison from Magellan's body soaked through his hands and forearms from simply coming into contact with him. Fortunately, as intense and numbing as the pain was, it only seemed to affect the surface of his skin, allowing him to keep fighting. "It's because you still have a ways to go as a pirate," hummed Rayleigh, causing Magellan's circular eyes to widen and his pupils to contract as he directed a crimson-hued slash at him, leaving a second deep scar across his chest. Were it not for Rayleigh's presence, he was confident he could have defeated Luffy and Robin within moments, but the aging man wasn't known as the Dark King for nothing. "Dark King Silver's Rayleigh," shouted Magellan, forcing himself to his feet and charging forward like a runaway locomotive despite the deep, crisscrossing wounds on his torso. The viscous purple poison coating his body began to take on a menacing, dark crimson hue, but before he finished closing the distance, Rayleigh moved forward like a bolt of crimson-tinted black lighting, landing a heavy kick to Magellan's abdomen that sent the much larger man flying back and crashing through a wall faster than Luffy and Robin could perceive with their eyes. "This has to be the work of that Von fella," thought Rayleigh, staring at his left foot, covered in crimson-hued poison that attempted to sink into his flesh and spread through his body. Instead, it slowly sloughed down his leg, causing a burning sensation comparable to magma and leaving a necrotic patch of skin that promptly regained its complexion as if nothing had happened. From there, it gradually ate through the stone that formed the bridge, exhibiting how harmful it should have been. "That was some kick," panted Luffy, doing his best to shed the poison blanketing his body as he realized he only hurt wherever it made contact with his skin. "Ha! You think that was impressive? You should have seen what I was capable of 20 years ago," hummed Rayleigh, taking a moment to sheath his inordinately long sword before removing his circular glasses to clean them. "We should move on from this area as quickly as possible," suggested Robin, modeling a sleek, cat-eared diving helmet that vaguely resembled the protective headwear of a motorcyclist. Poisonous gas hung like a fog in the air, and the heat rising from below was affecting her even with her strengthened devil physiology. "Right. We've gotta hurry and save Ace," exclaimed Luffy, producing a piece of bone-in meat larger than his head and swallowing it, bone and all, before taking off with renewed vigor. Before becoming an ascendee, his stamina would gradually diminish throughout a hard-fought battle, but with an inventory full of grilled meat, crimson bapples, and several health and stamina potions, he could fight for days without rest. "That ability seems rather convenient," commented Rayleigh, exhaling from his nose before slowly shaking his head and returning his glasses to his face. "It's but one of the many boons of being an ascendee," remarked Robin, sprouting a pair of thin, bat-like wings so she could pursue Luffy without having to sprint in oven-like conditions. Rayleigh took note of her wings, but as it wasn't the best time for an idle chat, he eventually took off after Luffy, prompting Robin to flick her wings and follow close behind a meter or so off the ground. "I feel as though we can see the influence of fate as events develop," remarked Venelana, referring to how each Straw Hat invariably met an opponent that suited their skill set or pushed them to their limit. "Sanji, as an example, ended up encountering the female head jailer of the prison, resulting in him getting beaten one-sidedly due to his refusal to fight back against a woman. Meanwhile, in another section of the prison, Chopper and Usopp encountered the prison's jailer beasts, a quartet of awakened Zoans that forced the former to employ his artificial awakening, Monster Point, to take them on while the latter ran around like comic relief, freeing prisoners alongside Buggy and MR3 to cause a riot. I certainly wouldn't be surprised if Zoro ends up meeting Shiryu before the raid ends. Appended Vaughn, his gaze fixed on the various displays as he stood behind the bent-over Graphia with his hands on her waist and his hips impacting her round and pliant buttocks. At the same time, Venelana floated behind him using her devil wings, her arms linked around him and her hands caressing his chest as she similarly paid attention to the events playing out on the displays. But that might be trouble, added Vaughn, his brows creasing slightly as he stared at a display showing 5 marine battleships approaching Impel Down via the powerful sea current once blocked by the Gates of Justice. It was presumably the group tasked with escorting Ace to Marineford, but there was at least one person among them who wasn't there in the canon timeline, Admiral Kizaru. "Shall I deal with him?" asked Graphia, her voice tinted with passion but her expression relatively calm even as her pussy clung greedily to Vaughn's presently 32 cm long member. "No," responded Vaughn, his expression and tone firm as he asserted, "they should have deployed him to deal with me or Rayleigh. Once his fleet exits the Terai current, I'll head out to play with him. Lady Tiamat's aura of karmic protection may not be able to fend off light-speed attacks empowered by spirit energy," reminded Venelana, sounding more amused than concerned. Vaughn seemed pretty confident that he couldn't be killed within Invertua, and after witnessing what else he could do, she had absolute confidence in his perenniality. "I'm well aware," affirmed Vaughn, pulling Graphia flush against him and willfully filling her baby chamber to the brim as he asserted, "but I want to see how I compare against the pinnacle of the verse. It will serve as a useful point of reference for when I face even faster opponents." Seeing Graphia bend over even further, her hands grasping her ankles, Vaughn resumed his movements without hesitation. Kizaru could reach Impel Down within an instant if he used his light-based devil fruit, but since he lacked control over great distances, he traveled with his fleet. According to Sis, it would take said fleet a little more than 5 hours to reach Impel Down using the Terai current, so while there were several things he needed to prepare before the battle, it was only 7th on his list of priorities. Though it took longer than expected due to the jailers collapsing the elevators and blocking nearly every passage using meter-thick steel doors, Luffy and Rayleigh eventually reached the deepest level of Impel Down, a spacious, blue-tinted stone chamber with a distance of 200 m separating the ground and floor. Compared to the upper floors, which included a spiky, bladed forest, a complex labyrinth of fierce beasts, a desiccated floor without food or water, a hellish floor with boiling blood pools and flames, and a sub-zero region where ordinary humans would freeze to death within seconds, it was downright peaceful. However, as every prisoner present subsisted almost entirely on their internal energy reserves and spirit energy, haki, it had a depressive atmosphere akin to a monastic chamber or cemetery. Inhaling a deep breath, Luffy shattered the discomfiting atmosphere in one go by shouting, "Ai! I'm here to save you," at the top of his lungs. "It's not possible," muttered a raven-haired, exceptionally well-built young man with curly, chin-length hair, slight freckles, and a tattoo on his left arm depicting the letters ASCE with a cross through the S. Despite his status as a prisoner, he wore a necklace of red, rosary-like beads around his neck, black shorts, black boots, and a bright orange belt with a buckle bearing the letter A. This and the tattoo on his left arm were noteworthy as the native language written and spoken in the world of One Piece was Japanese. Seeing Luffy zero in on him, tears began swelling in the young man's eyes before he became enraged and screamed, "You damned fool! Do you have any idea where we are right now?" Raising his fists triumphantly, Luffy adopted a remarkably broad smile and shouted, "Ace! There you are," before rushing over with Rayleigh following close behind with a tired smile. "What the hell are you doing here, asked a remarkably deep and raspy voice, prompting Rayleigh to pause mid-step and direct his gaze to a large cage containing an extraordinarily muscular man with slicked back, mane-like blonde hair, reddish-brown skin, and a prominent burn scar on the left side of his neck and chest. "Douglas Bullet," muttered Rayleigh, his eyes briefly narrowing before he adopted a warm smile and remarked, "I certainly didn't expect to find you down here." Interrupting the duo's exchange and Luffy and Ace's reunion, the other notorious prisoners present became riled up, many recognizing Rayleigh and many more shouting to be released. Unfortunately for most, Rayleigh knew most of them deserved much worse than being locked away for the rest of their lives, so most of their pleas fell on deaf ears. A few, however, were people he knew from his days as a pirate, so after their noise started to annoy him, Rayleigh grinned and released a burst of lightning like black and crimson conqueror's haki that left Luffy speechless and knocked out all but 9 of the most powerful and willful prisoners present. A/N, just a friendly reminder that there are 205 chapters available on my Patreon if you would like to read ahead and receive up to 3 chapters today. 030. Chapter 166, Testing the Waters. "Oh, my, it really is gone," droned a more than 3-meter tall, notably slim man with prominent facial wrinkles, short and curly black hair, and a thin beard and mustache. His outfit consisted of a yellow and gold striped suit, a distinctive marine coat that draped over his shoulders like a cape, stylish white dress shoes with golden bands, amber-tinted sunglasses, a blue-green dress shirt, and a pink tie. And, though his manner of speaking was notably slow, he was widely regarded as the fastest man in the world due to possessing the power to emit and turn into light. Such destructive power, and, according to the report, it was destroyed with a single attack. Remarked a tall, slender, and shapely woman with deep purple eyes and shoulder-length, somewhat curly black hair pulled back into a loose bun. A tiny mole adorned the right side of her face under her red lipsticked lips, and though she wore a marine overcoat with pink sleeves and gold and pink epaulets, the rest of her outfit looked out of place as she wore a deep-cut, hot pink top with pale pink frills over tight and incredibly short black shorts, exposing her inordinately long legs and the large spider tattooed on the outside of her left thigh. A katana with a white hilt, golden tsuba, and red sheath adorned her left hip, so it wasn't difficult to imagine she was a capable swordswoman, given her status as a Marine Vice Admiral. Power like that doesn't just appear out of thin air. It's more likely the enemy set up explosives in advance. Contended another Vice Admiral, a man with broad shoulders, an angular jawline, thin eyes, and a sharp nose. He also had a large mouth, high cheekbones, thick eyebrows, and, in place of an ordinary white marine coat, his had a high collar and a non-regulation, leather brown grid pattern, matching the base color of his fedora. The rest of his outfit consisted of a broad-collared blue sailor shirt, a sunny yellow haramaki, and leather brown trousers that cut off halfway down his calves, leading into thin and hairy ankles and large feet adorned with Geta-style sandals. As the two vice admirals continued their exchange, the taller man, feared throughout the world as one of the 3 marine admirals, Borsellino, aka Kizaru, stared intently at the raging whirlpools that replaced the Gate of Justice. His opinion concurred with the male vice admirals, but it didn't change that their quarry had destroyed one of the most enduring symbols of the world government's power, a marvel of ancient engineering whose design and construction method had been lost to time. All this because some inbred apes had their feelings and pride hurt while breaking their own laws. Thought Kizaru, closing his eyes and exhaling a faint but profoundly exasperated sigh. He followed whatever order he was given without question, but that didn't mean he was fond of the celestial dragons or the world government. He simply did as he was told. Life was easier that way. Oh, my! Just as his fleet finished forcing their way through the whirlpools that separated the Taray current from the markedly calmer seas of the Calm Belt, Kizaru and the 2 vice admirals accompanying him, codenamed Momuzagi and Chiton, raised their gazes to the sky. They expected him to appear since it was clear he was aiding the Straw Hats in rescuing Ace, but seeing Vaughn materialize out of thin air before spreading his pure white and luminous angelic wings wide was a sight to behold. He's pretty daring to face us over the sea like this. remarked Kizaru, reaching up to caress his chin with his right hand. He, like many others, assumed Vaughn's power was the result of consuming an unknown devil fruit, so all they needed to do was knock him into the sea, and that was that. Devil fruit didn't simply lose their power when submerged, they also lost the ability to move, causing them to sink like stones. "Shall I test his capabilities?" asked the female vice admiral, Momuzagi, unsheathing her Mito-grade sword, Kanpura. "By all means," responded Kizaru, his expression and tone flat and lazy as Momuzagi took to the sky with extreme speed. Vice Admiral Tokikake sighed behind him, but as he knew better than to get in Momuzagi's way when she was on the warpath, he resisted the urge to join in immediately and instead began loosening up his joints. "She's fast," thought Vaughn, his expression relaxed as Momuzagi closed the distance between them at approximately 1 meter per second. With his enhanced perception, this meant she was actually traveling closer to 2500 m/s, roughly 7.5 times the speed of sound. Turning his body slightly and bringing the wings on the right side of his body in front of him, Vaughn allowed Momuzagi to slash at them with her sword, curious to see if she could cut through them. To his surprise, she actually managed to clip one of his feathers, but the force he experienced was comparable to someone resting their palm on his shoulder. So only the excess damage bleeds through, that's useful knowledge, mused Vaughn, following Momuzagi with his eyes as she attempted to slip into his blind spot and around his wings by kicking off the air. For a brief moment, her speed more than quintupled, but what awaited her when she slipped around his wings was his left hand, fingers spread wide and a tiny golden sphere of light forming in his palm. Boom! From the perspective of the observers on the battleship, Momuzagi was sent flying as Vaughn's key attack exploded against her raised guard. Instead of crashing into the sea, however, she flipped over a few meters above it, kicking off empty air and producing a shockwave as she rebounded back at Vaughn with only superficial damage to her clothing. "This is new," thought Vaughn, his brows rising slightly as 6 slit-like eyes opened on the slow-motion Momuzagi's forehead, wine-red in color with black sclera. At the same time, the lower half of her body metamorphosed into a large, surprisingly cute-looking spider covered in white fur with pink accents. It even had a head with 8 wine-red eyes, 2 of which were large, glossy, and reflective. Just as Vaughn was wondering how Momuzagi planned to attack him, her spider lower thrust its abdomen forward, revealing large spinnerets that resembled a 5-petaled flower. Unsurprisingly, a large quantity of spider silk abruptly discharged as a large net that unfurled nearly 10 meters in diameter. He promptly stopped it using his domain, but that only seemed to encourage the now lavender-pink-haired Vice Admiral, who must have been some kind of jumping spider zoan as she darted around in the air at high speeds, cocooning him with her silk. It would appear she consumed the Kumo no Mi model, Arachne, a mythical zoan that allows her to transform into an Arachne human with exceptional agility and the power to temporarily transform those she bites into Arachne-like slaves, revealed Sis. "Oh. I can see how that would be useful when dealing with pirates and other criminals," thought Vaughn, half turning in slow motion as Momuzagi attempted to stab him from behind with her katana after creating a gap in the webs forming his cocoon. Infusing armament haki into the tip of her sword allowed it to puncture his wings and the lower right side of his ribs, but only a half centimeter. "You're strong," remarked Vaughn, causing the determined grimace on Momuzagi's face to intensify. Before she could retort that she didn't need compliments from a criminal, however, he opened his wings with considerable force, smacking her through the silk cocoon, which had a tensile strength exceeding reinforced steel. Then, as he felt it could be useful, Vaughn stored the cocoon in his inventory. "Oh!" Before Vaughn could take stock of the situation at sea level, a golden light obscured his vision from his left side. His perception increased to be able to perceive it, but he barely turned his head and eyes a micrometer before a powerful impact sent him crashing into the sea. "Your Yuaki clearly wasn't going all out when she sneak attacked me in the past," thought Vaughn, momentarily blinded as the left side of his face and head had been deformed by Kizaru's kick. It wasn't nearly as heavy as he was anticipating, the result of Kizaru having to slow down as he retook a physical form, but if not for his aura of karmic protection and nonsensical regeneration, he might have been forced to respawn. Regaining the integrity and structure of his face, Vaughn surprised Kizaru, Momuzagi, Shaitan, and virtually every other marine present by rising from the sea. However, as the sea water had been boiling around him due to the heat emitted from his wings, Kizaru, at the very least, assumed he had been protected by a layer of steam separating him from the water. "I see you're going to be more troublesome than I assumed," droned Kizaru, the solace of his white dress shoes glowing gold as he stood in the air as if it were solid ground. "You have no idea," responded Vaughn, adopting a determined expression and a sly smile even as Kizaru appeared right in front of him instantly, the heel of the Admiral's right foot dropping toward the crown of his head like an axe or guillotine. This time, however, Vaughn exuded blue toki from his body, enhancing his durability more than 10 times over as his hair shifted from gold-tinted white to inky black, matching the hue of his now bat-like wings. Seeing Vaughn tank his kick and the sea below indenting as if pressed down by an invisible bubble, Kizaru's brows creased ever so slightly. His ability to emit and transform into light didn't enhance his perception, but he had felt his attack slowing as if moving through thick molasses. He interpreted this as an extension of Vaughn's apparent ability to manipulate the space in his immediate surroundings, but the dark-skinned youth's sudden change in appearance left him baffled. "When you fight me, you're never fighting just me," hummed Vaughn, the smile on his face becoming more prominent despite Kizaru's heel visibly indenting his head. At the same time, he raised his hands, causing the sea around him to rise as multiple tendrils that quickly closed in on the empty space where Kizaru had been moments prior. "Water manipulation, that's not something you see every day," remarked Kizaru, a hint of severity flashing across his eyes as Vaughn stared up at him with a smile, encircled by an accelerating vortex of seawater. The change in his appearance was the result of emulating the demonic power of Sana and Sirafal, so while it was more difficult than he expected, he could feel and manipulate the water within his domain as if it were an extension of his body. "You haven't seen anything yet," hummed Vaughn, 6 of the 7 sets of wings on his back changing color and shape. 8 remained those of a bat, but their colors changed to crimson, silvery white, dark blue, and a matte shade of purple, interspaced by pristine white, bluish purple, and storm black angel wings. Below were 3 flaming tail feathers, but the most notable change was to Vaughn's hair and eyes, the former shimmering with the same colors as his wings while the latter burned with the 7-winged pattern that rotated behind him like a dharmic wheel. Before Kizaru could take in all the changes to Vaughn's appearance, his pupils contracted to the size of pinholes as he noticed his surroundings had changed. Rather than standing above the sea, he and Vaughn were now high in the air with a tremendous quantity of seawater surging toward him from every angle like serpents. At the same time, the clouds around them rapidly condensed, darkened, and began crackling with thunder as Vaughn appeared to manipulate the various elements of nature with a malicious grin on his face. Chapter 167, Retreat. "Ama no Murakumo," droned Kizaru, producing a cross-hilted sword of light with his left hand, wielded in his right. "Pwsh." Accompanied by a flash of golden light, Kizaru attempted to slice off the wings adorning the left side of Vaughn's body, only for his sword to shatter like a physical construct as it made contact. "Sorry, but that won't work anymore," remarked Vaughn, extending his left hand to Kizaru, causing the Admiral to flicker away and stare at him with a moderately confused look. Alongside his appearance, Vaughn's outfit had changed, leaving him shirtless with baggy black and gold harem pants, a teal sash, and various accessories that, unbeknownst to Kizaru, increased his light resistance to 100%. Leaving Kizaru even more confused, golden light erupted from Vaughn's body before he suddenly crashed into him at the speed of light, causing them both to scatter like golden fireworks. "So that's how it is," muttered Kizaru, his expression uncharacteristically serious as he reformed several tens of meters from Vaughn's scattered form, haki gathering in his arms and legs, causing them to tint black with a gold gleam as he asserted, "Your devil fruit power is mimicry." Reforming much slower than Kizaru, Vaughn's response to the Admiral was to emit beams of light from the tips of his flight feathers, populating the sky with a complex latticework of highly penetrative lasers. Several struck Kizaru directly, but instead of piercing or damaging him, they sank into his body as he remarked, "My body is comprised of light. Using it against me is like trying to extinguish a fire with a flamethrower." Raising and aiming his right-left foot at Vaughn, Kizaru accelerated forward, transforming all but his foot and lower leg into photons. As a result, his haki-covered appendage impacted the former like a projectile fired from a sub-relativistic railgun, shattering against him but sending him flying back several kilometers per second with a visibly indented sternum, perforated organs, and virtually every bone in his torso fragmented. Despite the distance he had traveled, Vaughn barely had time to right himself in the air before Kizaru appeared above him, dropping another guillotine-like kick toward the top of his head. This time, however, Vaughn drew himself back using his domain, causing the kick to pass right in front of his face, burning off the tip of his nose. Not expecting Vaughn to dodge his attack, Kizaru raised his left brow ever so slightly. In the very next moment, his foot changed trajectory, rising toward the hunched-over Vaughn's diaphragm like a scythe. "Damn it!" Vaughn exclaimed internally, foregoing defense in an effort to grasp Kizaru's leg. Unfortunately, he underestimated how much the muscles in his abdomen contributed to clenching strength, as he was unable to do more than close his arms after his body was separated into two parts by the force of Kizaru's kick. "My, you're tenacious!" droned Kizaru, aiming his left index and middle fingers at Vaughn's eyes as he muttered, "Amaterasu," before blinding him with a flash of golden light. Despite the loss of his vision, Vaughn could sense Kizaru's movements as the man gathered haki in his left hand and used it like a blade to separate the upper half of his face from the lower. Then, grabbing the separated section, he darted back several kilometers in an instant, ostensibly in an attempt to prevent his body from reforming. "This is starting to become annoying," thought Vaughn, a cold sensation filling his mind even before the upper half of his face regenerated from golden flames. At the same time, the section held by Kizaru broke down and evaporated, leaving the Admiral with a curious and frustratingly calm expression. As if in response to Vaughn's frustration, the weather became increasingly violent. Ordinarily, the skies above the calm belt were unnervingly calm, but conditions were becoming increasingly storm-like as Vaughn's domain expanded to encompass an area of nearly 10 kilometers. Sensing a powerful presence that didn't belong to Kizaru, Vaughn lowered his gaze to the sea just as a mouth nearly 100 meters across, lined with razor-sharp teeth, erupted from below, rising hundreds of meters in a split second before snapping shut around him. Though he was surprised and taken aback, Vaughn didn't hesitate to form long, blade-like beams of light from his wings before performing a swift spin like the blade of a blender. Then, though there were thick curtains of blood in his way, he exited the colossal creature's mouth and throat using one of the incisions he had made. Looking back, he saw it was a giant eel, primarily yellow with paler yellow spots and a long brown ridge fin running from its head and throat, presumably along the entirety of its body. Leaving Vaughn at an even greater loss, an even larger sea king, resembling an amethyst purple gar, bit down on the throat of the giant eel, prompting several others to join in. "How peculiar! This storm of yours must be riling them up," remarked Kizaru, causing Vaughn to startle as he appeared next to him. In the very next moment, he was sent flying as the ridge of Kizaru's foot connected with his face. It wasn't nearly light speed due to the spatial density within his domain, but the force behind it was still enough to cause his head to explode into liquid-like motes of golden light before Kizaru intercepted his trajectory several times over, giving him no time to recover and eventually sending him crashing toward the deck of his battleship. "Ugh, what now?" groaned Vaughn, opening his eyes to find he could only see from his left, looking up at the sky. More notably, his field of view was extremely confined, and while he could move his body, the orientation of his limbs was fixed in awkward positions with his left arm behind him, his right in front, and his legs fixed as if he were mimicking the silhouette of an exit sign. "It's over, kid. Stop resisting." said Vice Admiral Shaitan, standing over Vaughn and staring down at him as he lit a cigarette and explained, I ate the topo no me, making me a topology human. I can control the dimensionality of objects to make them 2 or 3-dimensional. You're currently 2-dimensional, trapped on a special plate lined with sea stone, so if you want to regain your 3rd dimension, you'll behave. What an absurd power! Thought Vaughn, his expression hardening as his chain breaker took effect. In response, Shaitan placed a plate formed from sea stone over him, causing his world to become pitch black and a feeling of weightlessness to overtake him. He also lost the ability to breathe, but that wasn't a particular concern as it had been a while since he needed to intake oxygen to remain conscious. Boom! Just as Shaitan was considering placing a weight atop the plate, a sound akin to a thunderclap echoed through the surroundings as said plate was promptly shattered to countless pieces. At the same time, Vaughn rose from the deck's surface as if pulling himself from a viscous liquid, starting with his left arm and gradually restoring his 3-dimensionality. What the hell is this guy? Exclaimed Shaitan, sporting a fierce grimace as a piece of sea stone shrapnel had cut his face. He's an enemy and a criminal, exclaimed Momuzagi, unleashing webs from the tips of her fingers, forming several layers of netting over Vaughn as he struggled to free himself from the deck. Kizaru intervened with a metal stake infused with sea stone, stabbing it into Vaughn's left shoulder with the intention of disabling his devil fruit abilities once and for all, but the latter just glared up at him and smiled, causing a sense of foreboding to fill the Admiral's usually unwavering heart as he realized the former was resistant or completely impervious to the sea stone's debilitating properties. Reasoning that freeing the rest of his body would take too long, Vaughn gathered key in his left hand and attempted to slam it against the ship's deck. Before he could, Vice Admiral Momuzagi moved like a blur to slice off his hand at the wrist, followed by Kizaru kicking the key sphere into the air like a luminous baseball that exploded a few tens of meters above the ship's nearly 100-meter-tall mast. Undaunted, Vaughn detonated a key sphere inside his body, making it appear that he had self-destructed. Kizaru stood his ground without moving, but Momuzagi was forced to retreat as the explosion ripped across the deck, sending several Marines overboard. This man fights as if he isn't afraid of death or pain, noted Kizaru, his expression a slight frown as he turned his head in slow motion, tracking Vaughn as he used the explosion to conceal his retreat. PWSH. Seeing Kizaru appear to block his path, Vaughn's expression firmed as he abruptly swelled like a balloon, his insides glowing golden as he set off a second explosion in his chest. Before that, Kizaru sent him crashing into the sea with a kick, causing the explosion to expand underwater, causing the nearby battleship to list precariously as a column of water more than 50 meters in diameter and several hundred tall erupted from the sea at its port side. This guy is just too fast, thought Vaughn, reforming several tens of meters beneath the water's surface. To make matters worse, he noticed a large number of sea kings swimming around and battling one another, some of which were larger than the nearby impel down. One of the smaller ones, a roughly 600-meter-long sailfish, swam toward him like a blade slicing through the sea, but before it could get close, an especially long and thick beam of golden light pierced the sea and sliced through it from snout to tail. All right, I think it's about time we wrap things up before someone gets killed, thought Vaughn, allowing his transformation to dissipate as he sank deeper into the sea. The vast majority of Marines were good people who believed in justice and preserving the livelihoods of ordinary people, so if he and Kizaru kept fighting, there was a good chance the rampaging Sea King would be drawn to and sink the entire fleet, resulting in the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands, of innocents. Fortunately for the Marines on board the battleships and those forming the disabled fleet, it appeared that Kizaru, Momuzagi, and Shaitan had realized they wouldn't be able to arrest him as, rather than ordering their men to drop depth charges, they began sailing as a group toward Impel Down. At the same time, Kizaru sliced several other Sea Kings to pieces, causing a frenzy that distracted and deterred the colossal creatures from pursuing the bite-sized vessels. Well, that was a disaster, remarked Vaughn, exhaling from his nose and then smiling as he reappeared in the theater and discovered Grafia and Venelana waiting for him in a large porcelain hot tub with a wood exterior. In place of water, they had filled the tub with a fragrant and viscous pink liquid, presumably a type of oil, as they wore white gloves and leggings to ensure they wouldn't slip. Considering you were up against someone with decades of experience battling at relativistic speeds, you endured well, stated Venelana, offering a faint smile as she hummed. More to the point, the Straw Hats were also successfully able to escape thanks to your distraction. Take a look. Half turning to peer back over his left shoulder, Vaughn took in the events happening on the various displays as Grafia and Venelana emerged from the tub and approached him, jointly disrobing before snaking their hands around to his front, pressing their breasts against his back, and kissing his neck and shoulders. As Venelana had said, the Straw Hats, on board the still submerged Thousand Sunny, was already a fair distance from Impel Down, but their heading was strange. Their sailing toward Amazon Lily at Rayleigh's suggestion, revealed Sis, answering how Luffy and Hancock would have their fated encounter despite the former not being sent to her island and the latter refusing to participate in the cancelled Paramount War. Whitebeard would have been informed of Ace's rescue via the system, so unless he wanted to prove a point, there was no need for the battle to occur. Likewise, Blackbeard had ostensibly given up on raiding Impel Down as his colossal raft was sailing in the opposite direction, his expression a deep, resentful scowl. Chapter 168, Socializing. The variety of clothes here never ceases to amaze me, remarked Nami, trying on a semi-transparent silk blouse and a pair of tight red shorts that conformed to her body and barely covered more than a pair of panties. The means of the intertwining Dragon's Palace are certainly incredible, affirmed Robin, posing in front of a mirror in a backless, pale red crop top with a flower pattern. More notably, she was modeling black string bikini bottoms, riding high on her hips and leaving her large and round butt fully exposed. That's a pretty bold outfit, remarked Nami, sporting a smile but exhaling faintly from her nose as she added, but let's not make things too easy for him. Vaughn might be a god, but he's still a man. If we simply give him what he wants, he could take advantage or lose interest in us. Do you truly believe that? Asked Robin, closing her eyes and casually fixing her hair into a ponytail as she reasoned, with access to countless worlds and seemingly unlimited power and means, I doubt our beauty is anything special in Vaughn's eyes. It is our personalities and willingness to serve and spend time with him that make us unique. He does seem to be surrounded by some absurdly beautiful women. Conceded Nami, the images of Grafia, Venelana, Rias, Akeno, Asia, and Zenobia appearing in her mind. She had met others, but they were the six that stood out as they had made it clear they worked alongside or served Vaughn's will with enthusiasm. Nodding, Robin calmly asserted, simply put, until we obtain platinum or crystal keys, we should assume we're easily replaceable. Forcing Vaughn to work to receive benefits when he readily provides for us might work now, but once the number of women around him increases, who do you believe he will favor more? Those who play hard to get or those who make it clear they are willing and keen to serve or spend time with him? Yeah, I get that, said Nami, her smile gaining a hint of wryness as she asked, but doesn't it bother you? Neither of us really had the time to be interested in romance, but it feels like we're throwing that prospect away by choosing to be with Vaughn. Hasn't he made that clear from the start? Asked Robin, pointing out, if you recall, he said we're free to fall in love and pursue a path independent from his. The only restriction he's placed on us is that we can't sleep with other men, but considering the many benefits we receive as his women, I would argue that's a small ask. You're beginning to sound like one of those girls in the maid battalion, sighed Nami, prompting Robin to simply smile in return. She had already decided to join the Dragon's Pavilion, so if it were asked or expected from her, she would gladly don a skimpy maid outfit and serve Vaughn to the best of her ability. Seeing Robin making slight adjustments to her hair that made her appear more alluring, Nami exhaled faintly from her nose, removed her tight red shorts, and donned white and turquoise striped bikini bottoms that tied at the sides, making them easy to remove or slide aside, granting access to her already wet pussy. Having sex with Vaughn was the most pleasurable thing she had ever experienced, so despite her words, Nami couldn't help looking forward to and fearing it in equal measure. After spending nearly an hour preparing, Nami and Robin arrived at the luxurious, crimson, gold-adorned, and distinctly Eastern-themed lounge Venelana had prepared for a lingerie social. The palace would officially be opening for business after the next cycle, but since Vaughn had commented that the 9th floor felt empty, the flaxen-haired devil took it upon herself to invite of-age female ascendees and their guests to mingle and hear the benefits of frequenting or working at the palace. Though he had been invited to the social, Vaughn ultimately decided against partaking as he felt his presence would complicate things or make those with reservations uncomfortable. Instead, he was in a private room on the palace's first floor, seated next to Zoro and enjoying some hot sake as the Straw Hats made merry with Rayleigh, the Fishman Riders, Hat-chan, and the Whitebeard Pirates, including their eponymous captain. "This is some good sake," remarked Zoro, punctuating his words by taking several large gulps from a 5-gallon jug of sake. Alongside their higher-than-average constitution, people in the world of One Piece had ludicrous metabolisms, so even if he downed the contents of the 20-kilogram container or consumed his body weight in food, the green-haired swordsman miraculously wouldn't gain any lasting weight. "Feel free to take a few jugs with you when you leave," responded Vaughn, sporting a relaxed smile as he raised a large crimson sake cup to his lips in his usual black and grey yukata. He couldn't get drunk, but he enjoyed the feeling of warmth that permeated his chest and throat when drinking. "Seriously? You're really loaded, hey?" asked Zoro, raising his right brow and peering at Vaughn. "I need to make an effort to get my hands on valuable equipment and items, but it isn't an exaggeration to say my wealth is unlimited," admitted Vaughn, shrugging. "And what do you use your wealth for?" asked Zoro, his expression and tone somewhat wistful as he stared at the mouth of his sake bottle and maintained, "As a man, you must have something you want to accomplish, some grand goal or ambition you strive toward." Shaking his head, Vaughn revealed, "Before I gained my power, I spent my life locked away, a subject of human experimentation. There were many things I wanted and still want to experience, but my singular desire was to be free. Now that I am, my primary goals are to connect people and to keep the people I care about safe. I have no grand ambitions, as there is nothing I can't obtain if I put my mind to it." That explains why you seem so distant and out of touch even when speaking with people like this. You've already reached the end of your personal journey," remarked Zoro, shaking his head before taking several large gulps from his sake container. "Is that really the case? Have I really reached the end of my personal journey?" Vaughn asked himself, tilting his head back and staring up at nothing in particular. There were still things he wished to accomplish, such as investigating the frozen abyss and reaching the depths of the corridor, but he didn't feel pressed to do either. His biggest concerns at the moment were maintaining the status quo, keeping his women happy, and eventually becoming a father, but those were just matters of course, not ambitions or desires. "What will you do?" asked Vaughn, leaving Zoro confused until he clarified, "After you become the world's greatest swordsman, I mean. There's not much meaning to such a title unless you wield it to accomplish something beyond self-improvement." "I've never really thought about it," admitted Zoro, offering a shrug of his own as he contended, "Becoming the world's greatest anything requires an extreme amount of effort, so that's the only thing I'm focused on right now. Once I accomplish it, I'll most likely be busy defending the title from others. Everything else depends on what Luffy wants to accomplish once he becomes king of the pirates." "I see," muttered Vaughn, staring off into space for several seconds before exhaling from his nose and remarking, "You're a good friend." With a faint smile. "If you say so," responded Zoro, shrugging a second time before gazing at Vaughn and asking, "What about you? I get that you're a god or whatever, but do you have any friends?" "I want to believe I do, but it's hard to say," answered Vaughn, realizing it had been over a year since he last spoke with Issei or Kaiba directly. Issei was preoccupied with living a double life, and Kaiba had gone on to attend Totsuki Academy in the world of Shokuchiki no Suma. Vaughn was sure the three of them were still friends, but it was undeniable that their paths had diverged, at least for the moment. "Hey!" uttered Zoro, clearly finding Vaughn's response strange but deciding it wasn't his place to question how the apparent god chose to live. He had enough on his plate. Hearing Zoro's disinterested response and passing his gaze over the more than 600 people happily celebrating Ace's rescue, Vaughn felt out of place, disconnected. He had been thanked for his role and praised for his ability to keep an admiral at bay, but after fielding innumerable questions regarding his palace, the Tower of Ascension, and other tedious topics, he gradually distanced himself from the rowdy group, preferring to drink and eat in relative silence since it allowed him to peruse his messages and pay attention to what was transpiring elsewhere. "It's not like I need male friends," Vaughn told himself, believing that most men were more likely to envy than empathize with him. More significantly, he really enjoyed spending time with his women. If he didn't, he wouldn't spend days, weeks, or even years with them in a given day. Still, it would be nice to have at least a few guys I could interact with casually, thought Vaughn, stealing a glance at Zoro. The latter used to be his favorite character from One Piece, but that felt like an entire life ago. Interacting with him directly made it clear the green-haired swordsman was an introvert, so while they could sit and drink together, there was a distinct sense of distance between them. Interrupting Vaughn's thoughts, a faint ping sounded in his ear, drawing his attention to the displays he almost always opened, invisible to everyone but himself. Rico and some of the younger girls had ostensibly learned of the lingerie party through their shared contacts, as the former was asking to be permitted to visit the palace. He was planning to inform her and the others in her age group about the palace and its facilities during the next tower cycle, but Colette, who was evidently attending the gathering with 3 others from her world, asked if they would be joining. Different worlds, different values. Vaughn reminded himself, closing his eyes and exhaling from his nose before earning Zoro's gaze as he rose to his feet and excused himself. He obviously couldn't permit girls as young as Rico to attend something like a lingerie party, but since they now knew of the palace's existence, he telepathically contacted Grafia to prepare a welcoming party in one of the smaller banquet halls to meet with and explain things to them himself. September 13 DXD/May 7 DBT. Though the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was scheduled to begin later that morning, Vaughn wasn't feeling particularly rushed as he held the gaze of the woman aggressively shaking her hips atop him, a curvaceous and exceedingly athletic blonde with presently long and somewhat spiky golden hair, golden eyes, fur-covered hands, cat-like ears, and a matching tail. Her name was Leone, an assassin hailing from the world of Akame ga Kill, and after hitting it off with Yoryuki at the lingerie party, she found her way into his bed. Feeling Vaughn's semen entering her womb for the umpteenth time, Leone stopped, closed her eyes, and caressed her lower abdomen, relishing the enervating sensation as her entire body tingled with satisfaction. She had originally approached Vaughn to secure funding for the assassination group she represented, Night Raid, but after 7 successive days of gratifying sex, lounging about, and being doted upon like a kitten, a growing part of her wanted to abandon her mission and spend the remainder of her days in leisure at the intertwining Dragon's Palace. "All right, a few more, and we'll call it quits," said Vaughn, causing a hint of regret to appear in Leone's eyes as she allowed him to guide her onto her back and into a mating press. Fortunately, she had received a bronze key by simply attending the lingerie party, and after their time together, Vaughn had every intention of upgrading her to silver. She would also be joining the maid battalion as a part of their agreement, so while she was reluctant to do so, Leone eventually returned to her world with a belly full of semen and a jade green bracelet that granted her access to the tower's system and functions without being an ascendee. Chapter 169, Prelude. Teleporting to Bulma's room/workshop, Vaughn was unsurprised to find the turquoise-haired woman working hard on one of her projects. The project itself surprised him, however, as he immediately recognized that she was working on a damaged gunman, one of the face-themed mechs from the world of Gurren Lagann. Taking advantage of his lower position, Vaughn admired Bulma's perky butt, wrapped in tight white shorts sticking out tantalizingly as she worked on something within the gunman. He was positive it had become rounder and perkier since he last saw it, so he assumed Venelana had furnished the previous day's event with dishes prepared using ingredients from the Black Tower. "That's quite the pluckable peach," remarked Vaughn, causing Bulma to briefly startle before she removed her head and upper body from the gunman's chassis, stared down at him from atop the crank platform lift she was standing on, and wiped her brow with a wrench in her left hand, asking, "Vaughn? What's up? It's rare for you to visit out of the blue like this." Following a momentary pause, Vaughn tilted his head slightly and asked, "Did you lose track of time and forget the date? Today is the day of the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai. We agreed to go together." Blinking in surprise, Bulma asked, "Seriously?" That was today, while checking the white, watch-like device she wore on the underside of her left wrist, confirming the date. She also recalled saying she wanted to record Vaughn winning the Tenkaichi Budokai, allowing her to prove her status as the girlfriend of the world's strongest man, so she couldn't just back out. "There's no need to rush," remarked Vaughn, a relaxed smile adorning his face as he noted, "We still have 2 hours until the registration deadline. With my power, that could be as many as 210 days. Yeah, I'm not falling into that trap again," said Bulma, narrowing her pale blue eyes accusingly and blushing as she recalled Vaughn's visit post-tower. He had taken her to the location of his beachside resort, and though they were only there for a little more than an hour, that translated to more than 3 months of him doting on her like a princess and making slow, gentle, or intense love to her for upwards of 5 hours a day. Since she was still a relatively ordinary woman, that was way too much. Exhaling from his nose, Vaughn contended, "I'm just saying that if you were up all night working, you have plenty of time to relax, take a bath, and get a full 8 to 16 hours of rest before we head out. You don't need it, but I know how much you enjoy your beauty sleep." "Fair enough," responded Bulma, leaping down from the platform while turning her body sideways, trusting that Vaughn would catch her in a bridal carry. As expected, he immediately moved to catch her, causing a smile to develop across her face as she rewarded him with a kiss and urged him to carry her to the bathroom. "So, what's the deal with that mecha?" asked Vaughn, relaxing with his arms around the rim of Bulma's porcelain tub as she reclined against him with a slightly ruddy complexion, the result of their pre-bath washing and rinsing leading to much more. "You know about yesterday's lingerie party, right?" asked Bulma, her expression and tone lazy as she revealed, "Well, I got together with some of the girls from technologically advanced worlds, and one of them, a girl named Yoko Littner, had that mecha stowed in her inventory. I traded her a bunch of capsules filled with guns, ammunition, food, and water for the opportunity to take it apart and study it. I'm glad you were both able to benefit from the gathering in some way," hummed Vaughn, closing his eyes and leaning his head back as the image of the red-haired Yoko appeared in his mind. She was unquestionably one of the more beautiful ascendees, but before he had a chance to get to know her, she ended up in a relationship with a man named Kamina, a character he had come to respect after watching the anime associated with her and Simon's World. "Speaking of benefits, are you seriously looking to employ a bunch of girls to walk around in lingerie and other scant outfits just to have eye candy to admire while walking around your palace?" asked Bulma. "I can't deny it," responded Vaughn, resisting the urge to try and explain things away or make excuses. It was an irrefutable truth that he enjoyed looking at beautiful women, but he had no intention of going on the prowl around the palace. Unless someone came on to him, like Leon had the previous night, he wouldn't gawk at or even address the majority of those who chose to work on the 9th floor, not because he didn't have an interest in them, but because he wanted those who worked there to be comfortable. "You're the worst," sighed Bulma, but there was no bite to her words. Vaughn treated her well when they were together, and since she benefited quite a bit from their association, she had no intention of breaking up with him anytime soon. She was sure she would, eventually, but that could be anywhere between 10 to 10,000 years in the future. After 13 days, most of which Bulma spent taking apart the gunmen, Vaughn teleported them to Papaya Island, a fairly large island approximately 30 kilometers across at its widest point. A large city dominated nearly a third of the island, but its main attractions were its dense jungles, famous rock formations, an expansive and colorful coral shelf, and, of course, the Tenkaichi Budokai Stadium. Martial artists from across the world gathered there every 5 years to compete for a substantial cash prize and the title of World's Strongest Fighter, but since the world was still recovering after the devastation wrought by the evil King Piccolo, it had yet to become the massive event it would be just 10 to 15 years in the future. "All right, I'll be waiting to record you from the front of the standing area." "You better win this thing," said Bulma, carrying a somewhat dated-looking camcorder, strapped to her left hand. "Of course," hummed Vaughn, giving Bulma a fleeting kiss and discreetly squeezing her right butt cheek before seeing her off and making his way to a table where 2 monks dressed in orange robes and dark blue caps were seated at the back entrance of a Shaolin-esque temple complex. He had been registered for the tournament the previous night by Graphia, so after providing his name and signing a waiver of liability, preventing the temple from being held accountable if he were seriously injured or killed, he advanced into the spacious, gymnasium-like competition hall where the preliminaries would reduce the total number of competitors from 138 to 8. "I guess Gaku isn't here yet," noted Vaughn, scanning the hall with both his eyes and domain. There were 4 square-shaped stone stages where the preliminaries would take place, and though it was probably ill-advised, a few of the fighters present used weights and training equipment to warm themselves up or intimidate their future opponents by demonstrating their power and techniques. Sensing that the most powerful person present was a more than 2-meter-tall homeless-looking man who everyone was giving a wide berth due to his incredible stench, Vaughn lost interest in the crowd and made his way over to one of the crimson benches lining the hall and sat down with his hands on his knees and head resting against the hall's white, red, and gold-trimmed stone wall. Literal years had passed since he felt excited by the prospect of participating in the Tenkaichi Budokai, and since he knew none of the competitors would pose even a passing challenge to him, his thoughts wandered to his bout with Kizaru. If Kizaru was that strong, I wonder how I would compare against one of the Yonko, 4 emperors. Wondered Vaughn, the images of Big Mom and Kaido, in particular, appearing in his mind. After seeing the story of One Piece through to its completion, the arcs that left the deepest impression on him were the Wano and Final War arcs. One character he had become rather fond of was the self-titled son of Kaido, Yamato, so with Ace alive and free, Vaughn couldn't help wondering whether he should pay the closed country of Wano a visit to clash with Kaido and make an impression on the tall and situationally fluffy woman. "I'm becoming greedy," Vaughn realized, a faint smile adorning his face as he recalled his experiences with Korra and, most recently, Leone. He had no interest in expanding his harem or collecting women in the past, but it would be a lie if he said he wasn't interested in becoming acquainted with certain women. A good example was Urza, not just because she was one of his past life's crushes but because it annoyed him how she went out of her way to appeal to the exceptionally wishy-washy Jalal, all in an effort to save him. "Oh, hey! It's Vaughn," exclaimed a familiar voice, prompting Vaughn to open his eyes as Gaku, modeling a bright, reddish-orange gi, blue wristbands, blue shoes, and a black belt, came rushing over to him with a happy smile on his face, followed reluctantly by a similarly dressed, bald, and notably noseless youth with 6 distinctive dots on his forehead. Adopting a smile of his own, Vaughn remarked, "It's good to see you again, Gaku. I can sense that you've gotten much stronger since the last time I saw you. Did you enjoy your training with Mutant Rashi?" "You bet," responded Gaku, thumping his chest happily before leaving Vaughn at a loss for words as he casually added, "Though, he didn't actually teach us any martial arts. He mainly had us do a bunch of jobs and chores while he and Lunch spent most of the day wrestling." Having a pretty good idea of what Gaku meant by wrestling, Vaughn's smile notably cramped. He knew the version of Dragon Ball he incorporated into Invertua had more mature themes, but Goku's words left him at a loss, as it had been 8 months since the young scion left to begin his training. If they had saved Lunch and she had been staying with Mutant Rashi that entire time, it was a jarring thought, to say the least. "I just reviewed their past interactions," and it appears Lunch made an agreement with Rashi to receive his protection after learning his identity and witnessing him catch her bullets with his bare hands, revealed Sis, adding, "It's probably best to leave it at that. Yeah, I can do without the details," thought Vaughn, shifting his gaze to the bald youth and asking, "And you are?" "Me? I'm Krillin," responded the monk-like youth, verifying what Vaughn already knew. "But who are you, mister?" asked Krillin, doing his best not to let his envy at Vaughn's appearance show. Placing his right hand over his left breast and offering a slight bow, Vaughn stated, "I am Vaughn Mason, also known as the Intertwining Dragon of Fate. It's nice to meet you, Krillin." "Vaughn is super strong," asserted Goku, holding his belly as he added, "and his girlfriend, Grafia, makes the best food you'll ever taste." "Oh, that reminds me," started Goku, staring up at Vaughn as he asked, "Where is Ms. Grafia? Is she here with you? If possible, I would really like to see her again." Shaking his head, Vaughn answered, "She's not here, but rest assured. Once the tournament is over, I'll invite you back to my palace for a feast. You're welcome to come as well, Krillin." "I appreciate the offer," responded Krillin, swallowing nervously before asking, "But what do you mean by palace? Could you be someone super important?" "Something like that," responded Vaughn, extending both hands to ruffle Goku's hair and Krillin's bald head. The latter didn't appear to appreciate this, but Goku didn't mind in the slightest, beaming happily and laughing before the three of them spent a few minutes catching up and generally getting to know one another. Chapter 170, Preliminaries. With a little less than a half-hour passing, one of the older monks at the temple ascended one of the 4 stages and drew everyone's attention to him with a microphone. What followed was a very brief explanation of the rules before everyone was asked to draw lots, resulting in Vaughn being put in block 2 with the number 37. "Number 36 and number 37, please step onto the stage," shouted one of the monks serving as a referee. "Looks like we're up. Good luck, you two," said Vaughn, ruffling Goku's hair as the young scion's number had similarly been called up to participate in the first match on the 3rd stage. "All right. And good luck to you as well, Vaughn," exclaimed Goku, smiling happily before making his way up to his stage where a nearly 240 centimeters tall man with the burly build of a wrestler awaited. Turning his attention to his own opponent, Vaughn discovered a man with sharp blue eyes and neatly styled blonde hair standing shirtless atop the 2nd stage in baggy blue pants and black martial arts flats. "You're my opponent?" questioned the man, narrowing his eyes as Vaughn casually hopped onto the stage, sporting a black and grey martial arts gi with his 7-winged golden circle emblazoned on his back and the kanji for Ryu, dragon, on his left breast. And in place of a black belt or sash, his was pure white, which, more often than not, denoted someone as being a novice in martial arts. "Unfortunately, you're not mine," responded Vaughn, exhaling faintly from his nose as the man glowered at him and got into a strange, mantis-like pose. "Begin," shouted the referee, making a cutting gesture that prompted the blonde-haired man to rush forward, shouting, "It's you who isn't my opponent," before striking at Vaughn's forehead with his fingers and thumb pressed together like a beak. Vaughn permitted the strike to land, but even without his aura of karmic protection activated, it barely felt as though his forehead had been tapped. Since he didn't want to injure the man too severely, Vaughn moved his left hand in what he perceived as slow motion to cup the man's exposed right side. Then, applying very slight pressure, he caused the man's body to gradually deform around his hand before sending him flying off the stage with a casual push which, to everyone else present, resembled a lightning swift smack that strangely produced no impact sound. "The winner is new number 37, stammered the referee, taken aback by Vaughn's display of power. It wasn't uncommon for people with abnormal strength or special abilities to appear at the Tenkaichi Budokai, but he had never personally witnessed someone on Vaughn's level. "Yo-woo-woo-woo." Drawing the gazes of many, the opponent Goku was fighting was similarly sent out of the stage, ostensibly having lost his balance. In reality, he had been casually tapped in the calf by Gaku, who, unaware of how strong he had become after Mutant Rashi's training, left 2 dark and bloody bruises on the man's calf, reminiscent of being struck with reinforced rubber bullets at close range. "Wow, talk about luck," exclaimed Krillin, waiting for a confused Gaku in the crowd between the second and third stages. "I don't think that was luck," muttered Gaku, staring at his right hand before looking up at Vaughn as he approached through the crowd, which rapidly gave way as he moved through it. Regaining his smile, Gaku exclaimed, "Oh, hey! Did you already win your match as well, Vaughn?" "That's right," affirmed Vaughn, offering a curt nod before shifting his gaze to Krillin and adding, "And Gaku didn't win because of luck. You're both a lot stronger than nearly everyone else here." "As if," said a bald, arrogant-looking man with dark skin and the same 6-dot pattern on his forehead as Krillin. "WH what are you guys doing here?" stammered Krillin, fidgeting nervously and taking a step back as the taller man approached with his shorter and fatter companion, similarly dressed as a monk with 6 dots on his forehead. "That's what we should be asking you," said the taller monk, stepping forward with the intention of placing his left hand on Krillin's bald head before Vaughn inserted himself between them, smiling as he stated, "These are the hallowed site of Tenkaichi Budokai, not a children's playground. If you have something to say or prove, do it with your hands and fists in the arena. This is the Orin Temple's business, friend. You would be wise to keep to yourself," warned the monk, clenching his fists and approaching a little closer as if planning to bump Vaughn with his chest but ultimately avoiding direct contact as he didn't want to be disqualified. "Are you done?" asked Vaughn, narrowing his eyes ever so slightly. He barely exuded any enmity, but that was evidently more than the monk could take as his eyes widened to their limits, and he fell backward, his pupils dilated and his complexion notably paler as if he had just seen a ghost. Hey! What happened?" exclaimed the fatter monk, hurriedly kneeling at his friend's side before glaring up at Vaughn, ostensibly to lash out at him before immediately freezing like a deer in headlights when the former met his gaze with a calm but disapproving gaze. From the monk's perspective, however, it was the cold gaze of a predator or an executioner, and he had the grave misfortune of being well-fed prey. Turning away from the 2 monks, Vaughn looked down at Gaku and Krillin with a smile, suggesting, "Should we relocate somewhere less crowded? Though, with each match having a 1-minute time limit, it may be better to stand here and wait." "I'm fine with staying here," responded Gaku, seemingly oblivious to what had transpired. As for Krillin, the young monk swallowed nervously before agreeing to relocate, albeit not too far, as he was called up for his match with the taller monk less than 5 minutes later. To his surprise, despite the taller monk's attempts to intimidate him into forfeiting, he won with a single kick. "Well, this is an unexpected development," thought Vaughn, sporting his characteristically relaxed expression as his third and final match pitted him against none other than Yamcha, sporting long and severely unkempt black hair and a sparse goatee. The man had never met Gaku and Bulma, but since it was his dream to participate in and win the Tenkaichi Budokai, fate invariably brought the desert bandit to the venue. "I watched your previous matches. You're strong," remarked Yamcha, getting into a low martial stance with his hands poised like claws as he smiled confidently and asserted, "But your luck ran out when you met me. I didn't travel all this way to be eliminated in the preliminaries." "Begin," shouted the referee, making a cutting gesture with his right hand that prompted Yamcha to charge forward with superhuman speed, far beyond the average competitor present. "Let's see how you handle my wolf fang fist," shouted Yamcha, the illusory image of a wolf forming around him as he impacted the center of Vaughn's abdomen with his hands forming the shape of a wolf's jaw. To his credit, Vaughn felt the attack permeate through him as a weak shockwave, but while Yamcha had definitely exceeded the limits of ordinary humans, he was only around the level of a newly reincarnated devil. Seeing Vaughn unmoved by his attack, Yamcha's eyes gradually widened to their limits. Fortunately, Vaughn didn't immediately send him flying as he had his previous 2 opponents. Instead, he calmly affirmed, "Do not take this loss to heart. If you cleanse your heart and dedicate yourself completely to your training, you have the potential to become the strongest human in the world. Punctuating his words, Vaughn casually gestured to the stairs leading up to the stage with his right hand, giving Yam Sha the opportunity to depart on his feet rather than being sent flying. The raven-haired warrior frowned at this, but since his most powerful attack had barely ruffled Vaughn's clothing, he understood continuing his assault would just embarrass him before the martial artists gathered. As such, he eventually took a step back, cupped his hands together, and gave Vaughn a courteous bow before departing with flames of determination burning deep within his obsidian black eyes. With that, Vaughn became the first in his block to advance past the preliminaries, making him one of 8 who would participate in the tournament proper. After a brief intermission where all the other competitors were asked to leave, Vaughn found himself in a room with Gaku, Krillin, Mutant Rashi in his disguise as Jackie Chun, the bronze-skinned desert native, Nam, a large bipedal pteranodon with blue and yellow skin, Jiren, the biohazardous human, Bacterian, and a fairly attractive woman with frilly orange hair and a petite and tight figure, Ranfan. "Hey, handsome. Once this tournament is over, how about accompanying me back to my hotel?" asked Ranfan, her pale lavender eyes flashing the moment she set eyes on Vaughn. "I appreciate the invitation, but I'm afraid I have a previous commitment," responded Vaughn, offering a faint smile and raising his left brow slightly as Ranfan grabbed his left arm and deliberately squished her breasts against his bicep. Her figure wasn't bad, but since she dolled herself up a little too much with makeup, he wouldn't call her a natural beauty. "If you're looking for company, young lady, I'll gladly join you," chimed in Rashi, causing Ranfan to frown and cutely conceal herself behind Vaughn as she answered, "Oh, you little rogue. You're old enough to be my grandpa's grandpa. But it's good you're still energetic. You have no idea, missy," hummed Rashi, caressing his white beard with a meaningful glimmer in his eyes that caused a tiny bead of sweat to form on the left side of Ranfan's face. "All right, can I get everyone to gather here? We're about to draw lots to determine who your opponents will be in the first round," exclaimed a sunglasses-wearing man in a blue suit with a red tie and combed-back blonde hair. Despite his name never being disclosed, any fan of Dragon Ball would recognize him as the spirited announcer for virtually every on-screen Tenkaichi Budokai, so he was a fairly significant character in the series. Prompted by the man's words, everyone gathered around a monk with a large box positioned atop a stool. Then, one by one, they were called up draw lots, Vaughn's being number 3, indicating he would be participating in the second match against Mutant Rashi's alias, Jackie Chun. Seeing that he would be facing Vaughn in the first match, Rashi closed his eyes, exhaled a sigh, and muttered, "Well, that's that." As he knew there was no way he could defeat Vaughn in his current state. He might be able to kill him with a full-power Kamehameha, but he could sense that Vaughn's ki was superior to his in both quantity and quality. Fortunately, he had only joined the Tenkaichi Budokai to prevent Gaku and Krillin from winning and developing an ego while they were barely starting their journey as martial artists. With Vaughn present, there was no way either of his students would win, ultimately completing his objective, albeit at the cost of the 500,000 zeni prize pool. With Krillin defeating Bacterian fairly handily after realizing he didn't have a nose, Vaughn and Rashi waited for the 20x20m square arena to be decontaminated before entering as their names were called. "Hey, look over here, Vaughn. And gimme a smile and strike a pose while you're at it," exclaimed Bulma, positioned at the front of the standing area behind a hip-high brick wall. Though he was a little taken aback by the sudden request, Vaughn smiled and struck a pose by shedding the upper half of his gi and spreading his arms, much to the satisfaction of the few female spectators. Nearly 80% of those present were male, but that would change once the event grew in popularity and the victors began receiving movie deals and the status of global celebrities. "Holy crap, I sometimes forget how hot he is," thought Bulma, her face flushing and her throat tightening as she instinctively squeezed her thighs together. Fortunately for her, unlike the other thirsty women present, she didn't have to imagine what it was like to feel his warm and muscular body against her own. Chapter 171, Finals. Ah, youth, make sure to enjoy it while you can. Sighed Rashi, combing his fingers through his beard a short distance from Vaughn. I most assuredly am. Responded Vaughn, cupping his hands respectfully. He had certain misgivings regarding the elderly master's behavior, but he was still someone the vast majority of Dragon Ball fans respected. Seeing Vaughn and Rashi adopt neutral postures, the announcer, who Vaughn had learned was named Michael Vale, excitedly shouted, "All right! If both fighters are ready, let the second quarter-final round of the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai begin." Seizing the initiative, Rashi launched a flying kick at Vaughn, demonstrating speed on par with a vice-admiral. Unfortunately for him, even without the crutch of his time dilation and aura of karmic protection, Vaughn was able to track his movements, allowing him to intercept and block the kick with his right forearm before launching a swift counter toward the elderly master's chest with his left hand. Crossing his hands in front of his chest, Rashi blocked Vaughn's punch with his palms, dissipating most of the force behind the blow and using what remained to backflip and land a few meters away. Then, with a swift spin like he was throwing a discus, he sent a wave of cold energy crashing into Vaughn like frigid, hurricane-force winds. Though he was a little surprised by Rashi's peculiar ki attack, particularly how it caused ice to build on his chest and forearms, Vaughn maintained his position and pushed out his hands, firing a luminous golden ki beam that caused the elderly master's brows to rise before he quickly dodged to the side. Fortunately for the crowd, who would have been caught in the resultant explosion or assailed by debris from the partially destroyed stage, a thin barrier appeared to protect them. Vaughn had Graphia prepare it in advance, just in case, so Michael and the two referees were the only bystanders in danger of being caught in his and Rashi's attacks. "I see that Gaku wasn't lying when he told me you had mastered internal energy release," remarked Rashi, moving like a blur and creating multiple hazy afterimages sustained by small amounts of ki. "I have a long way to go before I can claim to have mastered anything," responded Vaughn, blocking the real mutant Rashi's attempt to land a flying kick to his chin from his blind spot. The elderly master then launched a barrage of swift punches and acrobatic kicks at him, but while Vaughn had trouble following them with his eyes, he could sense them easily through his domain. And here I was thinking the flurries and clashes seen in the anime were an exaggeration, thought Vaughn, sweating slightly as Rashi briefly forced him to take several steps back. Through his domain, he could tell the man was attempting to send him stumbling out of the ring, but since he had no intention of losing, he waited for a lull in the man's flurry before launching a swift counter directly to his face. Not expecting Vaughn to have such perfect timing, Rashi took several steps back and held his face, particularly his nose, with closed eyes. Had they been in an anime or manga panel, Vaughn might have stood still and allowed him to speak or lean into a gag. Instead, he slid forward, his feet hovering a centimeter or two off the arena's surface as he landed a series of heavy blows designed to break Rashi's surprisingly durable guard. He's grasped the Bukujutsu, cloud dancing art, at such a young age. Rashi exclaimed internally, experiencing a rare bout of panic as he hadn't expected that Vaughn could fly. For the briefest of moments, he thought he could win after realizing that Vaughn lacked refined offensive and defensive techniques, but he had evidently underestimated him. Giving Rashi one more surprise, Vaughn abruptly disappeared, reappearing a few meters away to build momentum for a forceful drop kick. To his credit, Rashi managed to dodge by rolling across the arena and launching a palm strike that sent an invisible wave of wind pressure crashing into Vaughn, but it had little effect other than blowing and spiking back his hair as he fixed his posture mid-air and borrowed a page from Kizaru's book by gathering golden light at the tip of his right index finger. "I'm way too old for this," thought Rashi, sweating profusely as he swiftly dodged between the lasers Vaughn unleashed. He wasn't moving anywhere near the speed of light, but by paying close attention to the orientation of Vaughn's position and the fluctuations in his ki, he could avoid being directly in the laser's path as they were discharged from his fingertip. And to think, this is near the bottom of the verse in terms of raw power and potential, mused Vaughn, his expression gaining a hint of severity as he realized he would need to increase his power exponentially if he didn't want to lose his relevance in the world of Dragon Ball. He understood this even before his match with Rashi, but it wasn't until he experienced what the elderly master could do that he grasped just how absurd it was for the Z fighters to keep pace with future threats. With Vaughn's attacks pushing him beyond his limits and rapidly destroying the arena, Rashi decided to do himself and every other competitor a favor by darting to the side and leaping off of it directly. Vaughn followed him with his finger, but when he realized what the man was doing, he retracted the light he was condensing and smiled. Sticking his head out from the cover of the stone wall lining the northern part of the arena, Michael looked around, confirming the situation before stepping out and declaring Vaughn the victor. What followed was a lengthy post-match interview as the officials assessed the arena's condition and the viability of continuing the tournament, but it ultimately wasn't an issue as Grafia appeared at Vaughn's behest to mend it within seconds. Following his match, Vaughn watched the desert native, Nam, take on the would-be seductress, Ranfan. The latter used her appearance to garner sympathy from her opponents and take advantage of their lowered guard, and once that didn't work, she outright stripped down to pale pink, bikini-style lace lingerie to distract or intimidate honorable opponents into being unable to attack her. Unfortunately for the fluffy-haired woman, Nam was far more skilled in fighting to ensure the survival of his family and village. Thus, after closing his eyes, he made short work of Ranfan by chopping the back of her neck, causing her to fall face first onto the arena. Rashi attempted to pretend to be a doctor to fondle Ranfan's bottom as she lay unconscious, but before he could step out from the competitor waiting area, Vaughn placed his hand on the man's shoulder and shook his head, thwarting the attempt. With Ranfan covered and removed from the arena by the tournament personnel, it was Goku's turn to face the humanoid Pteranodon, who had registered for the event as Monster Jiren. Unfortunately, shortly after the duo entered the arena, an aptly named May shower occurred, causing the match to be delayed until later that afternoon. Making use of the banquet hall lent to them by the tournament staff, Vaughn marveled at Goku's and even Krillin's appetites as the two young warriors put down a combined total of 46 bowls of rice and innumerable cuts of premium grilled meat, expertly prepared by Grafia. "Wow, those two can really put it away," remarked Bulma, sitting beside Vaughn, barely halfway finished with her first bowl of rice, steamed veggies, and 6 cuts of well-grilled meat. Her appetite had increased accordingly with her boosted constitution, but since she was conscientious regarding her weight, she was very careful with her food intake. "And their appetites will only grow as their power increases," remarked Vaughn, mostly referring to Goku. Mutant Rashi, for example, barely had to eat any food due to ingesting a special plant that drastically reduced the rate at which he aged, consequently reducing his metabolism, so appetite wasn't directly correlated with power for most people. Scions happened to be an exception, as when they consumed food, particularly meat, their ki recovery and regeneration increased exponentially. Crash! Though she didn't care if he stared, Grafia promptly sent Rashi crashing through the banquet hall's stone wall when the elderly master attempted to casually cop a feel of her butt as she was placing a fresh arrangement of meat on the table. "Young people these days, so violent," groaned Rashi, freeing himself from a pile of rubble only to find Vaughn standing over and staring down at him with cold eyes. "Have you grown weary of life, old man?" asked Vaughn, his expression and tone flat but his aquamarine eyes pulsating as, while he didn't care what Rashi did on his own time and with consenting adults, attempting to sexually harass his women was bounding over a line he would have been wise to avoid. Now, let's not be hasty," said Rashi, attempting to downplay his actions by behaving casually. Vaughn didn't much appreciate this, so before the man could finish rising to his feet, he teleported them to a wasteland several thousand kilometers away, his expression icy as he said, "Choose your next words carefully." Looking around and then looking up at Vaughn, Rashi, for the first time in a long while, recognized he had crossed a line he shouldn't have. Being at the zenith of the martial world for hundreds of years and living a hermetic lifestyle had conditioned him to say and do as he pleased without regard for the consequences of his actions, but that very clearly wouldn't fly with Vaughn. I apologize for my careless disregard," expressed Rashi, performing his first kowtow in more than 200 years. The next time something like this happens, be prepared to spend what remains of your life on a planet with no other sentient life," warned Vaughn, resisting the urge to rest his foot on the back of Rashi's head and stomp it into the dirt. The man was certainly problematic but not irredeemable, so after a brief exchange, he returned them to the banquet hall, where Rashi apologized to Graphia and restrained his perverse nature for the remainder of the intermission. With the sudden storm breaking after a few hours, Gaku and Jiren once again found themselves standing across from each other, prepared for an intense showdown. Despite his much greater size, Jiren employed many deceitful tactics to defeat Gaku, but the latter was the main character of the series for a reason. In the end, it only took one decisive hit to Jiren's chest for the winged fighter to surrender, the result of having his sternum and multiple ribs fractured. "Ah, man, this is just my luck," lamented Krillin, visibly trembling as he found himself standing a short distance from Vaughn, knowing full well the latter was his superior. "Just give it your best," said Vaughn, adopting a relaxed martial pose as he internally steeled himself. Krillin was undoubtedly less experienced than Rashi, but their speed and strength were comparable. If he didn't defend himself, he could be knocked back as each of Krillin's punches carried the force of a truck compacted into a tiny fist. All right, here goes," exclaimed Krillin, charging forward at a relatively slow pace with his arms spread before suddenly accelerating to a velocity the average spectator couldn't follow with their eyes. A split second later, two tempestuous shockwaves rippled through the area, the first produced by Krillin's abrupt acceleration and the second the consequence of his left foot impacting Vaughn's unmoving guard. Speed comparable to a knight and power comparable to a rook, and to think he's only been training for 8 months. Thought Vaughn, a bead of sweat forming on the left side of his face as he facilitated Krillin using his arm like a springboard before pursuing the bald youth and engaging him in a flurry of blows and counter-strikes. Krillin's diminutive stature made it surprisingly difficult to land a solid hit on him, but only near the start. The young monk was still a bit of a coward and lacked confidence, so once he realized his attacks had no effect, he quickly lost his composure, resulting in Vaughn landing a punch to the center of his face, causing him to collapse onto his knees and promptly surrender as he briefly sported a fist imprint in place of his non-existent nose.